Mic check 1 2. 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 Can you hear me? 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 What's going on? What's going on, people? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hopefully you can. Welcome back to the Random Show. 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 How you doing? How you guys feeling? Apologies for the delay. Apologies for the delay. Well, how you guys feeling? How you guys feeling? How you guys feeling? Bloody hell, I come up mad clear on here, innit? Shit. My skin looks mad clear on the screen, innit? Bloody hell. Wagwan, people. Hope you're good. Hope you're fine. Apologies for the delay. Apologies for the no shows and stuff and the radio silence. But we're here. We're here. Big up the stream. Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Big up everybody tuning in. Locked in right now. Brand new. What's going on, people? Brand new. As some of you guys, maybe some of you guys aren't aware. But before I left you last, I was lucky enough to get myself a nice little brand new M4 MacBook Air. So if you're wondering why I look extra clear today, that's because of that brand new MacBook Air that I purchased before I left. So do not adjust your screen settings. Do not adjust anything on your side. Trust me, I know it looks weird to see me in somewhat decent quality, but yeah, I got a new computer, so that's why I look the way I do. But yeah, big up everybody for tuning in. And to be honest as well, it's time to also show you how rough I look, you know? No shape up, no haircut. I look fucking rough as fuck. I look rough. That's probably the bad thing about having a better quality camera. Now I can see myself and I'm self-conscious as fuck and vain as fuck. So I look rough as fuck. I look like I've been indoors for many months. But yeah, as you can see, you know, it's been a bit mad. Big up everybody for tuning in. Apologies for the delay. I know I've been missing for a while, but yeah, I had some real life situations to get a hold of and to sort out, unfortunately, that came in between me and my streaming. I wish I could tell you that I was away, you know, celebrating, getting fucking dizzy, doing backstrokes in a baggie or something, right? I wish I could tell you that, but I wasn't. As you can tell by my appearance, I think it'll be pretty obvious from my appearance if I was, but unfortunately I was not doing anything really fun. I wasn't surrounded by hoes. I wasn't surrounded by baggies or anything, or any drinks or anything for that malarkey. I really wish I was. Unfortunately, had loads of unfortunate real life things to kind of get a hold of, none of which I'm ready or willing to expound on because I'm not that guy. You know, just wanted to let you guys know though, because obviously we had a marathon stream planned. Yeah, but I've been just sorting out a lot of stuff, you know, home stuff, family shit. So apologies for those of you who have been waiting for my return, waiting for me to continue the marathon. Obviously the marathon is paused now until we restart it again. Most likely I'm going to restart the marathon. Realistically, I'm probably going to restart the marathon again on the 5th of August, most likely. But I will be streaming for the next 5 days uninterrupted. So for the next 5 days uninterrupted, you'll get me. But I will obviously be restarting the marathon on August the 5th, most likely. So that's next week Tuesday. I'll restart the marathon again, like every day streaming wise. But for now, just taking it easy, streaming, you know, obviously for the next 5 days and seeing as it goes, because I've got some things to handle over the weekend as well that I need to handle as well. So apologies for those of you wanting me to be back for the whole week. I cannot. There's things I need to handle on Saturday and Sunday, so I can't be near my computer or streaming. But hopefully the next 5 days or so you will enjoy what I have to give you, okay, for the time being. But yeah, I've missed you guys. It's been a bit shit, to be honest, not being able to stream. You know, I could have done it if I wanted to, but again, like I said, extenuating circumstances and shit, so it is what it is. But we are back. So thank you for joining me once again. Okay, cool. So first things first to go over. Let's just get right into it, innit? Enough of the fucking blurb. Let's just get right into it. Talking about baggies, talking about wanting to do backstrokes in baggies, right? Or during my time away, I wish I was doing way more fucking fun things than what I was doing, or way more self-indulgent things. Let's not say fun. Fun's the wrong word to use, but I wish I was doing way more self-indulgent things, but I wasn't. So this clip went viral over the time that I was away, and it fucking blew my mind, and it was quite fascinating also. And in terms of this particular stream, it made me think, or it kind of reinforced the idea that I'm sure some of us had, that most interesting people out there are definitely non-comedians, innit? I don't think you can find a single comedian out there that has a far more interesting backstory, life, lived life than Hunter Biden does. Far more interesting and captivating human being than any of the 250 stand-up comedians that we see out here. This is Hunter Biden expounding upon the differences between crack and cocaine. Absolutely fascinating shit. Big up Blood Clot Hunter Biden. Too late. Oh, whoops. No audio. Apologies. No audio. Dumb. Apologies.
The only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat, literally. That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar, cocaine, and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
It's vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion.
By the way, I found that bit fascinating. By the way, I found that bit fascinating. I'm sure it's because I'm sure it has to do with him being in recovery. I think so. I assume it's to do with him being in recovery, but I find it really fascinating that he had to tell himself that. He had to be like, I don't want to get into some euphoric praise of crack again. While he, like, obviously the guy who's the presenter, you know, of Channel 5, or didn't say, hey, could you get into the euphoric nature of crack cocaine and cocaine? He just is talking open, you know, handily about it. But he had to stop himself because he felt like the only way he could describe it was from a good place. I think that comes from recovery. In recovery, I think you're basically forced to address obviously your addiction, but it's sometimes not from a place of malice. You know, it sometimes comes from a place of like, no. You didn't do this thing just because you were like down. I was trying to find myself and find a way out. Sometimes you do this stuff because you actually want to do it and you enjoy doing it, but it becomes destructive. Like you can enjoy doing something in the moment and during the time that you're or in the moment and, you know, henceforth because it's enjoyable, but it also can be destructive. So I love that he was very honest and, you know, very aware that if he did try to speak about it, it wouldn't come from a place of like shame or like loads of embarrassment. It would come from a place of like, no, this was actually a great time. Yes, it kind of got me involved in some sticky situations, but I had a great time doing it. And if I described how I did it, it's going to sound like a great time and you're going to be encouraged to do it also. I love that little bit of like, you know, self-reflection in the moment. Do you know what I mean? He kind of caught himself there.
About crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People.
That's an intense thing to say. That I think the other guy who said that. Who's the guy? Do you guys remember in the stream chat? Who's the black guy? There's a black guy of all people, by the way. A black guy on Joe Rogan. I think he wrote a book about it. He was like, oh yeah, like he was like, hard drugs are sometimes safer and less addictive than actual alcohol. Who's that guy that's advocating for that? I forgot his name. He was like a black guy. I think he wrote like a book as well. Like he came on Rogan. Fascinating dude. I think this type of talk is a little bit, that's why you get a little bit. What I find interesting though, especially in the black community, big up all my black people in the stream chat, right? I find that in the black community, it's very demonized. Anything that's outside of like weed is demonized in a way that's very, very strange to me. especially the trend of like balloons and stuff. Like, if you tell another black person that you do anything that comes out of a baggie, whether it's MDMA, whether it's coke, whether it's fucking 4-MMC, methadone, speed, whatever, anything that's a powdery substance, if you tell that to a black person, they'll look at you like you're a crackhead. But that same black person has no problem with doing like shrooms, LSD, acid, lean, other types of pills. But there's a line which I don't really understand why, because in my limited time on earth and from recent years, I think I've seen way more cracked out looking people who are like inhaling balloons than I have done anything else. Like, that balloon thing is fucking insane. The helium balloons, the fucking gas canisters and shit, that whole trend is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. So I do find that very interesting in a black community. Like, oh, these drugs are okay and cool, these drugs make you a fiend. It's like, don't all drugs make you a fiend? Shouldn't we just be saying all drugs are bad instead of saying some drugs are good, some drugs are bad?
People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off.
Yeah, big up Josie. Wagwan Josie. Wagwan Josie. Long time idea. Big up Black American. Wagwan, Wagwan, Wagwan. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's the guy. Carl Hart. That's him. That's him. Crazy, crazy dude. Big up Carl Hart. Big up Carl Hart.
Off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. You know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing?
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, my point about it, your point about it, which I think is true, is that there's a thing about crack that is really insidious. And what it is that anytime, you know, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there's an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand to mouth is a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children.
Funny he mentions that children. I think, maybe you guys can let me know in the stream chat, I think the first time I saw anybody do any drugs in my life, in IRL, might have been a crackhead on the bus. Is that everyone else's experience? Is the first experience you've ever seen of drugs, was it weed or whatever? The first time I think I ever saw anybody do drugs, they were actually using a fucking biro to smoke their crack with on the bus. I'm pretty sure I remember that when I was super young, because I remember the smell. I remember telling my mum, like, what the fuck's that smell? And then we turned around, we saw some guy like on the chair. He told us, obviously told us to move away and get in another carriage. But I remember that being the first thing, a very vivid memory of seeing like a guy, like a, I don't know, obviously he must have been a fucking crackhead or bum or like a homeless person. But I do remember seeing somebody on public transport smoking crack. And in London as well, the funny thing about London, which I'm sure happens in most metropolitan cities, no one batted an eyelid. This guy was smoking crack on a fucking, you know, train, underground train, and everybody sat next to him just like minding their business, looking up, reading their books, listening to their tunes. No one batted an eyelid. Like, fuck it. Secondhand crack fumes in the whole carriage. Like, everyone just like was like, you know what I mean, just on their way to work.
Pacifier with a spoon, with your thumb, to even to breastfeeding. Okay, so that really, so I
big up Koila Wagwan G. Hope you're good, my brother. He smashed Kate Quigley. Who did? Joe Biden did. He smashed Kate Quigley, and it wasn't long before he killed everybody at the party. Bust for me. Oh, if there's one person I would want to interview ever on here, I'm not really into the whole interviews thing, but if there's one person I'd ever want to interview on here, it'd have to be Kate Quigley. I would love to interview Kate Quigley. I want to know, like, but then I don't think she'd want to talk to me because I don't want to talk about that shit. I don't want to talk about her comedy or anything. I don't really give a fuck. But I want to talk about that shit. I want to know like what went down, because I can't imagine how horrifying it must be to wake up in the morning at Airbnb and all your friends that you booked the Airbnb with are dead and you're the only one alive. I can't imagine how horrifying that feeling is. You all booked an Airbnb for a weekend away. You all bought a baggie. We've all done that before. Maybe yours is not a baggie. Maybe it was a drink or whatever it is. Food. We've all done it, right? An Airbnb with some friends. Like, some of my best times have been in Airbnbs like that, right? Random Airbnbs, random people's homes. And you're with your friends. You're sharing some food. You're sharing some drinks, having a laugh, showing each other videos on YouTube, doing some karaoke in the living room with your, I mean, just fucking around, wrestling, whatever you're doing. And then imagine you're having a good time with the adult vitamins. You all do the same things. It's not like you're doing different things. You're all doing the same things. You're drinking. You all fall asleep, and you wake up and your friends aren't breathing. I don't know how she's still functioning, man. Like, honestly, I'm not really I feel like I'm a fairly mentally strong person. I think that would finish me, man. That would finish me.
And I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning, you have your cigarette when you get out of the car, you have your cigarette with your coffee.
Yo, big up Black American. I love this, by the way, because I asked earlier on, why do black people have such a weird have such weird like lines between certain drugs? And Black American broke it down really quick, really great. Big up Black American. What's one says? Respectability politics. Jesus, fear of prison. That's why there's a line with black people. Also resentment because the CIA released it into the black community in an attempt to destroy us. Yeah. Getting into the crack epidemic in the States, what was that, in the 70s, 80s, it's depressing, man. It's the same as getting into conspiracy theories around AIDS in the New York art scene within the 70s. It's the same thing as getting into the conspiracy theory, which is around the same time, actually. The crack cocaine or the heroin epidemic within the art community, within like the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. There was a period where so many great artists, contemporary artists, passed away. Some of our best, actually. A lot of people say that we've lost some of our greatest artists during that time. And that's what a lot of people say sometimes the reason why we have such shitty art now is because of that crack epidemic, actually. We lost great artists that we've never truly replaced, or they've never kind of truly come back again, and so kind of thing. So when you get into that sort of stuff, it's incredibly depressing, because you can definitely see, no matter what, like, especially if you're a conspiracy theory skeptic, please get into especially if you just get into the AIDS shit. Forget what Black America says. What Black America says is honestly on point, but just get into the AIDS stuff. Get into the AIDS stuff and find out how AIDS actually got introduced or actually came about. That shit will get you black pilled so quickly.
Crack is that on steroids. It's over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a ritualized part of it. The combination of all of those addictive behaviors together becomes like really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric sensation and connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. Yes. And the capacity to
Big up Jack Donaghy Jr. My dad and his friend railing up before starting to build a crooked garage. Yo, I love that. I still remember, honestly, to this day, right? Till this day, I still remember vividly, one of the craziest afters I've ever been to, where I stayed at this like dealer's house. This guy that I told you all the time, this Asian dude who I used to pick up from. Really safe guy. He literally would let me come to his house and pick up. He had like bags of stuff in his room, like bags of shit in his room. This is like pre-pandemic, by the way. He'd have plastic bags of shit in his room. He'd just like break me off bits, like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, like, just fucking crazy. We went back to his house one time, and I remember vividly the memory of all of us high off our fucking gills, talking about and planning in very precise detail how we'd all go to fucking EDC in the coming months. Like, well, yeah, we're gonna get paid here, let's buy a ticket. Like, we were planning it, so it felt so real. It felt like we were gonna do it, and then the next day nobody followed up. The next day nobody followed up with it, but in the moment we were all going to EDC within the next couple of months. We were planning everything, where we were gonna stay, how much money we needed, what days we were flying out. Fucking hell, man. There's no bigger waste of time. There's no bigger waste of time. There's no bigger waffle than a fucking drunk high waffle, man. Fucking hell. The amount of time I think I've wasted in my life, sat around a table, sat on the floor, standing in a hallway of some random person's house with your jaw just swinging, eyes darting all over the place, talking absolute nonsense, making plans for the future with people that you will never ever hear from or see from again.
You use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine, just physically, to be able to ingest it.
So you're kind of saying that cocaine reaches a certain plateau of euphoria where you can't necessarily get any higher?
In my experience, yes. This is like a PSA. If you want to completely, utterly fuck up your life, You know, I don't think that anything is necessarily, oh, you do it once, you're addicted. But there's about the closest thing that statement could be true would be with crack cocaine. Oh, there's only
maybe it's age, maybe it's an age thing, but I do have a lot more sympathy for people who get on it at his age, man. With his type of resources. Could you imagine how hard it must be to quit doing drugs when you have his amount of money, his amount of access, little responsibilities? Like he's like an adult baby, innit? He's probably never had a real job, and he's like quote unquote real job in his entire life. Most of us, myself included, stay on a straight and narrow because of a job. You know, you need to keep a roof over your head, you need to keep yourself fed, so you kind of, you know, you have your little crash outs, but then you get back on the fucking straight and narrow because you have responsibilities and bills to pay. I can't imagine how much more difficult it must be to navigate through life if you are a guy like this, born into privilege. You know, it seems safe, don't get me wrong, but like how easy it must be to indulge yourself in that type of things, especially as well when you consider the fucking family heartbreak, the deaths, the breakups, the divorces. Like there's a lot of pain in that family, so you're having to try and numb yourself from that pain, treat yourself from that pain with drugs, obviously, and drink, which can sometimes be effective in the moment, long term obviously not. It must be so hard. It must be so much harder than a regular person with that amount of access and money. Jeez, I just can't imagine how difficult it must be to like stay on the straight and narrow. It must be so fucking difficult. So if he's sober now, as he says he is, which he sounds like he is, to be honest, and he's keeping himself, you know, well behaved and shit, salute to Hunter Biden, man, because fucking hell, the amount of people that I know who are broke and still addicted, who can't get enough of it, is fucking crazy. I've never really been ever curious about trying crack cocaine. I'm not gonna lie, it's never really been my thing. I think I do have a somewhat addictive personality, but my addictive personality is also kind of like pussified and nerfed. Like I've got an addictive personality for the stuff that I like to do. You know, I don't have a curious addictive personality. You know, I'm not that way. So I'm not like looking for the next high. Whatever I like to do, and that's it. I'm not really like, oh my god, let me try that. So that's why I'm so thankful, and I don't take that as a bragging thing. I'm just thankful to God, because if I did have that switch in my head, I don't know if I'd be able to stop myself. Like, because people always say like, and if you listen, because I'm a fucking sucker for the arts and shit. If you listen to any conversation, any biography, any interview of somebody, whether they're a musician, whether they're an artist, whatever, composer, playwright, actor, they all say the same thing. They say crack cocaine is one of the most addictive things. The only thing more addictive than that, or like the best high, is that heroin. People always say, oh, if you're into drugs, heroin is the max, is the top of the top. I'm just so thankful. I don't have any desire to try. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I like what I like, and that's my ceiling. But everyone you speak to that's done shit, they always say that next step is the one. So I can't imagine. I have so much sympathy and empathy for anyone out there that has that switch and they can't turn it off, and they're searching for that next thing. They want to reach out and grab whatever that next thing is. They're chasing that fucking dragon. Like, oof, awful. But big up Hunter Biden for sharing what he shared. Very interesting fellow. I would much rather listen to him speak during a podcast for 3 hours. I actually to watch it. Actually, I heard the whole podcast. It's actually really, really interesting too. It's about 3 hours. He speaks about loads of other things. It's really far-reaching, you know, wide-ranging fucking interview. So big up Hunter Biden for being far more interesting, far more nuanced, far more intelligent, like just charismatic than any comedian you fucking seen. He lived a real life, and I love that he's willing to share it the way he is. So big up Hunter Biden, big up Blood Clot Hunter Biden. Big up the stream chat. What are you guys saying there? Being a construction worker in the mid-80s was a tough time. Yeah, I can imagine. Jack Downey Jr. He's also been part of a Brendan Mullery. That's the thing about life, innit? Good point. Bring up Brendan Mullery. He's also been partying for like 35 years straight. Bruh, I have a weekend where I'm going crazy. I'm considering my life options on the Monday. I'm regretting everything on the Monday. I can't imagine being on it for 35 years, off and on. I can't imagine running the light, you know what I mean? Putting your body and to the point where the blinker lights are coming on, the check engine light is coming on, do you know what I mean? For 35 years. But to be fair, I'm also very impatient. Like, I get bored very quickly. Like, as much as I enjoy going out, even now I'm in a phase where I'm kind of bored of going out, which is why so sometimes when I'm going out nowadays, I mix things up. I go out without drinking, or I go out and just have some weed. Do you know what I mean? I'm kind of bored of the same thing. So I'm really lucky that I don't have a curiosity to try loads of stuff. And I'm also lucky that I have like a ceiling, you know? I get bored. Like, I'm like, oof. I get like, no, I get bored. No, see, I get like bored easily. So I can't really do a lot of that stuff, you know, all the time. Bloody hell. Big up on 10 Toes, big up Game Bred Footballer, well gone GG. Biden also lost a lot of family in a car crash a long time ago, exactly. Big up Ace on the fuck, you feel sad because a poor little rich boy has it too easy. Big up RU, agree AZ, big up Josie, I've heard enough of these people with money, power and access. They're trying to keep their kids off drugs just like us regular. Yeah, it's like, like, as I've always said on this stream, I think the similarities and the parallels between really poor people and really rich people are so evident. Like, we probably have way more in common. Like, even though I always talk about how poor I've grown up, I think I definitely have way more in common with a person that's grown up really rich than the person that's grown up middle class. Because there's something about those ends, like, because when, you know, the many people that I know that I've grown up with who were working class but also got addicted to drugs, it's fucking crazy. And the same goes for people that are super rich. You know, the amount of people who got, you know what I mean? So if you avoid those type of things and you've been grown up in privilege or you've been grown up in abject poverty, salute to you, because it's not easy. It's not fucking easy, man. Big up Homeless Cat AZ, don't you sniff Tony Montana? Yeah, sometimes, but not lately. It has been a while. Mostly back in the day, it was loads of MD, E-pills as well. Like, my MD use is the one that really blows my mind the most. I'm not gonna lie. My MD use is the one that blows my mind the most. Because if some of you guys know, like, MD's not as like, MD's really like, it's kind of like really high, like, you know, MDMA. So I can't imagine like nowadays getting, and it's really disgusting the taste as well. But I used to get through an 8 ball of MD on my own one night. That'd be a regular thing on the weekend. Not even like Friday to Monday. That'd be like for one night I'd get through an 8 ball of MDMA. That's young people. Like, I can't imagine doing that now. Like, I can't imagine. The taste of it will make me gag. But I used to get through an 8 ball of that shit like on a insane. Maybe I should go back and watch some of the old Taz, because I think some of the old Taz's was around that time that I was doing it. And I did look back. If you look back at those videos, those early ones, I was a bit more gaunt looking. I looked a little bit more crackheadish. I had a bit more of a skinnier neck. Like, maybe you could tell. I'm not sure if you can. But those old Taz episodes, like maybe around like when I started recording it, which might have been like what video, innit? Which might have been like 500 episode 500 and shit. Maybe around there. Big up Bo Jackson, Hunter Biden 2020 MCGA make crack great again. It's hilarious. I want someone to make that hat actually. I'll wear that hat. Black American, well gone. Big up Grown Baby Golf. Well gone. Young Old Vibes, well gone Queen. Big up Young Old Vibes in the stream chat. Well gone Queen, well gone Queen. Who's never done it? Polish people love it, never done it. I did that, yeah. To be fair, that's why I admire a lot of young people now. I admire the Gen Zs. As much as people like to rail on Gen Zs and call them boring, I admire that a lot of Gen Z kids don't do anything. They are, some of them are teetotal. You know what I mean? They don't do jack shit. I admire the Gen Zs for doing so, for being able to have fun, be outside and shit, socialize without needing to have anything. No booze, no alcohol, not even no weed, nothing. All they do, for the most part, from what I've seen anyway, is mostly vaping, innit, and shit. And cigarettes or maybe nicotine pouches. But aside from that, I admire them a lot for doing that, man. That's so good, because the fucking habit and you know, the habit of just, especially in England, like a lot of my friends, like, bless them, man, a lot of it's just to do with workplaces, isn't it? 9 to 5s. Like, a lot of my friends who have 9 to 5s and they're in the office, like a lot of it has to do with just being the habit of like, okay, cool, Wednesday. Sometimes nowadays people are starting drinks on Tuesdays, you know. I've been hearing Tuesdays after work drinks is a thing now. Before, when I was in a proper 9 to 5, it was like Thursdays, and then it went up to Wednesdays, and now I'm hearing people are starting to booze after work like heavy on Tuesdays. Like, oh, fucking hell, Tuesday, I mean. So, and in England, I'm not sure about you guys, but in England, as soon as you go after work for a couple of beers, especially if you're with a certain crew within your workplace, as soon as you get the one beer in, somebody's asking already on the table, who wants a packet? Who's got a number? Who's got a number? Who wants a baggie? Who wants to chip in for this? It's instant. It's not. Sometimes somebody will bring some with them to get you going, to kind of, you know, to wet the beak a little bit per se. So some of it's just for, it's not even like you want to do it, it's just for pure habit and like circumstances. It's there, someone's offering it to you, and then so yeah, so prayers and strength to everybody out there that's struggling. Prayers and strength. Prayers and strength. Big up this guy, man. Big up RYMIR how do you say it? SATTERTHWAITE. What? SATTERTHWAITE? Jay-Z's alleged son, who's finally dropping his alleged paternity lawsuit. Now, this guy's been after Jay-Z to fucking submit his DNA for years. I can't remember the first time I saw this story, but it was a thing for years. And Jay-Z, which I agree with, didn't want to. Even though people online will be like, oh, it's just a paternity test, just submit your fucking DNA. What's the long thing? Why should I have to submit or give up my DNA against my will just to fucking disprove some crazy guy's theory that I fucked his mum? Do you know what I mean? Like, allow it. And one of the big evidences this guy used to always have, or the evidence this guy used to always kind of showcase online, was the fact that he looked like Jay-Z. And one of the most embarrassing things about it, there were pictures, I'm not sure if he has them anymore, but there were pictures that he used to share online that where he said he looked like Jay-Z, and you do the similar pose. Do you guys remember that? He'd do a similar pose as Jay-Z. And maybe it's just me, but I personally think he looks nothing like Jay-Z. Here we go. There's a picture. I remember seeing this and thinking to myself, like, brother, you look nothing like the man. Like, I never understood where this kind of narrative came from or why people even believed it. Like, it was a big thing for a while because he looks nothing like Jay-Z. Like, zero. Like, he looks nothing like him. Not the eyes, not the nose shape, not the mouth. There's nothing about him that looks like Jay-Z. I swear to God, nothing. So I was always confused why he was so certain that his mom, because again, I'm not being so mean to the kid, because I think his mum is one that kind of gassed him up. His mum told him, I think, that she slept with Jay-Z when she was younger and she thinks Jay-Z was the father. Now, she could have slept with Jay-Z back in the day, who knows? But him being the father is probably not true. And I could also imagine back then too, the mum, you know, that kind of generation of a mum probably feels a bit embarrassed anyway, that she doesn't know who the potential father is of her child. So I get that. But I never agreed with the idea that this guy even looked like Jay-Z. So if I was Jay-Z, on the strength of just a lookalike, the aesthetics, I'd be offended. I'd be like, brother, like, Jay-Z's already kind of ugly anyway, but you're way uglier than me, right? Like, if I'm Jay-Z, I'm like, look, I know I look chopped, but you're way more chopped than me. You can't be my fucking son. And secondly, no, we don't look alike. Like, just allow it. So I'm happy to hear that this kid has dropped his lawsuit, at least. He needs to move on. Pretty please, for the love of God. Let's read the article here, courtesy of Vibe. It says, RYMIR SATTERTHWAITE, the man who has been long claimed to be the music mogul's son, has officially withdrawn his legal petition requesting the hip-hop icon to submit a court-ordered paternity test after years of fighting to establish a biological connection to Sean Jay-Z Carter. Oh, by the way, let's also stress, he's not fighting for a biological connection. He wants that money. He does not give a fuck that Jay-Z could be his dad. He wants that money. Let's just make that very clear. This kid doesn't want a dad. This kid wants money. I get it, because Jay-Z is a fucking billionaire. I understand the fucking desire, you know, whatever the need. But this is also an embarrassing come up. You're a man. Men shouldn't do this type of thing. This would be understandable if this is a girl. If this was a girl saying, oh my God, Jay-Z might be my dad, I'd get it. I'd have way more patience if it was a woman. But if this is a guy, bro, have some self-respect, have some pride. Go out there and work for it like we all are working for it. Don't be out here fucking trying to lie that Jay-Z's your dad. Like, let's allow it. Let's allow it. Let's allow it. The notice to drop the case was filed in California on Friday, July 18th, bringing a pause to a saga that has spanned over a decade. He's been chasing Jay-Z. He's been chasing Jay-Z's fucking DNA. He's been chasing Jay-Z's sperm? Mostly DNA, spit, mostly his phlegm for 10 plus years. He's been chasing after Jay-Z's phlegm. Insane. Now I'm surprised he hasn't. I wonder, right, if in those 10 years Jay-Z has been very cautious about where he drinks and shit. Like, he hasn't chucked away any coffee cups, any tissue paper, wine glasses, cocktail glasses. you know, whiskey tumblers. I'm wondering if he's, you know, made sure he's avoided that, because I'm sure that kid, maybe not because he doesn't look like he can afford it, but maybe if he could afford a private investigator, they would have probably been able to get a hold of, you know, something that Jay-Z's touched, right, or sneezed on, and then kind of tested that and seen if whether or not he could be his dad, DNA check wise. Crazy, 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 crazy. If the petition is dismissed without prejudice, Satterthwaite has the right to refile his complaint at any time. Satterthwaite, now in his 30s, maintains that Jay-Z had a romantic relationship with his mother, Wanda, in the 1990s, which allegedly led to his birth in 1993. Now, one of the reasons why they say Jay-Z doesn't want to submit his DNA, also the other layer to this story, is that they say that this guy's mum, at the time that she was, you know, pregnant, she was either 15 or 16, essentially underage. So that's the one reason why people are saying that, or, you know, one of the reasons they give to for why Jay-Z has been very hesitant on giving up his DNA or submitting his DNA. I don't think that's true. I think it's more to do with just, I don't have to willingly submit my DNA. Why should I have to give my DNA against my will? Why can't I just not give it up? So I think that's probably the case. But there is a theory out there that, oh, maybe he doesn't want to give it up because when Jay-Z fucked this woman, she was underage, which would have made him a PDF. Despite his persistent public claims, Jay-Z has dismissed Satterthwaite's remarks as fabricated, and no paternity test has ever been administered or ordered by the court. I want someone to ask him in an interview. No one will, especially in black culture, because everyone in black culture is scared. But I would love it if in an interview one day someone brought him up. I'd love it if they brought him up as a topic, like, hey Jay, what do you think about that? Is that guy tripping? I'd love to hear, because Jay-Z's always got really good lines, one-liners, or like expressions. I'd love to see what Jay-Z's response would be if they brought this kid's name up. Like, earlier this year, Satterthwaite spoke out candidly to Daily Mail, expressing his frustration at the lack of response from the billionaire's entertainer. Okay, I want to hear him speak. I want to hear what this guy speaks like, or what he sounds like, his accent even. What does he sound like?
Do you believe wholeheartedly that Jay's your father?
I really do. And if it's not, why you can't prove me wrong? Like, it's not far as a proving me wrong thing. It's go to the courtroom and basically do what everybody else would have to do. Like, it's not.
Nigga, have some shame, man. Nigga, have some shame, man. Have some shame. Have some shame. Please have some shame. I get it, right? I get it. But nigga, have some shame.
You don't have to prove me wrong. I just want the truth. Honestly, I can take a no. I can take, if I'm embarrassed at the end of the day, I can take that.
I don't think you can, sir. You've been doing this for over 10 years.
I really can. I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot. I could take me being embarrassed. Like, this can't take nobody not saying nothing. Like, you know, it's not fair. I was 7. My mom had to sit down with me. I guess she thought I was old enough to know now, and she even.
Hey yo, no offense, brother. No offense, brother. No offense, brother, to your mum. R.I.P. to your mum. But your mum is chopped too, man. I don't believe Jay-Z will smash your mum. I'm not gonna lie. Word to mother, I don't think Jay-Z would have smashed your mum. Your mum is chopped as well. I don't think Jay-Z would have smashed your mum. Jay-Z allegedly smashed Foxy Brown, Little Kim, all these baddies back in the day, right? Blue Cantrell. Jay-Z smashed Blue. Do you remember what Blue Cantrell used to look like back in the day? Do you guys remember what Blue Cantrell used to look like back in the day? Like, you tell me, come on, man. Allow it. Your mom's chopped.
Old enough to know now, and she been saying Sean Carter, that's what she was calling him at first before she was calling it Jay-Z, and I really didn't know who that was because I was young, and you know, had my little brother, and I really wasn't worrying about it. She was saying it a lot, but I really.
R.I.P. He's chopped mumsy. R.I.P. He's chopped mumsy.
This was going along with the person I was just seeing, like the person I looked at who was taking care of me at that time. I really wasn't really trying to understand what my mom was talking about, but she constantly put it in my head like, son, it's not your father, and I really want you to know it is. This person is your father, and I just want you to know. And she continued to tell me that over.
Yo, his mum fucked him, man. His mum fucked him, man. Imagine her dying wish, her dying declaration, right? Like, was Jay-Z's your daughter. Like what?
over the years and over the
I always wondered how that would feel. Actually, I always wondered, right? You know, like in movies when somebody's about to die and their last breath, they give a statement or something, and people are like, "Oh my god, it's the last thing they said," and it holds so much weight. I was always wondered like how fun it would be to troll in that moment. You're just about to pass away. You know it's your last moments. To take that moment just to troll and make something up, but because you're about to die, everyone believes you, or because you died soon after, everyone believes what you said was true because you're on death's door. That'd be so good to just troll in it, like, your dad is not your dad. You know, like that would be an epic troll.
years and over the years, even till I was grown. He never tried to contact me in any type of way, and that's all I'm asking is like, cause I honestly really want the case to be over with. Like I've been going through, just like I said, a lot, and as I said, I'm not chasing nobody. I'm not trying to do this to make somebody seem like a bad person, a bad father. I'm not trying to make nobody seem like a bad person or nothing. I'm just really coming out here for the truth. I don't want no money or anything. I wasn't looking for none of that. I just want to know the truth. And if I can't go to the courts and get the truth, like, what is it really?
I'm not gonna lie, brother.
Why you? What is it? I just really want it over. It's something that's really affecting.
He doesn't look like Jay-Z, Dan. He doesn't. I'm sorry, like, I've seen enough pictures of like young Jay-Z. He doesn't even look like young Jay-Z. I'm sorry, they don't look alike at all. Maybe at most you can tell me maybe the nose. At most, you can say that, but even the nose shape isn't the same. At most the nose, but even that I'm not having it. He doesn't look like Jay-Z at all. Like, I'm not buying it, man. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it.
In my life, and I just want it over with. I work every day. I also have my own kids to take care of. So it's like, it's been a journey for me, and it's just like, you know, I just...
Sir, you have kids. Come on, man. I thought you're just some young guy by himself, single dude trying to, like, you know, catch a lick or something. You have kids and you're doing this nonsense. Brother, go look after your kids, man. Please, spend time with your children, man. Raise your children, bro. Look after the baby mums, bro. This is not what you should be doing with your time. This guy has kids. Fuck.
Got so much on my name right now. I never asked for money. I don't do interviews just saying, hey, Jay-Z, give me your money, or I'm coming at the Jay-Z for his money. I never did that. I'm not that type of person. I work for everything.
He wants Jay-Z to give him a job. He wants Jay-Z to give... That's what he wants. He wants a job. This guy, man. To be fair, I have a lot of sympathy for him because I think his mum fucked him. I think his mum... I'm not too sure if his mum didn't put this in his head, whether or not he would believe it. I think he had a close relationship with his mum. Yeah, who would want to believe their mum's a liar? Who would want to believe that? No one would. So he believes what his mum said, and he's trying to strive for the proof. He's striving to get to the end. He's trying to get to the end of it and find out what the truth is. But his mum sold him down the river, man. His mum fucked him over hard.
I work for everything. Next is I'm just trying to basically make sure no other kids or nobody else in the world has to go through this. Basically, don't feel afraid to go to court and see if a person is your biological parents. You know, so many people are scared, and this is a big thing in the world. A lot of people don't have their fathers because they scared to go out and search for them, and sometimes it only take a little search. You know, go search, and if it's wrong, we're definitely.
Big up Rumple Foreskin. Big up Rumple Foreskin. Big up Absurd. Miss you guys too. Thank you for the warm welcome.
So well, most of us adults, even for the teenagers, this being a role model for them, showing you can go in the courtroom, and if you're doing everything correctly, you should be able to just get treated as equal as the other person. You know, I've always been a person that I never hate anyone. I never, I don't walk around with hate for a person. So I try to teach my kids that just be the best that you can be. So that's just a motto I go off. I would never hate Jay-Z. It was never that type thing. I respect him for everything he did. And as I said, I've been going through a whole lot through these years. Cause this case, like me, my mom, my godmom, we didn't seen the worst. We didn't have people, slander my name. Like you want Jay-Z money, and I hear it all. I'm going to fight until I'm not here no more, and it's never going to be against no one. Like I'm going to continue to fight until I'm not here no more, and it's never.
this picture, man. Have some fucking shame, brother. Honestly, have some fucking shame. Like, what are you doing, man? You know who he reminds you of? You know who he reminds you of? You know who he reminds me of? Some of you guys will know this. You know in Ends, there's that older who hangs around with all the youngers. But he looks older, but he acts a lot younger than what he is. And everyone just allows it because he's safe. He reminds me of that kind of guy. You know? He reminds me of that kind of guy. Like, I'm not too sure if he's like mentally not all there, or if he's just one of those old that's just like hanging around with the kids, you know? Like, he wears his hat backwards, he carries a skateboard, you know? He's using all the lingos, you know? He's like 40, but he's wearing a Nike tech suit. Yeah, Big Up Coiler, I bet this is all he talks about, parties, 100%. And I bet he dresses in the Jay-Z way too. I bet he is always wearing the fucking NY, the New York Yankees hat in navy blue. I bet he was always wearing Timbs. Or I bet he does a laugh. I bet he does a laugh. I bet you he does the laugh. I bet you he does the laugh. I bet you he does the laugh. And he's always like shocked when someone says, you look like Jay-Z. Oh, me? Really? You think I look like Jay-Z? No way, really? You think so? Like, he's always like fake shocked.
I want to be against no one. Like, you know, I'm going to continue to fight. It'll take another 10 years, maybe another 50. Maybe I'll take this to the grave with me, but everybody can say I fought this to the end.
Everybody will say you're a fucking plonker. If he's not, why can't he just prove it? He added, go to the courtroom and do what everyone else has to do. No, bro. The burden of proof is on you. You're the one that thinks you're my dad. You're the one that thinks you're my son. Show me more evidence apart from just your mum telling you. Why should I have to give my fucking DNA involuntarily to a fucking court or whatever it may be, or 23andMe? Fuck all that shit. If you think I'm your dad, you prove it. Like, I shouldn't be forced or compelled to give up my DNA. Fuck all that shit. God damn. Has his mum even got a picture with her and Jay-Z back in the day? Groupie shit. Has she got an email, a DM, a letter, some fucking person that corroborate the story? Like, nothing. Just what your mum told you. My mum said she fucked Jay-Z, and that must be him. She must be a mad. Like, what? Fuck off her. Honestly, if I was Jay-Z, I wouldn't give my DNA either. You prove it. Go to the courtroom and do what everyone else has to do. I can take a no. I can take being embarrassed. I've been through a lot. I could take me being embarrassed. I just can't take him not saying anything. It is not fair. I'm coming to the courts for the truth. Life's not fair, bro. Honestly, some people don't even have an inkling whether their father is tall, short, fat, skinny, and here's you. Come on, man. Like, get over yourself. Despite the emotional toll, SATTERTHWAITE has remained firm in stating that his motivation was never financial gain. I would never hate Jay-Z. I respect him for everything he did. What did he do? What did he do? What? Found Rockefeller Records? Is that what you respect him for? You respect him for Rockefeller Records? You respect him for Rock Nation? You respect him for Tidal? What do you respect him for? For everything he did. Fuck out of here. S. Carter's, right? I have been going through a whole lot for many years because of this case. Me and my mum and my godmum, we have seen the worst in people slandering my name, saying I want Jay-Z's money. I'd respect him more. I'm not gonna lie. I'd respect this kid more if he just said, yeah, I'm after the money. Just be honest. Say you're after the money. It's okay to say that. Just say you're after the money. Just admit you're after the money. Please admit that you're after the money. Just be fucking honest. I'd respect him way more if he was honest and said, yes, I am after the money. Please just say that. Because this whole fucking, oh, I'm not really after the money shtick is fucking bullshit. But anyway, there's an update. There's an update. He has come back on the internet and he's now telling us that don't believe everything that you read. He's still going through with it. So he's told the internet, do not believe what you've read. I've not dropped no lawsuit. I'm not giving up. I'm still going through with it, which is fucking insane to tell this to the internet. If anything, you should just be pretending that you are giving it up, because no one wants to hear this shit. But let's hear what he has to say.
Hey, what's up with everybody? It's your boy RYMIR here. I just want to get on here and
you're not our boy.
Let everybody know the updates, what's going on. It's been a crazy couple weeks, y'all. I want to let y'all know that I have not stopped my fight. You know, I did withdraw my case. It's for a reason, y'all. It's not because I'm stopping with it or not going to refile it or anything like that. It's just a lot going on behind closed doors. That's only one case that we withdrew for right now. But it's a lot going on. You know how this industry works. These judges, these lawyers, these high celebrity people, they try to use all different types of tactics and call it what you want, bully tactics and different types of stuff to, you know, slow it down and just change the narrative. So it's like, hey, we got to step back and play chess, not checkers. So we sitting back and we just observing everything right now. I just ask y'all to keep the support. Keep the support. I have not gotten any DNA tests. I have not gotten any.
Why would anybody keep the support? If anything, you should be the one going hell to leather. You should be the one going to all the ends of the earth to prove the internet wrong. To prove, why should anyone be supporting you? Why would we give a fuck? He should be the one trying his best to be like, haha, see, I told you guys, he's my fucking dad, and proving it, you know, beyond reasonable doubt. Not offering. Why you need people support for? What should be driving him is the desire to prove the internet wrong, and that fucking pot of gold at the end of the round, end of the rainbow. Masaki will be able to, if he's able to, imagine in a world where he's able to claim or prove Jay-Z's actually his dad, there's probably going to be a backdated paternity child support thing going on there too, right? Which would be in the fucking millions. So congrats to him if that happens. But that should be his motivation, not, oh, we need you need us to back you, bro. You should have enough motivation in your comments and your DMs, because I'm sure there are people coming after you hard in those DMs making jokes. Use that as your fuel to drive you to prove this guy is your dad. You don't need anyone's support.
Settlement, anything like that. I wouldn't just take it. I would let y'all know, honestly, even if it wasn't y'all business. You know, you guys been here for me all these years, supporting me. I wouldn't dare just run away with no money or nothing like that. So, no, that's not what it is. But as I said before, y'all, just keep your eyes open. This is bigger than me. This was never just about me. I'm trying to change things for the world, honestly, for the future. We need this to be.
The worst person you know, the person with the least going on in their lives, always thinks they can change the world, isn't it? The person with the least going on in their actual lives always has grandiose plans, all right? Always has fucking grandiose fucking plans and you know, goals. Like, what for the world, brother? Just try and figure out who your dad is, man. Please.
Change. We don't need to continue to go in these courtrooms and don't get fair due process, and everybody don't get discoveries, and you just get treated unfairly. So it's just like, I'm standing on business, and you know, I will continue to fight. So please don't
I don't think you understand that I'm standing on business. Pick up Justin Bieber.
think just because y'all seen that withdrawal is over. It's not over, y'all. Continue to fight with me. Continue to support me. I will support y'all. I love all y'all. And let's just keep moving forward. Let's just do that. That's all we can do, right? Can't sit there and dwell on nothing. As y'all said, I got a family. I got to take care of my family. I'm grown. That's what I do. So it's like, I don't sit there and complain about too much. Try not to complain at all. But what I'm saying is, I really appreciate all y'all love and support, and it's not over. It was.
Imagine that being your dad. Imagine that being your dad, man. Yeah, be at Coiler, it's not clocking. Exactly, yeah, that's the one, it's not clocking. Imagine that being your dad. Yo, Chris Mack, Wagwan Chris Mack, Wagwan Chris Mack in the chat. Wagwan Jordan Ray, does he need to forward his YouTube earnings through to him? Nah, he can fuck right off, mate. He can fuck right off. Big up Chris Mack in the chat. Wagwan G. Again, I have a lot of sympathy for the guy, man. His mum fucked him. His mum is the one that fucked him for real. I think his mum fucked him. Why wouldn't you believe your mum? Why would you think your mum is lying? I get it. But it is kind of heartbreaking, I'm not going to lie. His mum well and truly fucked him, man. His mum well and truly fucked him. Bear with me one moment. Bear with me one moment. Bear with me one moment. But his mum did well and truly fuck him. His mum did well and truly fuck him, unfortunately. But what can you do? What can you do? Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, I'll quickly change something. Boom. Okay, done. Let's go. All right, next clip. I got a question to ask everybody here in the stream chat. I got a question to ask everybody here now in the stream chat. How horny are you? I repeat, how horny are you?
She's coming. She's coming.
This is fucking insane.
She's coming. She's coming.
This is fucking insane.
So, big up everyone in the stream chat, big up Koila. On a scale of Chin to Luana is fucking crazy. Big up Chin, big up Luana. That's a crazy scale. Big up Jordan Ray, I love that. 8 inches. Big up King Bidful Very. Big up Black American, dry as a bone. Big up, is that a ball game exactly? I watched this video clip that somebody shared of themselves at a ball game, and what looked like a girl that was either, I don't know if she's got like something in her, if she's touching herself, if the guy's touching her, or if she's having some sort of spasm. But the bit at the end kind of made me feel like something untoward or very adult minded was going on, because it looks like the guy smells his fingers, which is something that I've not seen anyone do in years. Like, I can't, the last time I might have did that, I might have been like 13 or something, or 14. The last time I like touched a girl and smelt my fingers. Not sure about you guys, but that might have been the last time I've ever done it, especially back in the day where which is really fucking bizarre and very suspect, when you would touch a girl, smell your fingers, or your friend would say, smell my fingers, after they'd just been with a girl. I'm not sure what that was meant to do, what that was meant to prove, but that was a strange thing that we all, I'm sure some people won't admit it, but I'm sure a lot of boys did that. But I can't imagine doing that at this, because they look grown. They look like they're like at least over 18, over 19. Like, smell my fingers. Like, oh yeah, yeah.
She's coming. She's coming.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think he has his hand there, or do you think she's doing it? Like, what's going on here? And what is it about baseball games, by the way? Why is what? I think I've seen a video of someone at a baseball game fucking in the stands. Is it because it's such a big stadium usually and you feel like no one can see you? Is it such a horny sport because everyone's, you know, for some reason people in baseball have, like, the guys especially have massive asses, right? They're fucking wagons, the guys in baseball. What is it about baseball where people get horny? I feel like I've seen loads of like public shit in baseball stadiums in the last few years. I've seen loads of clips. Some of it obviously is OnlyFans people just doing promo, but I feel like I've seen people like getting off, girls sitting on top of guys' laps, bouncing and shit. Like, what is it about baseball games that gets people so horny?
This is fucking insane.
Oh yeah, it's definitely his hand. It's definitely his hand. It's definitely his hand. He's got his hand next to it. It's not her touching herself. It's definitely his hand. What do you do as a father if you see that? As a father, what do you do? Are you embarrassed as you see it as a father? Do you say anything? Do you have a conversation? Do you just shake your head? Like, what do you do as a father if you see that? What do you do? Like, what do you do as a father? How do you remedy the situation? How do you, like, what do you do? Like, Black American, kinky people involving all of us without consent, my eyes. Exactly. That's the thing. I feel like nowadays, horny people on the internet really do be having us in their group chat without our consent. and they will really be sharing their most intimate details with us unprovoked, like, you know, without like any provocation, just like bam, right on the timeline. You're like, fucking hell, bro. You got your whole fucking wow out. Do you know what I mean? All in the timeline. Like, it's pretty unhinged, but big up those kids. Hopefully they had fun. Hopefully they had fun. Next one to mention this. Interesting clip, right? So these clips have been going viral. I'm not sure you guys have seen this, but these clips have been going somewhat viral on my side of the internet. And it contains really rich people in Monaco. I think, is it Monaco? Yeah, I think it's Monaco, right? Really rich people in Monaco arriving at a certain hotel, pulling up in their crazy elaborate cars.
All the things that you do.
Turn the music off. So a super rich person pulls up to a really fancy hotel in Monaco, you know, with their very young company or whatever, looking very gaudy and wealthy and rich and shit. It's a thing that I've been noticing a lot on my timeline, right? Really, these interesting videos showing you what the super rich and wealthy get up to around, you know, around the world, specifically in Monaco. I think they're really interesting clips anyway in that regard. So I don't mind seeing them. Don't get me wrong. But according to this guy, Luis Pisano, who's a fashion insider, he said the following. Fun's over. The viral videos turned Monte Carlo's casino square into a billionaire candid camera. The Monsiakui government is banning all filming of people in cars there starting from the end of July. No more giggling at aging tycoons and their significantly younger girlfriends. So this is obviously twofold. Number one, most likely the guys involved are kind of embarrassed to have their business put out there, right? They want to be doing it in private. They don't want people to see on social media. And number two, it also shows you that actual wealthy people, not rich people, but people with actual wealth, don't like showing off. A lot of these guys, I remember the comments saying a lot of these men, I forgot the account that posts a lot of these clips, but they'll be like, oh my god, where's it at? Who's it at of the guy? Because everyone know them. A lot of the women involved obviously would have Instagrams because some of them are ladies of the night, escorts and shit, whatever. But a lot of the men that are involved in these videos, who are clearly the ones with the money, they have no social media presence. So I really do find it fascinating how, you know, regular folks like to dress rich, pretend they're rich, do rich people things, but always do it for the gram, always do it for social media. And the actual rich people, they want nothing to do with social media. They don't want their business on social media. They don't want anything to do with social media. The people that have the most quote unquote fun, that are doing crazy things, living this rich person's life, flying to Monaco for fucking caviar, then flying back to Saint-Tropez, then going to Ibiza, then going to Miami, all these type of places. They want to just do it under the radar, do it in private, but they never ever put it on social. It's never out there. I find that side of things very, very fun. And of course, lastly, the third thing I'll add on to this is that it also goes to prove that really rich people are kind of not fun. You know, this is kind of fun. Why wouldn't you want to like show it off? I don't know, have a bit of fun on social. It kind of shows they must be a little bit boring. You know, you can't use your phone around them. You can't take pictures. You can't record. NDAs. Like, what do these guys do? Like day to day, just sit around talking to each other. Must be so fucking boring. No socials, no nothing. Like, I know these guys don't have good chat, right? A guy like this doesn't have good jokes, doesn't have a good sense of humor. It's impossible. I think so. If you're that rich, you're not going to have a good sense of humor, because you don't need to have a good sense of humor, because, you know, you're fucking wealthy and everyone around you is going to laugh even if you're not funny. So imagine the hang around these people must be so fucking dead. Yes, they'll look after you, they'll pay for your dinners and stuff, they might buy you a new outfit or two, but the hang is not going to be fun. So I'm a little bit bummed out that we're not going to be getting any more of these fucking videos. Let's just see if I can find a compilation. Let's just see if I can find a compilation video. I'd love to see someone's got one of these videos. Viral videos. Let's see. Let's see if we can get one. There we go. Explore the lavish Monaco. There we go. Maybe this one could show us. Yeah, this is one from fucking TikTok. Let's play this one. What's the sound? Is it music copyright? Yeah. Look at that. There we go. Some of the people arriving, the Lamborghinis and shit. All the rich people pulling up to the fucking hotel in their Lambos, pulling out of the hotel in Lambos. What I did like to see when I saw these videos was when people would pull up, especially the women. That was kind of the cool thing to see, that the really rich women pull up in their crazy whips. The guys, obviously, you know, they got the money, the rich dudes, the fucking, you know, the sugar daddies. But it's good to see the women pulling up in their own really crazy whips. Let's see this. Anything more here? Bish bash bosh. Women walking out. These women look a little bit midi, I'm not gonna lie. I've not really seen some. Oh, another Lambo. Loads of Lambos, isn't it? At this particular place. A lot of people pulling up in Lambos. Black Lambo. All black Lambo looks fucking beautiful, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't mad at that Lambo. Anything more? Do I have another one? Let's see some next video. Gorgeous, let's see. Gorgeous girls. Let's see. Any gorgeous ladies here? So far, I'm not seeing any gorgeous ladies pull up at that hotel in these clips. They don't look that gorgeous to me, not gonna lie. I mean, I see no gorgeous girls here. See a nice Rolls Royce pulling up there. Is that Rolls Royce? Or no, that's a Bentley, right? The one with the sign, not sure. Okay, there's a baddie. Looking at one of those gold curtains that you have at Christmas parties, by the way. That little frilly gold curtain outfit you have at Christmas parties is hilarious. What's the sound saying? Is it copyright music, of course? Yep, copyright music. Let's get that off of there. That's the hotel. People having their fun. Monaco nights. Yep, little cutie there. We love to see it. Let's see billionaire lifestyle. Let's see another car here. I want to see some more of the cars. Ooh, fucking hell. That looks like fun. That looks like fun. Oh, there you go. Baddie on Addy. Baddie on Addies. The dresses posing in front of the cars. I wonder if guys in this type of situation have a lot more fun because of the transactional nature of the interaction with girls. I wonder if it's actually way more fun because you both know what you're in it for. She's in it for a good time, some good pictures, a good meal, a dinner, great views, a night out, weekend away. And you're in it for some arm candy, maybe get a dick wet afterwards if you can be bothered. But, you know, you're mostly in it for the image as well. I feel like a lot of these guys, I don't really think the end goal is sex. I think a lot of it is just like looking the part, you know, pulling up in a car with a baddie in the passenger seat. So I wonder if they actually have way more fun because they both know what their intention, as opposed to like regular people where guys, you know, mostly will fucking sell girls dreams just so they can fuck. Be like, oh my God, I love you. I want to be in a relationship with you. I love blah, blah, blah. But really, you just want to fuck. You don't really care about a relationship. So I wonder if these guys actually have way more, and girls have a way more honest relationship and interaction because they both know exactly what they're getting into it for. Some nice whips pulling up here. That was, I think is that an old one? Looks like an old shape one. I'm not too sure if that's the old shape one. Look at the Lambos, bro. So many Lambos. But I bet that space in the front is reserved for like special people, right? Or like special level of cars for the image and shit. I'm sure you can't just pull up in a Ford Focus out there. Or Volkswagen Golf or something. That ain't happening. Damn. A lot of people outside, isn't it? I wonder if it must be fun in there, isn't it? A lot of people outside. And that's about it, actually. That's about it. But big up the millionaires. The millionaires and the billionaires don't want us to see what they get up to. They don't want us to see what they get up to. Next, quick update on this, because I did speak about it in the last stream before I left you guys. I think I might have broke it actually during the stream that I was on with you guys. I think it happened an hour within me streaming. The whole astronomer HR, head of HR thing at the Coldplay concert. I'm sure most of you have been bored to tears with the analysis about it, blah, blah, blah. So I won't bore you too much about it. But quick update regarding the fallout. The head of HR, KRISTIN CABOT, has resigned following the Coldplay KISSCAM incident. Astronomer Human Resources Chief KRISTIN CABOT has resigned from a company following an affair that was caught on camera. The infamous moment between Cabot's CEO and Andy BYRON went viral on the internet after the two hid when Coldplay singer called them out during the concert. And then the other update is that the CEO, Andy BYRON, has also resigned after the Coldplay viral fucking video, right? So one person had to resign. I think the woman resigned first and then the guy resigned after the fact. I'm happy in the fallout that the woman that was standing next to them, who actually wasn't a colleague, just a friend, I think people mistaked her. But in the moment, everyone was like, "Oh my god, that's also a person I got recently promoted." I was kind of dumbfounded why that lady was getting in trouble from people on the internet. I don't know why people were blaming her like she did anything wrong. So I'm glad that that number one wasn't the right woman, and two, she's not in trouble anyway. But you know, again, maybe it's a maturity thing. But I just feel sad for everybody involved, you know, the other halves of each relationship. I feel really sad for them. Like, that must be incredibly embarrassing situation to go through. Obviously for us on the internet, it's ha he he's. We're having a good jolly about it. Chris Martin from Coldplay still trolling and talking about it in previous, you know, in other concerts after the fact. I've seen clips of him talking about it online, basically insinuating, hey, when the camera comes on, you just make sure you're not doing anything you're meant to do. So that's going to be a meme and a thing that's going to live on until the end of time. But I think for the people involved, the other halves, I can't imagine the pain they've been going through right now. I did hear some people say that, oh, allegedly they were separated. Both parties were separated in a relationship. But that's not true from what I've read. Again, they were both in committed relationships with families and shit. And, you know, unbeknownst to them, their partners were having an affair at work. Which, as thrilling as it can be, when you get caught, oof, that catching thing is fucking crazy. But what I did find interesting was what this one video that I found on the timeline that I'm sure some of you guys have already seen, of a guy who allegedly worked for Astronomer, a former employee, who said, ha he, rest in peace to that guy Andy Byron, the guy involved in it, because he essentially is a bit of a scumbag. He kind of fucked him at a previous company and is known to be a bit of a piece of shit. So he was happy to see him getting publicly humiliated and embarrassed the way he is. So this is allegedly a not a former employee of Astronomer, but a former employee of another company that guy, what's his name again? That guy Andy Byron, former CEO of Astronomer, was a part of. And I think he fucked him over because he started a company, gave the guy salary and good share options, and then eventually ended up fucking everybody in terms of the share options and ran away with the money. So let's hear what he has to say about the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
If you think his marriage is the only thing that Andy Byron ran into the ground, then I've got a funny story about karma for you. Before being Astronomer CEO, Andy Byron was also Chief Revenue Officer of a different software company, where he hired a lot of hardworking, great people with high hopes for their careers by promising them the opportunity of a lifetime that would completely change their future, solve any financial worries their family or children might ever have. I also had the questionable privilege of being interviewed and hired by him. As you can imagine, he's very persuasive, considering he managed to convince his own chief people officer to go to a public concert while they were having an affair. He also convinced me and a lot of my former colleagues to join him in that company. He convinced investors to invest almost $2 billion. Myself and countless other employees invested their savings into employee stock options. And in a tale as old as capitalism itself, when the company went bust and was sold off for pennies on the dollar, him and other top-level executives left with golden parachutes worth millions of dollars, while low-level employees like myself and many of my colleagues lost tens and sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars of their own savings. Two lessons out of this: if somebody promises a no-brainer opportunity of a lifetime, be very skeptical. And if you badly treat and take advantage of people, karma will at some point get you. And sometimes that karma is called Chris Martin of Coldplay.
I don't think that's true. I think that's a very naive and optimistic way of looking at the world. But I think sometimes really rich people just in general, get away with things. I've been involved in companies, or I've worked at companies before where a person's fucked everybody over. One company in particular that I think of, fuck Nick from fucking People.io forever and ever and ever. Hope he fucking lands in a fucking volcano. But I was working at that company went under. He fucked everybody over with the salaries, and then didn't declare the company bankrupt because that would affect his ability to raise money for his next startup. But then it left us in a limbo in terms of being able to claim salaries that were unpaid to us. And then eventually, after a year or so, he ends up setting up that company. Another 6 months go by, he ends up then filing bankruptcy, and another 8 months go by. That's when we can then claim the money back. So it took us over like 2.5 years to claim that money back. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the company went under just before Christmas. I think I left a proper good company before. I think I was at Depop. Yeah, I think I was at Depop, decent enough job, doing community support there, making my good little 25k a year. Like not great money, but money enough to kind of do my thing I needed to do. It was an easy clock in, clock out job. I was just fucking answering tickets on fucking Zendesk every day. And then I left that job at Depop to go become like the fucking head of social media marketing over there at fucking people.io. And the guy fucking fucks the company over in the space of a couple of months. And just before Christmas, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was away on that weekend as well. I think I was away on that weekend in Manchester or Liverpool with some fucking, you know, some slag I was with, whatever that weekend. And then that paycheck I was looking forward to getting, I never got. So that guy went on to found another company after that. He's doing way, you know, on paper he's doing okay. I hope he's internally doing fucking horribly bad. But and he's suffering and he's living in never-ending torment. But sometimes horrible people, bad people, they get away with it, you know? They get away with it, to be honest. They really do get away with it. But hey, what can we do? What can we do? Moving on. We also got this really funny clip. It's not very often that these companies knock these kind of replies out of the park after the fact, you know, when a thing goes viral. The thing I can think of first that comes to mind is that water brand that Ashton Hall was kind of made famous, that blue bottle, I forgot the name of it, but that company took a very long time to kind of respond and kind of jump on the bandwagon and the wave of what was happening in social media as the Ashton Hall guy was pouring that blue bottle into the bowl to like douse his face in with the ice cubes. But Astronomer has done a good job in terms of kind of responding to the hype and to the fucking virality of that clip of their former CEO, you know, hooking up with the head of HR. And they decided to make this post. It says, "Thank you for your interest in Astronomer," which features Gwyneth Paltrow, the ex-wife of Chris Martin. Fucking hilarious.
Thank you for your interest in Astronomer. Hi, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. I've been hired on a very temporary basis to speak on behalf of the 300 plus employees at Astronomer. Astronomer has gotten a lot of questions over the last few days, and they wanted me to answer the most common ones.
Oh my God, what?
Yes, Astronomer is the best place to run Apache Airflow, unifying the experience of running data, ML, and AI pipelines at scale. We've been thrilled so many people have a newfound interest in data workflow automation. As for the other questions we received,
how is your social media team
yes,
holding?
There is still room available at our Beyond Analytics event in September. We will now be returning to what we do best, delivering game-changing results for our customers. Thank you for your interest in Astronomer.
I love how they responded without responding. I absolutely love that. Very well done. I'm just hoping they just leave it there. That already was a bit late, slightly late as it was. It still was on point. Very kind of, you know, very on point, not tone deaf, very demure, very tastefully done. I hope they just leave it there. Hope there's no more. Hope they don't continue on and just keep running into the ground or have finally Chris Martin coming through. Like, just leave it there. Leave it there. Leave it there. And then just get back to work. Just leave it there. Leave it there. Leave it there. Leave it there. I do remember, actually, it makes me think of this one time where this kind of viral marketing moment happened by happen chance at a company. I was working at one particular company. And that's when I fucking knew that I had to kind of just figure out my own path outside of, you know, traditional employment, because I was just such a unfortunate renegade. I think when you have that switch where you can't necessarily, you know, do the whole 9 to 5 thing, it's kind of hard to kind of not turn it off. It's really difficult. So at that time, I was DJing a lot, right? And I was usually DJing in these bars, like these like cocktail bars and shit around like central London, East London, South London. These like, you know, these somewhat cool cocktail bars, after work type of shit. So this company I was working at, and I think at that time I was head of social media. So I was head of social media at this company I was working at, and at that time they had an advertisement running on the London Underground, you know, on the billboards inside the train carriages, right? They had like a little advertisement running at that time, and I think it happened to coincide around the same time that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were together. Maybe around the beginning of it or in the middle. It was around the same time they were in the news a lot. And whoever the guy was in the advert, he kind of looked like Prince Harry. So people started to post pictures of that advert from the company I was working at on social media, saying, "Oh my God, Prince Harry found a job. You know, he can maybe support Meghan now. Now they've been kicked out of the royal family. Prince Harry's got himself a good, honest job," right? It's a kind of thing that went viral on the internet, and we got so much engagement, so much fucking clicks. It was like in the millions, hundreds of millions, right? And it was popping off. And I remember it happened on like the Thursday, and then on the Friday, I had like a gig in it. Like on that Friday, I had a gig. A pretty good paying one. Again, these bar gigs are not the best when you're a DJ. They're kind of soul sucking because you're having to play like a lot of pop tunes and dance tunes and top 40 tunes and shit. But there's still a good opportunity for you, especially for me at that time, to learn how to read a room. Like learn how to play what I want to play what the crowd wants. You know, learn to read a room like an actual working DJ. So they paid well. So pretty soul crushing job sometimes, but they paid well. So, and obviously I like doing it because I like to DJ. So after work on the Friday, I was not hanging around. Plus that work I was at, it was a 9 to 6. It was not a 9 to 5. 9 to 6 in the UK, in case you don't know, if you work 9 to 6, it usually means you have an hour break for lunch. So, you know, whatever. So I usually like to leave right on time on the Friday. I wouldn't want to stay any other time because I had to like take my DJ stuff with me, set up and stuff, travel, all that shit. So even though it was the second day after we went viral and everyone was like chipping in, trying to figure out ideas and what to do on social, how to like blow the shit up, I had to leave. So in the middle of them brainstorming at like 5, I don't know, whenever they were brainstorming, I had to be like, yeah, I'm going. And I started packing up my shit, and I was getting weird looks and shit. I was like, yeah, like, but it was the end of, obviously, you know how work is, right? If you leave too early, if you leave too much on time, people are gonna be like pissed off at you. I remember leaving, and that's when I knew, okay, these people are gonna probably fire me, force me out, or make it very uncomfortable very quickly. And after that, it did become very, very uncomfortable until I had to leave. But yeah, it wasn't a good time. It wasn't a fucking good time, bro. Like, it was a good time for the company. They went viral, but it happened at the worst time for me because I was also in my DJ phase, right? I was playing every fucking week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, most places. After work, I'd go straight to the fucking clubs to go and DJ, so I couldn't hang around. But at work, you kind of need to be flexible and respond to these type of things. So I kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. I did kind of fuck up in a way, but you know, I also don't really like it when workplaces make it like they have like an unwritten rule where like you should stay after, you know? I don't like that anyway. I think it's really unhealthy. Doesn't really, it creates a toxic environment when you have that kind of weird open culture where like, oh, you can't leave, you feel bad for leaving because your manager hasn't left yet, you know? Or because everyone else hasn't left yet. You kind of like, no, when it's home time, man. I've had fucking 8 hours to do my job. If I can't do my job within those 8 hours, then I shouldn't be working here. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if you need more than 8 hours, then we shouldn't be working here either. It's fucking disgusting, but hey, it is what it is. Big up astronomer, big up astronomer, big up astronomer. Moving on. Big up Joey Diaz. Big up fucking Joey Diaz. You gotta love fucking Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz has shares his comments, shares his opinion on the whole viral COLDPLAY cheating thing. So let's hear Joey Diaz's opinion on it. The title of the video is Joey Diaz Who Cheats at a COLDPLAY Concert, Hilarious Rant, courtesy of Podcast TV. Let's go.
So, something happened last week that I didn't really think about because I'm not smart like you people. I don't jump on things right away. I need to process it. And then I run it towards the lieutenants here, and we laugh about it. Then I run it by my wife, because my wife, and I tell my wife exactly how I feel about a subject, and we had this conversation today. Let's start with it, nice and simple. How stupid can you be? What was the other thing we talked about? When did the world become stupid? I'll tell you when. When a guy takes his side piece to see COLDPLAY.
Oh, my God.
That's when you're that stupid. See, this is a whole, we could do 2 weeks on this fucking subject, because this shows you what I'm telling people. Nick and I discussed this afternoon. I don't know. Everybody says he's worth $1.2 billion. Is that what he's worth, or is that what he's got in the bank?
Probably worth.
Okay, so he's probably worth $900 million cash. Somewhere there's $900 million with his name on it, his wife, whatever the After he gets caught cheating, that's still $450. Are you fucking kidding me? You took your stupid assistant to a Coldplay concert? For starters, you should get caught just for that, for going to see Coldplay. Because they're not the band is this worth cheating for. If you're going to cheat with fucking the Stones or fucking Ozzy's Last Hurrah in England. You went to Coldplay, you dumb fucking generic fucking Kool-Aid drinking fuck.
But someone made a really good point that I'd never thought about, which was actually the odds of you being filmed at a Coldplay, because I think it's the first time they've done it. Because I don't remember it going this viral. This must have been the first time they've done this sort of thing at their gigs, where they have this kind of like KISSCAM, whatever shit going on. But just think about it. Even if they do have a KISSCAM at all day gigs, could you imagine the likelihood of you being caught on camera with your fucking concubine on that fucking camera? Maybe his chances were increased because they look like they were in the VIP section. So maybe your chances increased that way. Maybe they kind of, you know, by default go there because you paid more money for your tickets. I don't know. But the likelihood of that happening, like the amount of shit that I've done at a concert, like with, you know, with a hose, right? With the hose that's gone unnoticed is fucking crazy. So can you imagine that one moment where you're fucking whatever you're doing and the camera pans over to you? Like, that's just like crazy timing. Like, I you know what I mean? It's just like crazy timing. I kind of feel bad, but I'm not gonna lie. Big up Stevie M, big up Stevie M. Bappa coverage is coming next, my friend. Big up Stevie M. You haven't missed nothing yet. Big up Ricky Pitcher in the stream chat. Wagwan. Big up Coda Chrome. Wagwan G. Bo Jackson, what's going on? Big up MK. Wagwan MK. Fun fact, Uncle Joey also had a piece of HR head and CEO. Yeah, we know exactly what we know exactly what you're talking about.
Fuck. Did you see him? Did you see how 100? What did he work anyway?
And he was loving it too. It wasn't like they were just happy to be there.
He's a fuck. Again, this is why I tell you people, I don't care how stupid you think you are. You too can make $1.2 billion. Because this guy just showed you how fucking stupid he is. Okay? Remember that book OJ wrote, If I Was Gonna Do It?
Yeah.
If I was gonna do it, if I got 900 million, I'm sure I got a little money scattered around somewhere. Okay? You got a little money scattered around somewhere. Then I just call an agent and go, hi, CAA, my name is whatever, Johnny Astronaut, whatever the fuck he was, right? I want to make a movie about what? I don't know. But I got $3 million with your name on it. If you meet me today, I got a proposal for you. Let's just make up a short film. Get me Brad Pitt. Get me somebody else. Let's take them to Rome. And let's say we're shooting a movie. And I'll take this chick as my assistant, even if I don't shoot movies. You know, I'm going over to them. What are you doing? I want to shoot a movie. Oh, you can't go. You can meet me in a couple months. I'll be scuba diving for a month. I'm going to take that chick over there. And you saw that steak I ate? That's what a pussy's going to look like. Okay? I'm going to light that chick's pussy on fire. If you're going to cheat, cheating don't mean you go to a Coldplay concert. Cheating means we meet, we fuck, suck, I rip your bra, I come in your mouth, and then we go, see you next week. And we get in each other's cars and we fucking tiddly-do. You don't go in your fucking mistress's car. You don't do nothing. This is like dumb shit 101. How would you do it, Joey? A fucking beard. If you're going to take a mistress out, or if you're a broad and you're going to take a guy out, you need to get a fucking beard.
What does that mean? They had her next to him.
That goofy broad had nothing to do with it. She was the setup.
Oh.
She knew, and she was just giggling like a fucking retard. That, again, you could pay a chick $500,000. Listen, just stand right there. Just stand right there with us. Okay, number two, why are you hugging her? You're supposed to be fucking her in the ass, not hugging her from behind, playing Look Memories. No, that's not it. What the fuck are you doing? You dumb fuck. You fucking moron. With that dick face of his. Then when the camera caught them, both of them are looking for their wallet on the floor. Both of them. That number two, I just keep holding you and waving. And when my wife says what happened, she didn't feel good. So I was holding on to anything.
No, it never would have been a thing. It was only a thing because, like, it wasn't like they were looking for their wallet. I think she basically dropped to the floor and he did like a 360 or something.
He turned, listen, that dude was whiter than white. That dude was whiter than white, and his face got even whiter. Look at that picture. He's fucking pale.
Do you remember when they had a big thing about quitting the podcast because Joey Diaz felt guilty about Lee Sayat being too high and wasting his life? I love that it's just reverted back to the same thing. I love it because one of my favorite podcasts. I don't care what everyone says. I love Uncle Joey. It's one of my favorite listens too. It's one of the only ones I listen to in the background. I don't want to jump over and change it or fast forward it. I even play through the ads. Like, I give him all the attention. I think I might have been subscribed to Patreon. Big up. And I think he gave me the idea for the $1 Patreon tick. I think he started doing that during the pandemic. I was like, yeah, I don't deserve your $5 yet. I'll charge $1 for my content on Patreon because, you know, this is fucking garbage shit just to keep you fucking occupied. So I respect him for that a lot. But I love how the pod is just reverted back to what it was, you know? Lisa is high off his fucking head on the edibles and Joey Diaz just ranting there. I love it. I fucking love it, honestly. I fucking love it.
He shit himself. And that, listen, oh my God. I just never understood that. If you're going to go, you got to go.
Oh yeah, big up people in the stream chat asking for my SoundCloud. This is it. I used to go by Handsome Black Man. That's probably a moniker I'm going to keep a hold of, but my DJ name is just my name. This is just my name. This was going to be either this or just DJ. I guess, you know, just keep it easy. It's loads of O's, but I'll link the URL. I'll link the name in the URL so you can find it. But this is my fucking SoundCloud, where it has all my mixes and shit. I've made all this stuff public again because I did private a lot of the shit. So if you want to check out some of my SoundCloud mixes, I haven't uploaded one in a year, as you can see. I've been very, very slack. I haven't uploaded a single mix in 1 fucking year. So I've been very fucking slack. But if you want to check out some of my mixes, they're on there. Video mixes I've made private, so you won't be able to find them. I'll be able to record new ones soon. But mixes are all on there if you want to find that sort of shit.
You gotta go, but you're not gonna take a girl to a fucking listen, you know what I pray for all the time? I pray.
Yeah, big up Coiler. Coiler knows. Rewatching the old ones. Yeah, Coiler knows. Yeah, I've got like there's a bunch of compilations in it. Best of Joey Diaz's. I'm watching a bunch of those ones. You know the era I missed out on actually, Coiler. You know that era in the White Room. I don't think I listened to a lot of those podcasts. I don't know why I missed out on that era. I think the era I listened to the most was the Church of What's Happening Now in the room where they're both facing the camera. I think that was in that sketchy part of LA. The one where they used to hear shit in the outside. It was fucking crazy. But I missed that era in a White Room. So a lot of those episodes in the White Room, I'm kind of watching those over again. But that White Room area of Joey Diaz was fucking legendary.
And a hot girl doesn't sit next to me in the UFC. Do you see what happens when I go to UFC's? nephew number one. Do you see what happens? I'm staring at some girl's ass. I always get in trouble for something at a UFC. Could you imagine if you put a hot chick or a young chick next to me, dog? They'd put me under the fucking jail. I think I went to one UFC where like 3 chicks were gonna sit there, and I go, no. I put like fuck.
Yo, big up, Chris Mack. All BS aside, Joey is a man. I've messaged with him on the Patreon a while back during the pandemic when he was first started up. I'm a felon who just quit drugs back then, so I was kind of lost. He was nice. I'm not saying he's not a scumbag, but scumbags can be still be. No, brother, Chris Mack, we have the same thing, man. Scumbags recognize other scumbags, especially ones who are trying to do better. That's what I appreciate about him too. He's been like this for a while. He's been unapologetically himself to a fault, laying his soul bare. I've got his book. I've read all. Actually, I should probably read some chapters on Patreon. Actually, his book is really good. His autobiography or his semi-autobiography is really fucking good. But I did like that part about him. Like he's lived an actual life, and he's not afraid to share it. He's always trying to grow. And he also seems like the only one in that scene who's like somewhat normal. That's why I'm not surprised that he was actually speaking to you or replying back and having a comment. I don't think you're gonna. Maybe some of the East Coast guys are different. But I don't think you're going to get a lot of those West Coasty type of comedians from Rogan's circle who would actually be bothered or lower themselves, quote unquote, to speak into you or replying to you on DMs. That's not going to happen. It's not a very normal thing. So big up fucking Joey Diaz. Like that, he's a legend. I'm a big fan of his. Love the pod, especially Church of. Back in the day, that Church of what's happening right now with the Stars of Death. Insane podcasting. That's what podcasting should have been about. Just them like I don't remember those podcasts talking about politics. You guys remember that? I don't remember a single episode of those ones being about politics or about the fucking culture wars. If anything, they would talk ad nauseum about fucking stand-up comedy business. I just think Coyle mentioned it as well. Like he says already, sometimes that stand-up comedy talk can be good if it's good. I beg to differ, or beg to differ, as Brendan would say. But to be fair to Joey, I think every episode of his podcast involves some level of like the stand-up craft, the business of stand-up, and I fucking love listening to it. He never bores me with it because he's an interesting person and he always presents it in an interesting way. So yeah, I love the show. Again, it's not mind expanding. It's not gonna change the world. He's not trying to speak truth to power or anything. It's just a degenerate guy who's lived a life trying to impart you some of his fucking shit over the time. I think it's really interesting. One of the most heartbreaking things actually is his lack of relationship with his daughter, right? The first one he had from the first relationship. That's actually the actual tragic thing, because that girl I think is a proper grown up. I think she might be in her 20s or something, and they don't speak at all, zero. So that's really finding that out and him speaking about that over the years and trying to mend that relationship, but knowing he did a lot of damage and whatever, that's irreparable maybe. Is really, really fascinating. So I admire him for his openness and willing to talk about it. So big up Joey Diaz.
Fucking two fat guys. I go, you take the seat. I'll sit behind you, next to the fucking, because that's all you need. Now I gotta explain that. Now listen, my wife knows I'm a fucking mental midget. She knows I'm not, But if I was gonna give somebody a stabbing, it wouldn't be at a Coldplay concert.
What concert would you go to?
None. There's no concerts. There's like a meeting. We come over here. We look at cameras, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you ever been next to a woman, man? And we've all of this has happened to us one time. You ever been next to a woman, and you're like on the borderline of fainting because you want that woman so bad? That's happened to me. When I was 16, that little hot MILF in my neighborhood, Faye Cardinelli, when I touched her leg, dog, I almost melted. Like, I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. At 16, my body couldn't handle that. And there's been other situations where as I got older, you're a little coked up and the chick is like, her bra is halfway there, her nipples popped out, she's doing coke with you. Every time she goes to the bathroom, she comes out and she ties her button and shows you the top of her pubic hairs.
Big up Bo Jackson. Imagine if Papa got caught hugging up on that girl he gave his number to at a party. That would have been awesome. Yeah, I would have loved that. But again, we would have not got the outcome that we wanted, especially some of the people that want to see him break up or divorce Slojo, or see Slojo divorce him. I don't think he would have got the outcome he would have wanted. I could probably guess, I bet you a lot of money, that if that clip ever did come out, if that did ever happen to Brendan, Slojo would be there, standing right by his side, making excuses, gaslighting people, trolling, twisting it around, making it seem like everyone's jealous of her. Like, she's not leaving that guy's side. That's the actual sidebar about that story. She wouldn't do that. That lady, she wouldn't change her name on fucking Instagram. She wouldn't suddenly drop the Shorb off her name. That wouldn't happen. Zero. She hold Brendan down. That's a really, really sad thing about it.
And you're like, what do I do as a man? You know what I'm saying? Those decisions have always killed me. And one day I just say, just ask him. Hey, listen, you're walking around with your pussy out. Either take it off or put it back on. Oh, you want me to take them off? Yeah, take them off. Why would I take them off? I have a boyfriend. Oh, you never told me, but if I had a girlfriend and she's walking around with a tip, anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. But you know what I'm talking about here.
I feel you.
I know you feel me. You fucking galoot. See what happened? Want another cheap at you?
No.
Okay. So it's just crazy how I look at this and I go, how does this happen? Where was this Coldplay concert at?
I think it was like either Gillette or Fenway. I can't.
Oh my God. What a fucking shame. And both of them now, right? They both quit, right? I don't know. He resigned, my wife was saying. Well, me and my wife were howling talking about this today. Like, there's so many different ways if you're going to do this. It's like everything else. We've all forgotten why we're in this struggle. cheat is to cheat. Maybe, I mean, let's say I had millions of dollars. I would meet a chick. Where can you meet her, guys? Where can I meet a woman without somebody going to me, hey, aren't you Joey Diaz?
Probably have to be online.
We follow on your Instagram. We do. Where am I gonna fuck her online? Online? What am I?
That's why probably, to be fair, cheating is only really fun when you're a regular person, or if you've got obviously no morals, principles. Put that to one side. But I guess he makes a good point. If you're famous, cheating really isn't what it's cracked up to be. Especially the embarrassment you're gonna put your girlfriend through, your wife through on social media. How the stand pages, the comments will run with it, the media in general. It's not worth it. If you're a regular person, cheating may sometimes have a bit of a thrill to it, especially if it's like a work wife type of thing. There is probably some damage. There's probably some irreparable damage that's been caused to the whole monarchy, the whole tag of like work husband, work wife. The fact that that's been normalized in culture, it's probably not a good thing, isn't it? If you think about it, it's probably not a good thing that people are so accepting of the term work wife, work husband. You know, because there are some people out here who are really fucking, you know, smashing or drilling their work wife through a fucking mattress, you know, on away days. Like, trust me, there's people that do some mad, especially the workplaces I've been in, those fucking summer parties, those Christmas parties, like shit goes down. You know, people get, for whatever reason, maybe it's you're together so long, the fucking work goggles where you start to see, like, you know, I've been in workplaces where you're like, you've got these work goggles and some random anyone in your workplace suddenly has got a much bigger wagon than what you think it is, or it's whatever stupid shit that goes on there. So maybe that just intensifies it more. I think if you're like a regular dude, or if you're like a celebrity of a guy, you probably owe it yourself and your sanity to be like a proper bachelor or to be in a committed relationship. You shouldn't have any in between, because the amount of shit that's going on out now, the amount of shit you can get yourself in trouble with, the amount of situations you can get involved in is too sketchy. If you are someone of note, someone with fame, whatever, you should probably be either super single or very much in a committed public relationship. No if but so in between. If you're a regular person now, that's where you start to get a little bit tricky. You get a little bit risky, you know? Start playing the field a little bit too much, which again can bite you in the ass. But hey, I guess it's unavoidable with some people.
I'm gonna AI into a fucking bedroom.
No, you introduce, you slide into the DMs.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, like, okay, let's say I just wasn't Joey Diaz. Let's say I was just a normal platoon. And I love my wife, but we've been together for 30 fucking years. And every once in a while, you got to make sure everything's, you know, still tip-top magoo. Okay? You're risking everything in the world. Right. I'm risking my daughter's love. I'm risking a whole type of thing. Now, let me explain something to you. I've been with Terry for 25 years. If you don't think I've had situations where I wanted to fuck somebody, or if you don't think I've had situations where, you know, you almost come, you haven't. We're men. We're men. We're on the fucking road. Things are going to happen. But I'll tell you something about me. Once I come close to a situation like that and I get out of it and my heart starts beating and I smoke some pot and process it, that's it. Because I don't want to feel like that ever again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, everybody loves their wife.
I don't think Terry's going to be happy to hear about that. I could have, but I stopped myself.
But everybody loves a little blowjob more. Just a little tiny one that you bump into in the hallway on the way to the bathroom or something. You know what I'm saying? Every
I've
man
never
loves,
once.
I'm just telling you. And people are going to say, Joey, fuck you and your hypocrisies. Everybody loves their wife to death.
I just think, in my personal opinion, there's just something a little bit uncouth about cheating over a certain age. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a maturity and aging. I don't know what it is, but I feel like you have to grow out of it. Like with all things, I'm a big believer in growing out of things. I don't think you should be doing everything forever. You know, I think you should grow out of things. You should grow out of doing drugs. You should grow out of drinking. You should grow out of smoking. You should grow out of going to clubs or standing on the fucking street corner, sitting on the stoop, chasing after chicks. You should grow out of like certain type of humor. jokes and shit, whatever. You should grow out of certain things. And I think one part of growing out of, or one, especially for a man, I think, because women are different. I mean, women definitely mature sooner than men. But I think for a man, you kind of have to force yourself to mature. And one of the ways that you can force yourself to mature and grow up and wise up is by being in a committed relationship, and also being committed to that person and not kind of having on a wandering eye, like practicing that level of self-discipline is super important. I really do think it's really, really important to have that level of self-discipline. It's hard to do, but it's really fucking important, man. Because there's nothing worse than a guy that's, I don't know, over 30, 35, 40, like still out there playing the field when you've got a wife or you've got a baby mum at home. Like, have some class, man. You know what I mean? Have some class, have some self-respect, have some respect for your partner, have some respect for your fucking family. You know what I mean? Like, god damn, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing? But hey, what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? Last thing on the list before we move on to the Brendan Schaub content. Let's talk slightly about this. Top Boy actor Michael Ward charged on 2 counts of rape. Charged on 2 counts of rape. Big up, hold on, before I continue. Big up Black American. AZ, you don't want to be a dirty old man. Not really, no. Not really, no. Not really, no. I believe everything should have a season. I'm a big believer in everything should have a season. So I'm okay with like having a moment in my life where I'm fucking everything that moves. Cool. But I'm also a big believer in just chilling out. It doesn't mean I have to be in a committed relationship. I could not be in a relationship. I could not be married. And I still think you need to calm it down and just tone it down a bit. There's a period in your life where you should be like turned up. But there's also a period in time where you should be calmed down a little bit. And just grow out of certain things, I just would not be, I wouldn't be comfortable. I wouldn't be okay with being a guy that's still out there chasing shit, That for me would be a life not worth living. Like still being out there and like your head is always fucking on the swivel like a fucking meerkat. Do you know what I mean? You're just never not looking, you're never not fucking commenting, you're never not fucking catcalling. Like, you have to change, man. You gotta like rein it in a little bit. And it's not really common for people that look like me, unfortunately. Us black men seem to have a very strong appetite for, for the ladies them. I know certain people in my family have that inability to turn that switch off. People that I know have that inability. Now, I would just love to be somebody that could probably do that, could do it voluntarily. That would be a good thing to do going forward. So, no, I wouldn't like to be a dirty old man personally. I think that's a bit lame. Carrying on. Top Boy actor Michael Ward charged with 2 counts of rape. Pretty shocking news on our side of things over here in the UK. It came out of nowhere, to be honest, because I didn't hear any rumblings about this. There weren't any leaks about this, nothing. It just came out of the blue completely that this guy that a lot of us know as Jamie from Top Boy and other things as well has unfortunately been charged with 2 counts of rape, and it's going to court. So he's been charged. He's obviously not been convicted, but he's going to see his day in court and obviously try and fight it and see if he's not innocent. And of course, the person who's charging him with it is going to obviously hope that the verdict is guilty. In the UK, I did do a quick Google search, or no, I did do a quick ChatGPT query, and I did ask about how much evidence is needed actually to bring a case of rape to court here in the UK. And it's a bit easier than what it seems. So I know a lot of people were running with this idea that, if you get charged with rape in the UK, it means that there's a lot of evidence. It's not really true, according to ChatGPT. So maybe people should hold off on their conclusions that his life is over and he's definitely guilty, because you never know. It does say here, because I did type into ChatGPT how much evidence is needed to bring a rape case to court in the UK. And it says the threshold to be charged for rape in the UK, CPS charging standard, you have to have sufficient evidence. Is there sufficient realistic conviction based on evidence? And the evidence, the jury is more than likely that not to convict goes to trial if a lower standard and beyond reasonable doubt which is needed for conviction. So you need sufficient evidence, and sufficient evidence is very vague and open-ended. So it could just be someone's account, somebody's reversion of events, she said, he said. It could also be other things like rape kit. We haven't heard that, by the way. I've not heard any reports saying there's a rape kit administered or anything, so I'm not too sure if that's the case. Maybe other people, witnesses and shit, can corroborate the story, whoever knows. The other reason standard for bringing the case to court involving rape in the UK is a public interest test. Is it in the public interest to prosecute? In rape cases, this test is almost always satisfied unless it's exceptional circumstances. So in this case, of course, it's within the public interest because this guy's a notable figure. He's famous here in the UK. So the understanding or the thinking behind it would be that you'd want to bring this to public, bring this to court, so that you can maybe, you know, put other women out of harm's way who maybe would have come in harm's way if this wasn't made public and he was able to, quote unquote, continue his alleged crimes. So the evidence doesn't have to be overwhelming, just strong enough that the reasonable court jury might convict. So it doesn't have to be a lot, you know, out of the blue or more than what it is. Just has to be enough for them to bring it to court. What kind of evidence can be considered? A compliance testimony, forensic evidence such as DNA or injuries, witnesses including those who saw the event, CCTV messages, calls on social media, and medical records or rape crisis support reports. In many cases, there's no physical evidence and there's one person's word against another, but CPS can still charge you if they believe the jury could convict. So this could be a he said, she said, or she said, he said. We don't know. I guess we have to wait until the story develops. Important notes: being charged is not the same as being convicted. False allegations are rare, but taken seriously. Malicious accusations can lead to prosecutions. Bail conditions may impose after being charged. So let's read the actual account. So that's why I quickly found out on ChatGPT that you don't need crazy amount of evidence to bring a rape case to court or to be charged for it. It can just be somebody saying, hey, this happened, and given their version of events, reported to the police, and that could be it. It could be somebody submitting a rape kit, witnesses, other bits and pieces, evidence, injuries, blah, 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 blah. So we have no idea what it is. We've just heard that he's got charged. Let's read the article here, courtesy of Sky News. It says Top Boy actor Michael Ward has been charged with 2 counts of rape and is due to appear in court next month. Ward 27 has also been charged with 2 counts of assault by penetration and 1 of sexual assault. I can't think of a worse line of a worse grouping of sentences ever. The only thing that'll be worse than this is being accused of diddling. That just sounds nuts, isn't it? 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of assault by penetration, 1 count of sexual assault. That just sounds like you're a monster. That sounds so demonic. That sounds so evil, just so crazy. Like, that's something that you wouldn't wish that against your worst enemy. Like, that is horrendous to have that on your jacket, to have that on your name. Like, 2 counts of rape and 2 counts of assault by penetration and 1 of sexual assault. Like, Jesus Christ. The offense relate to 1 woman and are reported to have taken place in January 2023. Our specialist officers, the quote here says, continue to support the woman who has come forward. We know investigation of this nature can have significant impact on those who make reports, said Detective Superintendent Scott Ware, whose team is leading the Met Police investigation. That's obviously him, obviously Michael Ward, Jamie from Top Boy, looking all dapper and whatever else. At what is this, at the Cannes Film Festival? Probably wearing Burberry. By the way, no more Burberry for him, you'd imagine. No more fashion week for this kid, unfortunately, for the time being. It continues. Ward of Chestnut of Hertfordshire is due to appear on Thames Magistrate Court in 28th of August. Ward said he denies the charges of rape and sexual assault. In a statement, he said, I recognize the proceedings are now ongoing and I have full faith that they will lead to my name being cleared. He's also deleted all his social media now. There's no social media of his available, so he's deleted all of that shit. He's just keeping his head down until, I guess, the trial is done. In a statement, Catherine Bacchus, the Deputy Chief Crown Prosecutor of the CPS London South, said, we remind all concerned that proceedings against the suspect are active and he has a right to a fair trial. One sec. Cool. It continues. It is vital that there should be no reporting, commentary, or sharing of information online which would in any way prejudice these proceedings. Kind of different from how they do in America. They're basically encouraging everyone to just keep quiet until the trial is concluded, so to make sure that the trial doesn't get fucked up and the jury isn't swayed by public opinion. Ward starred in popular Netflix series Top Boy as Jamie. He also appeared in films like Blue Story and Old Guard and Empire of Light. In 2020, the Jamaican-born star was awarded the BAFTA Rising Star Award in 2020. He was nominated for Best Supporting Actor in the BAFTAs in 2021 for his role in Franklin in the BBC series Small Axe, and in 2022 for his performances as Stephen in Empire of Light. Watts is also in up-and-coming American film Edgington alongside Joaquin Phoenix and Pedro Pascal, which is set to be released in the UK next month. Ah, damn. If you're Pedro Pascal or Joaquin Phoenix associated with that movie, or the director, you're probably pissed because you were probably hoping for maybe an Oscar run, some awards, right? Especially with this guy tied into it. But with this controversy hanging around your movie is basically dead on arrival, isn't it? It's dead on arrival, bro. Dead on arrival. Big up Ricky Pitcher. Go see that movie. The one he's in, yeah? Eddington. Cool. I'll check it out if you're saying it's good. I thought Eddington's good. He has more than 1 million followers on Instagram and participated in charity events like Soccer Aid, Match in Stamford Bridge. Ward gave a reading at the Christmas Eve carol service hosted by the Princess of Words in 2023. So that's the current update on it, right? He's currently, charged, waiting for the trial to commence. Now, in this case, because there's been no rumors or rumblings this guy's a bad dude, it's completely different to the young Philly. The young Philly situation, a bunch of his friends, a bunch of old clips came out that made him look crazy, right? A bunch of his friends basically had said in the past as well in clips that, he was a bit of a thirsty dude. And a bunch of, clips came out that maybe demonstrated or gave credence to the idea that he could be a bit of a thirsty, rapey kind of guy. But I didn't really hear anything about this guy, Michael Ward. I never heard much about him on the timeline. Now, maybe I'm not the most plugged in person when it comes to that sort of news in the UK, but I do see a lot of, my fair share of things, pop up on the timeline. I don't think I've heard a lot of shit about him, but in the last couple of days, I have seen a couple of clips going viral, again, from other women or other content creators like fucking Bouncer and someone else I think that might have shared it, of this particular girl from a couple of years ago who said she gave an account that when she was at a party that she felt like she might have got spiked, and when she was really in a not the best shape, allegedly Jamie Michael Ward was trying to get her to come back to his hotel or whatever at a time when she was feeling maybe a bit more vulnerable. Another girl also said something similar, but I don't think they said that they felt like Michael Ward was the one that spiked them. I think in both instances they kind of gave the account as if like, oh, somebody within Michael Ward's entourage may have spiked them, but Michael Ward was trying to, encourage people to get them in cars and shit to come back to the hotel, something on those kind of lines. So who knows if those stories are anecdotal, whatever, but those are the only stories I've heard about him and girls and shit. And London, again, England is a small country. London's an even smaller city. If this guy really was on rape time, I think we would have heard about it by now. So my instant gut reaction would be he probably didn't do it. But I would also love there to be a situation where, imagine if this was a situation where like it was a false accusation. Let's just say that to be the case, right? Wouldn't it be cool if this was a situation where we could actually hold everybody accountable for what led up to it in a way? Like if maybe wires were crossed and consent was given, but maybe it was a bit blurry because of drugs and the alcohol and shit. Could it be kind of cool if like, okay, cool, this wasn't rape in that sense because the evidence proves it different, but can we at least hold both parties accountable? One person for getting themselves too fucked up to that extent, the other person for maybe for not basically doing the honorable gentleman thing and putting a girl in a cab and sending her home type of situation. Could that be a good way to kind of progress this sort of conversation? Because there's probably a gray area, especially when it comes to nightlife and people, after dark, as my parents would always say, nothing fucking good happens. There's probably a really gray area when it comes to consent and all this. It's just odd. It's just a really strange place to kind of operate in, because I'm sure that some things happen in those type of scenes, those kind of club, after party, after gig, whatever situations, that the lines can get very blurred. Now for me personally, I don't operate in blurred lines. I prefer my shit to be black and white. If like I've never really gone unless we were both really fucked up. I've never been in a situation where the person I'm trying to hook up with was belligerently drunk and I'm still trying to go for it. For me, there's no honor in that. There's nothing to brag at. There's nothing you can really walk around with your chest puffed up like, oh yeah, fuck this girl, when the person was flat blackout drunk. I mean, the place I kind of grew up, the kind of classy thing to do, the gentleman thing, the kind of quote unquote swag thing to do was to put someone in the cab and then text them and say, hey, I'll just put you in the cab, let me know when you wake up, boom, 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 and then go from there. That was a real suave thing to do back in the day, not to fucking be like trying to bring them back home or all that sort of nonsense. So, but then I also understand that some people didn't grow up that way. Some people grew up with, like, you know, every situation you have to make the most of it and get the most of it that you can out of it. So I can only imagine how fucking crazy that shit goes. And yeah, man, I don't know. It's one of those situations where we don't really know much about the details, nothing about the rape kit, nothing about what happened, circumstances behind it. Obviously it's gone to court, so there's some level of validity to the claim. So I guess we have to just wait and see how it plays out. But it is quite surprising news to see. I did also get the feeling that a lot of people were surprised, or that were not willing to believe the allegations because he's good looking, which I thought was really odd on both sides. You know, oh my god, how could he, man? Like, I saw people say, man, dick discipline is so important within the black community. It's like, I don't think dick discipline and rape are the same situations. Yes, there is probably a conversation needed to be had about guys who are maybe, you know, fucking randoms a bit too much and selling girls' dreams and all this kind of malarkey and being irresponsible and not taking precautions and shit, or wearing contraception, whatever, right? That could, or using contraception. That's another conversation. But I don't like this narrative or this kind of conversation that people are having online of like, oh, how could somebody that's quote unquote conventionally good looking rape, as if like that is important, as if that matters. You know, like it's just a very odd situation to get into, where like people just assume rape only has to happen one way, or somebody walking behind a woman in a dark alleyway with a hood up, you know, with some sort of sleeping thing, whatever substance on their fucking napkin, and putting it. It doesn't happen that way. Do you know what I mean? Some situations are a little bit more complex, a little bit more nuanced, whatever, than that situation. And I would imagine these type of situations as well, it's not really about the looks, isn't it? It's about the control, the abuse, the mental aspect of it. You know, it's just a very heinous, evil act to do in the first place. It doesn't really matter if the guy or girl is conventionally good looking or not. It's just a horrible thing to do anyway to anybody, to subject them to. And I can only imagine how fucking painful and hurtful that sort of shit is. So let's hope, whatever the situation, that everyone involved gets a fair trial, they get heard, and we kind of get to the bottom of it and find out what won. But it was something that was somewhat surprising on the timeline, because I heard no rumors, no rumblings about it whatsoever. I'm not sure if that speaks to the level of celebrity he is or isn't, but there's nothing leaked about this online ever. I didn't hear a single peep. So I'm curious to see how this plays out as the weeks go by and as the trial date comes closer, and as we kind of find out more during the trial and shit. So let's see what happens. See what happens. Cool, let's move on. Let's get on some Brendan Schwabi news. So I've got some clips here because I've missed out on a couple episodes. So let's go over a couple of clips. Let's go over a couple of clips of stuff that I missed out on talking to you guys. Big up everybody in the stream chat. If you're tuning in right now, make sure you smash the like button down below. I appreciate all of you for tuning in. Apologies for being away for so long, but again, as I mentioned at the top of the show, I had some real life shit to kind of sort out that kind of unfortunately forced me or put me in a situation where I had to take a break from the daily streams. I'll be probably restarting the daily streams on August 5th. For now, I'll be going for the next 5 days, and then of course over the weekend, unfortunately, I have to take another break and attend to some other family stuff and whatever else it may be. But thank you for tuning in thus far. Make sure you smash the like button if you're enjoying the show. I appreciate you. So one clip here that says, these are clips I've taken from the last couple of weeks and shit, for the stuff I've missed out on, the previous 3 episodes of TFATK, just to kind of get us caught up so that on Monday or Tuesday, I think when the episode comes out, I can kind of start from fresh. So this is the Jeff Dye episode number 1105. It says here, Jeff asks Bapper if he's ever returning to stand-up comedy. So let's hear Brendan's reply on whether he's ever returning to stand-up comedy. Will we ever get Gringo Papi Dos? Will we ever get Los Gringo Papi Dos?
When you coming back? That's the question.
I can't see myself doing
Never?
it, brother. No, I can't.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Me neither.
No.
I actually don't miss LA. I mean, I did.
I didn't say
miss
when
it.
he's come back to LA. I said when he's come back to comedy.
Oh.
Brian's like, me neither, ever. I'm like, you quit
Yeah, I was like,
too?
wait, you quit comedy?
Yeah, I'm like, wait, hold on, what happened with
I
you?
quit today, guys.
Yeah.
I quit today.
Well, you know that whole Craig Robinson thing. He said he quit comedy and it went viral. He was like on all the when you coming back. That's the
So I would love it. I'm not gonna lie. I would absolutely love it if Brendan came out to stand-up comedy. It's not possible. It's not likely. I think he's been like he actually got burned for real. Obviously, I think most of it has to do with the fact that he probably couldn't hack it on his own. Like, I think the true reason behind him quit stand-up comedy is probably less to do with him getting like burned, as I would hope it would, and has more to do with just him just not being bothered to do the hard thing. And the hard thing would be to work and hustle and kind of earn his keep on his own, because now he's by himself. There's no Rogan there. Rogan's moved to fucking Austin. Well, before he was obviously in LA. He kind of got cancelled by extension, or by, you know, by default of the people he's friends with, like KRISTIN and Brian Callen, which kind of fucked up his probably motion as well. So I think that basically led to him not being probably, you know, enthusiastic about going down that path of making it stand-up comedy on his own. Plus that whole crew of people that he was kind of paying to be around him kind of left. Some of them got fired. Some of them he probably couldn't afford to keep around. Some of them outgrew him. So he, you know, his circle started to dwindle. I feel like he needs a pack, right? He's probably a bit of a loner in that. He's probably a bit of a, not loner. He's probably a bit of a needer of people like that. He needs to have people around him, which is why he'd be traveling with the Chappelles and the Maliks, all these other people around him and shit, and the fucking BGLs and stuff. And as soon as that stuff went away, for whatever reasons that it went away, some of it because it's his fault, some of it because, you know, fallings out and whatever else it may be, that probably, you know, unfortunately doused the fire, and he no longer wanted to do stand-up anymore. So because he doesn't have that pack around him anymore, doesn't have the safety net around him anymore, he probably doesn't want to do it. The funny thing about it is that he used to talk about stand-up comedy like it was his thing. That was my true calling. I should have never been an athlete. I was just blessed with this athletic body, this big body, big frame. What I really wanted to be was a fucking comedian and a class clown, and my idols were Jim Carrey and not fucking Bo Jackson or something. I really went to, but really and truly, the fact that he quit showed us that it wasn't really his passion. Because if it really was your passion, you're not quitting for nobody. You're not quitting for no one. But the fact that he quit so quickly showed you that his heart really wasn't in it. Let's be real. His heart really wasn't in it. And as soon as he saw an exit plan, an exit route out, he took it. So I don't think we're ever going to see him back on doing stand-up. And I also think, you know, for sure, you know, the trolls probably got to him to some extent. People laughing at his special, Gringo Papi, that was truly one of the worst specials ever. Especially when you consider it like, maybe standalone, it wouldn't have been too bad. If that was his first special, like standalone, if it took him 6 years to put it out and that's sort of finally what we got, it wouldn't have been too shabby. But I think from going from the heady heights of having that first special produced by Showtime after a year and a half with that crazy production, everything else with it, booked in the fucking big theater, and then to go from that to doing it in front of that fucking car backdrop in the club, and it being that level was just like, God almighty, like what a fall from grace. So that was just way too embarrassing. The ratings obviously all over social media didn't probably help, and I'm sure that level of embarrassment he wouldn't want to be a part of. And as much as he likes to, you know, act like nothing affects him and he just goes, he doesn't willingly put himself in positions where he's going to get himself embarrassed or he's going to get laughed at. So he's going to run away from that as far as he can. So I don't think, unfortunately, we're ever going to see Brendan back on stage doing stand-up anytime soon. Unfortunately, it's never happening. It's never happening. Big up MK in the stream chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. My condolences, AZ. August will be your best month. Yeah, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. Big up Brian. Papa's boat arc is coming. Exactly. Be checked on the junior. Says ticket sales. That's the only reason. Well, it sounds like he also got caught with his dick out. So maybe that part. That's actually a good reason. I like that. I like the second point. Jack Donny Jr. I like that. there's probably some credence in that too. Maybe it's a sprinkling of everything I said. A sprinkling of him being, you know, alone and not willing to do the stand-up grind by himself. A combination of him not liking how he got mocked, the low ticket sales. I'm sure part of him, because I've been in that grind where you go and play in random places and there's like 10 people turn up or one person turns up. But I wonder if the last point you made, Jack Donald Jr., might be a real big reason. Maybe the whole like cheating thing, and maybe, you know, the whole being caught with the fucking woman handing the note. Maybe there's a lot of, you know, shit that he had to kind of earn trust back from his wife. And one of the ways to quickly speed that shit up was like, hey, I'm going to quit stand up to show her that you really mean it, because she knows how much you like being away from the house. She knows how much you like being on tour, how much you like doing that road life. So maybe actually offering up, which is because I'm sure some of you guys have done it. I know I have in the past, right? Where you get caught cheating and shit, and you just offer up something as like a sacrifice to show that you're actually, you know, feeling bad or regretful about what you did. And maybe he offered up his stand-up career as a sacrifice. So like, hey, I'm so sorry, I'm willing to give up stand-up. Like, you know, I'm gonna quit. I want to focus on you and the family. And then, you know, I'm never gonna do it again. So maybe that's part of it also. Big up MK. There hasn't been a boat comic in a long time. It's fucking hilarious. But I just find it odd too. I don't think you really hear about any stand-up comedians quitting it. Brennan's very special that way. He came into comedy special. He came into comedy special because he was the first one to get a special in under 2 years or something, unearned of course, and very ill-advised. But he got a stand-up special with Showtime in under 2 years, 3 years. And he's also very unique in that he quit stand-up. You don't really hear a lot of people quitting. You hear a lot of people like taking a break, you know, going to make some money, stepping away, mental health, raising a family. But you don't really hear a lot of people quitting stand-up. Like, he went from being a stand-up comedian, having his profile be him holding a microphone, that being his whole fucking grift and persona, Green Room Diaries, talking about sets and reps, promoting his fucking next gigs at the end of the show, having a list of his gigs and dates on the TFATK website. It went from that to like, no, he doesn't mention stand-up at all himself. Zero. It's like it didn't happen. Really strange. Very, 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 very strange. Big up Crambo in the stream chat. Well gone, Crambo. Hope you're good, brother. Let's move on. Next clip. Jeff Dye asked the TFATK guys, how's Austin been treating them? Interesting answers, actually. Some interesting answers here from Brendan and Brian about how they're finding Austin thus far.
Yeah. Good. Well, the state of comedy is alive and well.
That's it. So how's Austin been, boys?
Great.
That's been great.
Loving it.
Yeah. Took a little bit, you know.
How bit? What do you mean?
I mean, 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks.
That's not much.
But those 2 weeks were stressful. You know, I was like, oh, I made a mistake.
No.
Yeah.
But then everyone tells you like, oh, for the kids and all this, but like me and my wife walk around the neighborhood every night and I'm like, I can't believe we fucking live here.
It's pretty cool.
Like something, it's like
Well,
pleasant.
some people get addicted to that feeling.
Oh man.
Some people will literally move every few whatever. Like you see these girls who don't have like any person in their life, so they just like travel the world.
Yep.
You know, that eat, pray, love bullshit. It's like, because you can reinvent yourself.
Yep.
It is a fresh start.
Yep.
You make new routines, which is exciting. They always say, you know, try to take the road less traveled, or, you know, take a different route to work, because that is like this, that makes life very exciting.
Yeah.
So like, be doing it. It's a great idea for your family.
Scary,
It's a great
for
idea
sure.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah, but it's been great.
And also, there's like, you guys aren't poor, so if it sucks, you can leave. You'll find a new place.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. And I
worst case scenario, you go, we move back, or we go to somewhere else. That's
and I think the misconception is like, oh, you know, we moved here. I moved here to be close to Mothership or Rogan and stuff like that. I'm not really in that scene anymore.
Yeah.
Like I moved for the safety and
Which is great.
and the sports and the sport.
So, you know, again, whether or not I believe him or anything else is another thing. But I wonder if, like, in the process of trying to move to Austin or moving to Austin with the somewhat veiled hope that it would bring him closer to Rogan, has had unintended consequences, and now him and his wife actually are grateful and happy that they made the decision to do it. Like, I wonder if he did actually try and move there, in the hopes of maybe restarting his fucking comedy career, or at least getting closer to Rogan and getting more guest appearances on the GRE, or maybe having Rogan lower himself and bring himself on the fucking TFATK. But it actually worked in the opposite way, in that it actually made them think, oh no, it actually had an unintended consequence, in that people, they actually realized whilst they're there, oh shit, this is actually a better place to raise our family. I doubt that to be true. Most likely the real reason why they moved, I think, is because financially they probably couldn't afford to live in LA anymore. If you just look at just, you know, pure surface level pocket watching, Brendan's definitely got less income sources or lucrative income sources or revenue streams than he did previously. So if that's the case, you would think that, you know, with their lifestyle being what it is, and Brendan not willing to kind of, you know, lower or kind of, you know, whatever his lifestyle, right? He doesn't want to do that whatsoever. I'd imagine someone like that, you just probably would have to move somewhere else if you want to keep it up, because even the car things, yes, he doesn't drive Porsches and Ferraris anymore, but he's still got more than 2 cars. That's still going to cost a lot, upkeep, daily, whatever else it may be, to have those cars with him. So you're going to need to have a lot more disposable income with you, and not have your bills and outgoings be so high and crazy. So the only way to do that is, of course, you know, go somewhere where you're probably not going to pay as much. So there probably was a lot of wisdom in him, or the smartest thing he probably did financially was buy that mansion in the first place when the one he lives in LA. Buying that crazy Bel Air, Fresh Prince of Bel Air style mansion was a great idea, because, you know, he bought that mansion, sold it, and was able to use that money to pay for, you know, the same house, obviously in Austin, and not have any mortgage. So that kind of takes that away, and then everything else you make is obviously, you know, going to your bills and whatever else it may be. But he's probably getting way more bang for his buck. I'd assume the private school that his kids go to in Austin is probably way cheaper per term than the one in LA. So, and also you'd imagine, even though Austin does have its own strip of like designer stores, it's not as fancy and as vast as LA. So maybe in that respect, Brendan's also kind of won, because it prevents Slow Joe from spending as much money as she did in the past, you know, because she just doesn't have as many places to go to shop, like for designer stuff in Austin as she does compared to LA. But I think the primary reason was definitely to do with just finances. I personally think so. I don't really buy the Rogan thing too much, although it is very noticeable how little they speak about Rogan when you compare it to what happened in LA. Some of you guys know when we used to do the fucking TFATK watch-alongs. Now I don't subject it to you guys anymore. I watch TFATK by myself and take the clips out, you know, and note the clips and we react to them with you, because those fucking watch-along streams are brutal. But when we used to watch along TFATK, there were moments where I'd fucking be going crazy at how often they would name drop Rogan, and sometimes in situations where it wasn't necessary. So it wouldn't surprise. So it is quite surprising that now that they are closer to Rogan physically, they don't talk about him as much at all. So it's clear to me that something has changed there. Something has changed. And the fact that Rogan hasn't been on the show, he hasn't invited Brendan on. I don't think again, I don't listen to Rogan too often, but I don't think I've heard him mention Brendan and Brian moving there recently. He might have mentioned Brian moving because of stand-up and mothership, but I don't think he's mentioned Brendan being a new resident of Austin that much on his podcast. So something's definitely happened. I'm not sure what's happened there between them relationship-wise, but it's not what it used to be. It's not what it used to be. It's not what it used to be. Another one here says Jeff and TFATK on the Epstein list. This would be interesting. This should be interesting to hear, you know, guys with their own history with the ladies, especially the main people of the show, the co-hosts, Brendan and Brian, espousing about Austin, or espousing about fucking Jeffrey Epstein. But let's hear about the Epstein list and what these guys have to say about it. I'm sure you guys are on your edge of your seats wanting to find out what Brian Callen, Brendan Schwabi, and fucking Jeff Dye think about, you know, the Jeffrey Epstein list. I'm sure you guys are gagging to find out what these guys think. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are.
He's in the who fucking, what's the Rockies? Who gives a shit?
You do need people question everything. It's even like with this is a weird segue, but it's even with like that Jeffrey Epstein stuff. It's just, it doesn't work for me, man. Like there's no list. It's like, Well, why is Ghislaine Maxwell, if there's no list, then why is she in prison?
Yeah.
If there's nothing, why is she serving 20 years?
Yeah.
There's nothing?
Nothing.
We have nothing?
I'm confused.
The whole thing was
about-
nothing?
I just don't know much about it. I'm a little annoyed. Diddy's free. All this shit seems like it always seems like it's gonna be so much more exciting, and then it's always underwhelming.
The Diddy one we called from
It's
the
a
jump.
blip. What?
Yeah.
So is Diddy going to get sentenced to a long time or
we don't know.
They're sentencing him in.
But what's
I
weird?
thought he was just fine. I thought everything's done.
Well, he'll still, but he'll get time
Prostitution.
served. Yeah, but it's nothing like he's looking at life.
Yeah.
He's looking at maybe 2 years now.
Yeah.
But what's weird is like me and Jay were talking about this. What's weird too is like, you know, I had a buddy who was close to all that stuff when they raided his house in LA.
Oh.
And he was like, dude, the stuff we found, I can't even tell you.
Yeah.
What happened to all that shit?
But I know a gal.
Remember that?
I remember
know
that.
someone who was at all
I
the
remember
Diddy
that,
parties.
sir. And it was like we were like, damn.
I've been texting him like, what's up, dude? What happened to that stuff? Doesn't get back to me.
But I know someone that was at all the Diddy parties, and she said she didn't see shit.
Just big dick.
She was always there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like it's like maybe it's real, maybe it's not. I don't know. But I just always thought it'd be more salacious.
Yeah.
51 to 63 months.
Yeah, there are guidelines on it.
That's a lot of months.
That's how 51 months is a long.
What is that in years? Why do they do it in baby?
4 years. 4 years.
Yeah, I don't know why they do months.
He'll probably do 3 years.
Wagwan Uche, Wagwan Uche in the stream chat, Wagwan darling, Wagwan princess, Wagwan queen.
Because he's time served.
Time
he gets
served.
sentenced in October.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever does that kind of time for violating the Mann Act. Elliot Spicer didn't, the governor of New York, and a lot of other people. It's very rare that you actually serve time, but they want to get him.
I just refuse to believe back to Epstein. I refuse to believe that.
I find it funny how much knowledge Brian seems to have about these type of topics and cases and charges and penalties and shit. It kind of reminds me of like, you know, like drug dealers or like gang members. They always have like a very encyclopedic knowledge of like, you know, core and law and, you know what I mean? They always seem to have that real knowledge. So I find it funny when Brian says that, because it kind of reminds me of those type of guys. Like when you've been involved in, you know, street stuff, gang shit, whatever, breaking the law, you know, you kind of get familiar with these type of things. I reckon Brian, when he went through what he went through, being accused of rape and shit, he probably had to, you know, do some readings and find out how bad it could get. Where could it go? Where could it end for him? You know. So he got very familiar with some of the laws surrounding some of those things he got accused of.
There's no list, and that there aren't current powerful people on there, and that's why we're not seeing it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I think a lot of people think that it was an Israeli Mossad program. They were probably gathering information on very powerful people, including American politicians and American like people like Bill Gates, like Bill Clinton. And there are interests in our government that don't want to expose
on the left and right. I think that this is the one thing the left and right agree on. Like, we don't want that list to get out. Like, I'm on it,
And
you're
they
on
might
it.
be on it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They're like, we're all
Yo, big up Uche in the stream chat. Big up Uche, I'm honored. Asia, I went to Boiler Room last night. Felt like you for a change. I love it. Which one do you go to? Who do you see? I love it. Like, I haven't been to a Boiler Room in years. Last Boiler Room I went to. The last boiler room I think I went to might have, who did I see boiler room? Actually, that's what I went to. It might have been in Berlin, you know. I don't remember who was playing though. I think the last time I went to it might have been in Berlin. I have no idea who was playing. I think it was like the Prince Charles, that bar, Prince Charles or something. But I forgot who the fuck was playing. I haven't been to the Boiler Room event in years, but oddly enough, you know, linked to Boiler Room. But I think they do really good merch, you know. People don't really talk about the Boiler Room merch enough, but I've seen a few of their pieces for like, you know, seasonal pieces and shit, collaboration capsules and shit. I don't mind it. I know it'd be a little bit corny and cringe, but I'd be into wearing a Boiler Room t-shirt. Like, the logo is fucking cool, man. I kind of like it. I think they sell towels as well and fans and shit. The Boiler Room merch is kind of decent. Oh, Detroit. Okay, there's one coming up in London. Yeah, true. Okay, cool. There's always stuff coming around. They've got events around the world. To be honest, they are super huge. way huge than when they first started. So yeah, they're doing events all the time. But yeah, big up Boiler Room, big up Boiler Room. They're usually actually good events. People talk a lot of shit about Boiler Room, but they're actually a lot of fun in person. I'm not gonna lie, they're actually a lot of fun in person.
Agreement here, and we hate each other.
The cover is
we don't want that
it's
coming out.
intelligence.
Why can't people just be normal? How
that's my thing.
I don't understand. I've never raped a woman. I've never been with anyone underage, and somehow I'm like a hero in Hollywood.
Hey yo, read the room, read the room. Look at Brian's fake laugh. Look at Brian's fake laugh. Look at Brian's fake laugh, and look at the fucking toes. Look at Brian's fucking old man feet. Look at Brian's fucking old man privileged feet, and look at the fucking fake laugh. Read the room, Jeff Dyer. Read the room. Some people in that room, one person in that room, has been accused of rape. Read the room, Jeff Dye.
Yeah, it's been the easiest thing I've ever
You're the
done.
outlier.
And Brendan's best friend at the time was accused of diddling, and he cried. He sobbed on camera. Brendan sobbed on camera, uncontrollable. By the way, that needs to go in. That needs to be questioned. He should be asked about this, in interviews. Someone should ask him in interviews about this. Like, why did you sob uncontrollably on camera about your friend being accused of being a diddler, but you didn't sob uncontrollably on camera when your wife had a miscarriage? Why? Sobbing on camera because your friend might be a PDF is insane. I'm sorry.
All of a sudden, they're like, that Jeff Dye is a good guy. He dates age-appropriate women. He doesn't try to rob anyone. Or like, he don't fucking deceive people. I'm just a regular person, and I'm a fucking hero in
common
Hollywood.
decency is not really.
Why is Bill Gates fucking? Why is Bill Clinton need to fuck a little girl? What is going on? Just be normal.
Well, I don't think they.
Insert dicey Louis C.K. joke about PDF activities. If you know, you know. Insert very dicey Louis C.K. bit about PDF activities and tendencies joke here.
Anybody's saying that Bill Gates or
no, she was of age.
They did a lot of fucking probably.
Yeah, but like girls in cages and shit at like Epstein Island, like that was the whole thing.
Epstein Island was really what I think most of it was they would get professionals, very hot professionals.
But some of them were underage.
But that wouldn't be salacious.
No, and they
That's
would be.
not enough.
That's not a crime.
These guys are married.
They're
they film
married.
it. Yeah.
So what? That's not a crime.
No.
You think they would hide that they've had an affair? The dude did it in the White House. With
But apparently
intern.
The funny thing is, there's not a single nightclub that looks as interesting as that fucking Epstein Island place, isn't it? There's not a single nightclub that looks as interesting as that Epstein Island fucking gaff. What a weird place. I can only imagine the horrors that would have went on inside that fucking building. Away from prying eyes, away from fucking any media fucking scrutiny. Imagine, man, the amount of people, the amount of children that were abused, taken advantage of, broken, destroyed. Oh yeah, I can't even. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. And the really sad part about it, we're never gonna know. We're never gonna know anything more than we know now. I don't think so. Unless somebody really decides to blow the whistle and be incredibly brave and out the whole shit, I don't think we're ever gonna know the full extent of that shit. Ever. Because the people involved are just too powerful. They're the ones that actually run the world.
They're underage. No one.
That's what's a crime.
That's what's weird. I don't understand how.
It's underage chicks.
There was that one guy that goes, "Hey man, where's all the women at?"
Right. And I
like you get to the island, like, hold on, I traveled 16 hours.
We
on
can
a
go to a
fucking
pool.
jet for.
He's so dumb in it. He's so dumb. Hold on, where are the women? He's so fucking dumb in it. Brendan is so fucking dumb. But I think he should serve as motivation for everybody out there. If you're struggling in where you're at, you're struggling to achieve your goals, self-doubt, whatever it may be, just remember that Brendan, right now, most likely, is still a millionaire. And at one point, he was a multi-millionaire. And he's this dumb. Where are the women? It's like, brother.
You can go to a pool today and I'll bring some hot fucking chicks we can hook up with.
Yeah.
We don't need young under. What is everyone
That's what I
doing?
don't get. Why do they always have to be young?
I don't think that. I think what happened was there were probably guys.
I love how, by the way, I love the optics of like Brendan and Jeff being like befuddled why some guys like to diddle kids, and then Brian being the one that's like, to be fair, trying to explain it, trying to bring some sense, trying to bring some rationality, right? Trying to bring some critical thinking to the topic of PDF activities. They're having a somewhat natural reaction to the PDF stuff, and Brian's like, actually, in the 19th century, it's like, yeah, Rinks. Rein it in, mate.
Well, I think what happened was Epstein, he liked them at 14, 15, 16.
Right.
That's who did it. And apparently...
So Epstein's the only PDF. Okay, brother.
Ghislaine Maxwell got those kind of runaways to come over and give him a massage and all that.
Runaways? Brother, they were abducting children from Central Europe, Eastern Europe, allegedly. Parts of Southeast Asia, allegedly. Parts of Africa, allegedly. Some of these people are not alive now to give their testimony. Some of these people are fucking destroyed and broken. Like, come on, bro. Runaways, runaways. This is a very complex, disgusting, evil, downright dirty operation of basically child trafficking. This wasn't just like some runaways that were fucking hitchhiking from like one coast to the other. No. This is international, bro. Fucking, this involves some of the most highest, powerful people in the world, bro. The ones that actually control the world. Those are the ones that people involved in. Shadowy figures.
So there's no doubt that this guy was into girls as young as 14.
You guys really think this Jeffrey Epstein did it? You know what I mean? No, I'm saying
I don't know.
There's how many? There's 3 billion women in the world. I'm not believing anything 100 bitches say.
Comedy. By the way, this guy's I don't like to put labels. I'm not gonna psychoanalyze anybody, but I definitely, as I said in the previous episode, Jeff Dye has definitely got a very let's say contentious relationship with women. AKA he fucking hates women. Jeff Dye hates women. Not too sure if he blames them for his alcohol abuse and addiction over the years. Not too sure if he actually has like a horrible story about a woman beating him up or somebody taking a spot from him at a comedy store. But Jeff Dye at his core is a true woman hater. So these are not jokes. These are truth to Jeff Dye.
No.
Oh, you believe 100? That's like a blip in the
100.
grand scheme of
when
women.
it gets to be 100, it's a lot. No, there's no doubt that he was a total scumbag.
Right, they were all
but
pieces of
I think most
shit.
of the guys, like most of the dudes like Clinton and stuff, they wanted to get down. They're nobody's getting on. Hold on, let's be honest as guys. No, especially if you're a billionaire or you're really busy. Nobody's getting on the Lolita Express. Nobody's getting on that plane to go to a private island.
Just to hang out.
Yeah. Oh, no, there's no golf. What are you doing? I'm not going unless I'm going to get nasty.
You're not going there for a good meal.
No, dude.
They could be like, dude, I have 5-star chef.
No,
dude, I live in New York.
What he says is, hey, we're bringing girls then.
Yeah.
We're bringing girls.
Oh, no, they already live here in cages underneath
That's
in
how
tunnels.
you get dudes.
We already got them there.
Whatever. That's how you get dudes there.
Oh, no, if you're flying me 14 hours, I'm busting nuts.
Thangive you.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Food, I don't give a fuck about
crime.
food.
It's definitely
Someone
crime.
pick up In and Out on the way.
Creepy shit, but like what? Like
that's where they could get
away with it. A lot of the women that came out were of age when they were there. They were not young. They were of age. So,
what are you talking about right now? What is he talking about right now? I think Brian's opinion is going to be somewhat clouded because he has a preference for really young girls. Like, he loves age gap relationships, right? He's in a pretty big one now. I think there's like 20 plus years between him and his second wife now, mother of his children. So he's he's probably into that kind of borderline shit, he probably likes a bit of that shit. So his opinion on this type of thing is going to be a little bit different from you and I, because he likes to dabble in some of those age gap dark arts. You get me? So he probably has a little bit more. He has a bit more of an understanding tone towards some of that PDF adjacent shit. You would imagine, according to what he's saying here, allegedly. Don't sue me.
But that don't check out.
What do you mean?
Because it's not against the law to hook up with girls that are of age.
But I think
so. Who cares?
I think
it would be a nothing burger.
Well, they might care if they're at that island, they were married. There's, I mean,
doesn't do anything.
I'm with Jeff on that. That's not enough to bring down a fucking congressman.
Sure it is.
I wouldn't even want
if
that
you
list.
Could lose half your money.
Do you know how many men cheat on their wives?
Look at
I don't
Bill
know.
Clinton.
Most of them.
He's been busted. He's fine.
Yeah. Well, politically, it can be a liability.
Trump.
Who the fuck knows? But I think everybody was banging.
JFK.
All of them.
All of them.
JFK brought his whore in the White House while his wife was there.
Yeah, bud.
But that's my point. It's like I think it was like underage, creepy shit. Some weird stuff. Pervert shit.
So do you know what the intelligence agencies recruit from the most, or what a lot? Try to guess.
What do you say? What do you ask?
So there's a community. There's
Like
a specific
ethnicity?
American community that the intelligence agencies recruit from more than any other community.
William Morris.
Young Asians.
Not young Asians. Keep going.
Jews.
Think about it.
Jews.
Think about it.
Jews?
Nope.
I'm all out of
I
answers.
don't know.
You don't want. Okay. Here's a hint.
Crestwood Elementary.
You don't want. So you don't want. They call it
Goth.
mice. You don't want anybody who can be bribed by money, by ideology, by ego, by I think sex.
That's everybody.
Okay. Yeah. But there is a
Mormons?
Thank you. Mormons.
So what?
A lot of
there's
Mormons.
An intelligence group.
Anyway, Brian chucking is absolute nonsense. Half the time now, I understand why Brendan interrupts fucking Callan so much. He just chats complete shit in it. Big up Uche in the stream chat. Jeff's the worst comic I've ever seen live. On another note, Joe DeRosa's new special is really good. Oh yeah, I heard about that one. Actually, you know what? Now you mentioned that, I'm actually going to watch that tomorrow for the next show. So tomorrow's live stream, most of it will be, we'll watch that actually. Let's watch that. What is it? Joe DeRosa, right? Yeah, I actually heard that was actually quite good. And I've seen he's on the promo run for his special as well. So Joe DeRosa comedy special. It's on YouTube as well, I'm pretty sure. YouTube watch along for random show. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that actually tomorrow. So if you're around and you want to know while I'm going for the next stream, we're gonna do that tomorrow for episode. What was that? Oops, my bad. Oops. 44. What's that? 447. Big up Uche for the recommendation. Appreciate you. Big up Abe Martinez. Well gone, GG. Papa listing of people he hates. Exactly. Damn, you have same names as Papa. Big up Super Jello. Well gone, guy. Brendan Murray. Imagine pretty much the only famous Brendan is famous scumbag and Brendan Fraser. Well, yeah, exactly. But big up them. That's their opinion. Again, just spare a thought for a minute. If you're a TFATK listener and fan, and you hear these guys pontificating about the Epstein list, you probably don't want that. I don't know. Maybe you do. I don't think you would. You probably want to be disconnected from all that sort of shit and just enjoy your podcast that you love. But these guys are doing that, Imagine how bad you feel. Imagine how annoyed you'd be having to listen to these guys talk about fucking politics in an actual serious way. Like, God almighty. Let's continue on. Another clip here from episode number 1005. Jeff Chin asks Jeff Dye about his vasectomy because he wants to cream pie hoes. And that's true, by the way. That title is actually true because it seems like Chin is very curious about getting a vasectomy. Not because he doesn't want to have kids, but because he wants to cream pie chicks. That's what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like Chin has any sort of aversion to having children. He just would rather not wear a condom, so he wants to have a vasectomy. Big up fucking Chin. Horn dog Chin, 50-year-old horn dog Chin is considering getting a vasectomy. Listen to Chin here.
I'm a mile away. What else? Well, you got something first, Chin? Current events?
We have a few, yeah.
Let's do it.
Just a quick question for Jeff. We can edit this out, but I'm just very curious. Since you had the vasectomy,
got Chin so into that.
I love how Chin's pretending like he doesn't know how to pronounce vasectomy, Since you had a what's that word? V, not a virgin, of course. I'm not a virgin, but like, I love how he pretends like he doesn't know how to pronounce vasectomy. Brother, come on, man. You probably been fucking researching that shit for years and years and years.
I love it.
Why am I so? I'm just saying, like, so when you do, like, because you're a bachelor, you're good to go, you're single. So do you tell the girls right away, like, I I had it, so can I bust?
Calling another man a bachelor is weird. Calling another man a bachelor, like, or referring to another man as a bachelor is fucking bizarre. You're obviously a bachelor. You're a good-looking white guy. You know, you're tall. You have long legs, and you have like a face and hair, and And this part of the question is going to be big pause, by the way. Big pause. Big pause here.
Right away, like, I had it, so can I bust?
It's none of their business. Yeah.
Oh, so you still pull out?
Chin, man, the detail. Hold on, one more moment. Let's go back. Let me stop interrupting. Let's stop interrupting. Hold on.
I'm just saying, like, so when you do, like, because you're a bachelor, you're good to go, you're single. So do you tell the girls right away, like, I had it, so can I bust?
It's none of their business. Yeah.
Oh, so you still pull out then?
No.
Fucking hell, man. So are you like? I love how they're not even freaked out, weirded out by the question. The line of questioning is so bizarre. It's so unnecessarily specific, you know, and it's like, what? So do you like busting chicks or do you like pull out? Like, when's the last time you bust? And did it feel good and shit? And who was like, guy, man, like, walk on, man, walk on for you, yes sir.
Sometimes I'll, you know, like, I like asking, like, where do you want me to finish, you know? And then
it's hot.
Yeah, but now I don't have to worry about their answer because
and I'm sure they want you to bust inside them, especially if they know.
Yeah.
I'm glad. I'm glad Brenda's looking at him, chin, Brian looking at Brian like, what? I'm sure they want you to bust inside of them, right? You're a good-looking guy, you know. You're a good-looking white guy, you know. I'm sure they love it if you bust in them, right? Like, what the fuck is wrong with him, man? Is this autism, by the way? People in the stream chat, let me know. Is this autism? Is he redacted? Is this like Arrested Development? Like, is this Asian guy shit? Big up my Asian people out there. Like, what is this? Like, maybe you ask these type of questions, this level of detail to your friends. Maybe to your friends. Maybe. But asking for this level of detail and whatever line of questioning to a guest on the show is insane. Is insane. Like, huh? One more time.
Want me to finish, you know? And then
it's hot.
Yeah, but now I don't have to worry.
Exactly. Look how happy he was there.
Yeah, I like that too. I like them to ask me when I should finish because it happens really quickly, so I gotta do it really fast. Yeah.
Look at that little nod.
Still pull out then?
No. Sometimes I'll.
Yo, big up, Casey. Shuffle, big up,
Needing
Casey.
a snip in your 50s with no girls is wild.
When you put it like that, isn't it? When you put it like that, it is really wild. Big up, King Bayou.
Do you have a gun?
Dom Sochin really never smashed Jobo, huh? Ha ha.
No, I think he did smash Jobo. I'm not gonna. I think he did fuck Jobo. I think the problem wasn't not fucking Jobo. I think the problem was just he gave Jobo the ick, unfortunately. And you know, ladies in stream chat can attest to this. Unfortunately, women are very. Once they have the ick for you, it's hard to untangle that. It's hard to It's hard to rewind that, to untangle that, to go back. So I don't think they did not fuck personally. I think they did because she was very touchy feely and stuff, and a girl like that is always going to initiate and you're going to follow suit. So I think if she was the same as him, probably they wouldn't have. But I think over time, Chin ended up giving her the ick. I think she woke up one day and was just like, you know what I mean? You notice a difference in some of the vlogs we watched. Remember, you guys on the stream chat, if you watch alongs, remember some of the Chin watch alongs we did of his vlogs. You could tell the difference. Like, she wasn't as tactile, she wasn't as touchy feely, she wasn't giving him a lot of the baby talk and sweet. I mean, something changed. So something happened that gave her the ick. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a condom fish. That'd be fucking hilarious, by the way. if the condom fish gave her the ick, but something changed. Chin did something that made her think, yeah, no thank you. No thank you. So I'm pretty certain that Chin did fuck Jobber, but I'm pretty certain that he did do something to make her not want to fuck him anymore, if that makes any sense. Big up everybody donating. Appreciate you. Big up Black American. You ask a woman you're having sex with, not some guy on your podcast, like you said, AZ. Just talk to a woman. Black American, we don't, my dear, let's not even go that far. Let's not even go that far. That's obviously what a sensible person would do, right? A female friend, a colleague, like whatever. That's what you do, right? Let's not go that far. You don't ask that to somebody that you don't know, especially in a fucking work environment. Like, this is work. Plus, this is Jeff Dye. This isn't like, I don't know, who's a guest that they like and they're friends. I don't know. I can't think of somebody. But you know, there's some guests who come on TFATK who kind of maybe Chin knows more. You know, he's kind of social with or whatever. Okay, fair. But he's also asking in a very serious way. It's not like he's asking as a joke or as a bit. Oh yeah, I heard you talk about this in your bit or in your special, blah, blah, blah. He's asking like in a very serious, you know, advice type of way, you know, recommendation type of way. Like he's actually considering getting a vasectomy. It's like, brother, you don't need a vasectomy. You probably need to get more. Like for somebody that's got 0 hoes, wanting to get a vasectomy is pretty crazy, right? Because I think if Chin did have hoes, we'd know. The fact that he has got 0 hoes and he's like thinking about getting a vasectomy because he doesn't like wearing condoms is like, wow. I'm sure those guys exist, but yeah, get your priorities in order, please. You know, let's start off by attaining some women, maybe one at least, and then let's like maybe go from there. You know,
like I like asking, like, where do you want me to finish? You know. And then
yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, but now I don't have to worry about their answer because
and I'm sure they want you to bust inside them, especially if they know.
Yeah, that's like also like
what, dude?
The easiest surgery I've ever had, or it's the easiest thing I've ever done. So much so that
it actually offends me. I'm not gonna lie. It actually offends me that he's actually offended and weirded out that Brendan's making faces. Like, what, dude? What? It actually shows how redacted he is. He's actually annoyed that Brendan's making faces. Like, what are you making faces for? I'm just asking questions. Like, he doesn't understand why that sounds weird, why that is it's a little bit intrusive, it's a little bit in bad taste, it's all creepy, it's like, he's not only scaring away the hoes, he's scaring away the bros. And these are these aren't like wallflowers, right? These aren't prudish guys. They talk about dicks and fucking and they fantasize about cheating on their wives all the time, right? So he's even freaking out these guys, Brendan and Brian. He's even freaking out these documented and well kind of accused, you know, fucking sex pests. They're even freaked out, like, bruh, like, rein it in a little bit. He's still not reading it, you know? He still doesn't understand.
Like after the surgery, the day after or the day of, the next day, the week, I kept asking my doctor, like, are you guys messing with me? Like, I felt like there's no way that I had it.
Really?
It was that easy. And I think they keep it a secret from young men about how easy it is. Because it was same day in-office procedure. Like, it was like, you know, the money part is one thing, but it's easy and painless. I felt...
To be fair to Chin, Jeff Dye also seems like he likes talking about it. So maybe Chin did do his research as a producer, and he's asking the question because Jeff Dye does like to talk a lot about his vasectomy. So maybe we should give him a bly here because, you know, Jeff Dye is offering up a lot of information willingly and talking very enthusiastically about it. So maybe this is why he asked, but still. Like, do you bust? Do you pull out? Oh yeah, they must really like it. It's like, brother, please touch grass, man. Have a glass of water.
Felt discomfort, like as far as like for like a few days.
Did you have to wear diapers?
They made me wear this jock strap and then put like gauze in there.
Yeah, I'm out.
But it was easy, bro. Like if I pinched you on your hand, it would hurt worse than what they did to me.
Oh, weird. I have no desire to do it.
It was the easiest thing I've ever done. I was shocked.
I'm surprised you haven't been.
You know that.
Really? Big up Fried Boy. Seen Jeff Dye in Boston last weekend. He smashed. I was shocked how good he was. Crying, laughing. Okay, fair play. Big up Fried Boy. Happy you had a good time watching him. Big up Coiler. Jeff DUI, another Delia. Big up Uche. I'm finna move to Mars. I can't with Chin anymore. That's going to be someone's husband soon. That's going to be someone's father. Maybe sometime soon. Shudder at the thought.
That comic was called her a dumb bitch.
Who?
It was Dalia.
Oh, was it?
He almost got the fuck kicked out of him.
Oh, wow.
I literally had to talk.
Hey, I'm surprised you haven't had that procedure on your big old nut. I bet they charge you extra.
They were those are big.
They're like,
nuts.
dude, we got
Well,
to fold back this big nut bomb a mile away. What else? Well, you got some.
But yeah, do you want to hear Chin talk about coming one more time? I kind of need to hear him say it one more time, man. Please.
Vasectomy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chin's so into that.
I love it.
Why am I so? I'm just saying, like, so when you do, like, because you're a bachelor, you're good to go, you're single. So do you tell the girls right away, like, I had it, so can I bust?
It's none of their business. Yeah.
Oh, so you
tell
still
them.
pull out then?
No, sometimes I'll, like I like asking, like, where do you want me to finish, And then
it's hot.
Yeah, but now I don't have to worry about their answer because
And I'm sure they want you to bust inside them, especially if they know.
Yeah, that's like also like
what, dude?
The easiest surgery I've ever had, or it's the easiest.
He's not normal, man. He's not a normal person. Chin is not a normal person. Chin is not a normal person. I repeat, Chin is not a normal person.
Like, do you bust? I'm sure they want you to bust inside them. I've been wanting to bust for so long. I've been wanting to bust for so long. Yeah. I really want to bust. I'm really, really busting. There's so much load in me. Like,
fucking hell, Chin. Rein it in, brother. Please, rein it in. Please, rein it in. Last clip from episode number 1105 is this one. Brendan Shaw thinks it's impossible to hate on Jake Paul because he donated to Ben Askren's liver transplant, plus Brendan being negative. So this is Brendan thinking that it's impossible to hate Jake Paul now because he may have been the person responsible anonymously for helping Ben Askren to secure that liver transplant. Let's hear him say it.
What's up, guys?
That's wild.
And 5 weeks ago, fully healthy.
Yeah.
Former Olympian.
Badass.
Multiple world champion.
Body
MMA
just
champion.
failing his soul.
Look at him
man.
before.
Yeah, this is just
What
like
a man.
Holy
10 weeks ago.
biscuits, dude.
10 weeks ago.
What a man.
Yeah, new lungs. You could hear the
Legend.
coughing and stuff. He's still trying to.
Here's what's scary. Like, thank God, you got the lung transplant, and not to be negative, but the life expectancy of when you have a double lung transplant is 10 years.
Yeah,
At
for
the
some
best.
average fucker, this
At the
is
best.
Ben Askren, dog.
Yeah.
But he.
By the way, thank you, Brendan, for being so positive, right?
What's up, guys?
Thank you for that bit of positivity there, Brendan, right? Thank you for that lovely bit of positivity there. One more time, I love that positive note he ended that with, right? Triumphant story about Ben Askren still fighting, powering through, being positive, motivational speaker person, putting a good message out there, a shining light, being his same fucking jovial, positive self despite his unfortunate, horrifying circumstances. And Brendan, just a reminder, don't get too excited, but double lung transplants don't have a good. It's like, fucking hell, brother. Read the room. Where's your emotional EQ, bro?
That's wild.
And 5 weeks ago, fully healthy.
Yeah.
Former Olympian.
Badass.
Multiple world champion.
Body
MMA
just
champion.
failing his soul.
Look at him
man.
before.
Yeah, this is just
What
like
a man.
Holy
10 weeks ago.
biscuits, dude.
10 weeks ago.
What a man.
Yeah, new lungs. You could hear the
Legend.
coughing and stuff. He's still trying to.
Here's what's scary. Like, thank God, you got the lung transplant, and not to be negative, but the life expectancy of when you have a double lung transplant is 10 years.
Yeah,
At
for
the
some
best.
average fucker, this
At
is
the best.
Ben Askren, dog.
Yeah.
If you lead with not to be negative, it's the same as when some people say, don't mean to be rude, don't mean to interrupt. All right? It's the same thing, in it, right? Don't mean to be rude, don't mean to be negative. You're about to be very negative as a precursor, right? Don't mean to be negative. You're about to fucking participate or subject us to a whole drivel full of negativity.
But this guy's a different breed.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna pull through and
He's
live
a
long
warrior,
and 10
bro.
to 10, yeah.
Man, that's so sad.
And I didn't mean to bring the podcast down.
But I mean, he's awake. He was like in
He's
critical
talking.
condition.
Yeah, he's
he was
working.
bad, and he got the lung transplant, which most people don't.
No.
You're lucky to get double lung transplant. So.
And you know who paid for his transplant? Because his insurance wouldn't do it.
I love Jake Paul.
Jake Paul paid for it.
Oh, really?
I love that
Oh, he
guy.
deserves some
Didn't
credit for that.
didn't say anything. He didn't promote it. Nothing.
What a good guy, man. What a fucking that's all I got to know. Anybody says anything
Still
bad
wanna
about
hate on him?
I've never hated on him.
Who wants to
Anybody-
hate on him?
Anybody says anything bad about Jake Paul is an automatic asshole.
What have you done?
Well, he probably wants to
selfishly?
fight him now. You know, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Jake's like, all
Jake
right, now,
Paul-
now he's going to challenge him in a week. You know.
As soon as you're better.
He'll go,
dude.
you know, I beat Mike Tyson and Ben Askren. You go, God damn it, Jake.
I mean, anybody says anything. Jake Paul is like,
I like those boys. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
they're great.
So you cannot be a hater. You cannot hate Jake Paul ever in life because he may have been or may have not been the anonymous donor, the anonymous sponsor, the anonymous backer, the anonymous patron that paid for Ben Askren's double lung transplant. And by the way, doesn't Brendan say transplant weird? Transplant, like there's something about the way he says it that it makes it's almost like you think he's saying it wrong, but he's not. Maybe it's just the way he pronounces words or he's redacted fucking marbled mouth that's going on there, but he just sounds like he's saying it the wrong way. But I just love how Jake Paul can do no wrong because of this, which also shows you how Brendan approaches charitable acts, you know? Remember in the past, he doesn't do it anymore, but when a fighter was going through some tough times, he'd always cover it on TFATK or the Shorb Show, and he'd always make a big song and dance out of saying, oh yeah, I'm going to donate this to the GoFundMe, I'm going to do, you know what I mean? He always make a big thing of saying that. And I feel like a lot of the times he did those type of things as a way to kind of prove to everybody on the internet that hates him, you know, the homeless cats and maybe some of you guys who are watching this sort of stuff, that he's not a bad guy. And I'm pretty sure the stuff that he did behind the scenes too was under that proviso. Like he'd help certain people out who obviously he could get something from, you know, so that they could always speak to his good nature and say, oh no, this actor is actually a really nice guy. He did this, he did that for me. So it's very much self-serving. That's why he's jumping to Jake Paul's defense, because he knows if he had maybe, you know, an inch, a minuscule of their celebrity and that some of the bad press that the Paul brothers get, he knows one of the tactics that he would use would be to do stuff like this, right? Donating to certain people's surgeries and whatever it may be, so that people could maybe lay off on hating on you so much because you've done a couple of good deeds here and there. But just doing something nice for somebody or something great for someone doesn't completely erase all the shit that you've done in the past, or maybe shit that you're gonna do in the future. You know, he could do this amazing thing for Ben Askren and then tomorrow say the most outlandish shit or something that upsets people. They can call him out for it, and or dare I say hate him for what he said, and they're well within their rights to do so. But these guys have a weird binary way of looking at things of like, oh, you do one good thing that means you're a good person forever. It's like, it doesn't work that way really, innit? It's like, you know, it's actually in totality. Like over the years, have you been more of a dickhead or been more of a cunt? Have you been more of a dickhead or been more of a nice guy? That's actually the truth of it. But hey, what do I know? Big up Koila. It surely matters what caused you to need your transplant in the first place. Obviously, if your lungs are riddled with cancer, then you're probably not in the death store. But Bashkin had pneumonia damage. Yeah, true. Plus, I don't think he drinks or anything in it, right? He's a completely teetotal guy, so I'm sure that helped as well in its own way. Big up Janu W. Jeff at least showing something you there exactly. Big up the Black American, Jeff is gay. Big up KP, AZ, Ben Manager said any news about any influencer paying is all false. It still needs payment. It was wrestling community, a lot of people. Oh, okay. So it wasn't this whole, yeah, again. Obviously Jake Paul's not going to deny it because it makes him look good. And obviously the people that want to use the Jake Paul story to make them look good because they hate it as well are going to run with it like a Brendan did. But yeah, I get what you mean. That makes a good point. Hopefully someone does end up covering it. Hopefully. Big up Koila. Did Papa even donate to that CTE guy he cried about? Exactly. No, I don't remember. To be fair, I'm not just gonna say he didn't, but I don't remember. He may have. Maybe he got bullied into it. Maybe he got bullied into it at the start. Big up James Banks. Well gone, James Banks. That clip of Chin saying they probably want you to come in there had me crying. Yeah, exactly. Big up James Banks. Big up James Banks. And big up fucking Chin. Big up Chin's ejaculate. Let's move on. Let's do a couple other quick things and we're going to go back to TFATK. Let's do a Johnny Somali. There's actually a Johnny Somali update. I want to quickly see this. There's a Johnny Somali update. So let's quickly do that and then we'll go back to TFATK, yeah? Big up everybody in the stream chat watching, tuning in. Appreciate you. Smash the like button if you can for me. Subscribe to the channel. That'd be greatly appreciated. And links to all my shit are in the description. Let's go.
Bam me off kick. I'm on YouTube.
What's up, everyone? So Legal Mindset just dropped a bomb this morning. Johnny Somali just got hit with an 8th charge, and this time it is an additional count of obstruction of business.
If this guy somehow avoids going to prison, it's going to be an absolute miracle, isn't it? If this guy somehow avoids going into or serving some considerable time in a Korean prison, it's going to be a miracle. It really is going to be a miracle if Johnny Somali gets away with this. It really is, because it feels like every other week we are hearing of new charges. Fucking hell. The way the Korean law system works, court system works, is fucking crazy, isn't it? Like, along the way, they're still gathering evidence, they're still putting a case together, charges are being brought up, like, fucking hell. They don't stop.
Now, what is that related to? At this particular moment, we don't know, because what they usually do is they hit him with a new charge just before his new court date, and then at his new court date, he gets explained what happened and why he's being charged with this new crime, and then the cycle continues. He'll get a court date in the next couple months, and then just before the court date, he'll get hit with a 9th charge and a 10th charge and so on. They're screwing him so bad. They're pretty much mentally draining him by constantly piling on more and more charges. And they're staggering them so it has a longer effect. Instead of hitting him with 8 charges at once, they're just hitting him with a new charge every couple of months.
Do you think they're doing this, by the way? I don't know if how the Korean court system, law system works, but are they doing this because there's an inherent belief or whatever understanding that they probably won't hit with a long charge? Prison sentence, I mean. So if you're not going to get a long prison sentence, let's at least keep him in this country in limbo for a long period of time, so he gets, he's taught a lesson in the interim. I wonder if that's a part of it. That's part of the process of it. I wonder. Big up LB. Welcome, LB. Welcome, my nuts. Yes. Apologies for being away and being MIA. As I mentioned at the top of the show, I had some family stuff, some real life shit I had to deal with, which meant I had to take some time off. But I will be jumping back onto the marathon everyday membership streaming thing, 31-day stream, and probably August 5th I'll start again because I need to take some time off again at the weekend. So next 5 days I'll be here, but over the weekend I will be away and I'll be back again on August the 5th, so I'll be able to restart the marathon from there. But apologies for going MIA.
Just dragging him along. So today we have a lot to talk about. Yesterday I dropped my video on Johnny Somali totally humiliating himself. He was acting like a total lolcow. I know some of you guys weren't familiar with the term, but this is what it means. Someone that is willing to get milked for content and milked for laughs. Now I have a lot more footage. There's a 7-hour live stream that I was sent, and this one is really, really crazy because the cops do get called. So I will post that in the next couple days. But back to today's video, how many charges is he facing? How many years is he facing? Well, it turns out now there is 4 obstruction of business counts, there are 2 minor offense acts counts, and there is 2 deepfakes. Once against the Korean YouTuber Youngman, and then Hank was kissing him, and another one against Bong Bong, which for many of you guys, you've been introduced to Bong Bong in yesterday's video. Some of you guys are questioning her behavior, but it's clear that she was there just to exploit Johnny Somali for content. Now, if you feel a certain way about that, that's your choice. I'm not telling you how to feel, but these are the facts. So Johnny Somali is facing quite a few years in prison. The Somali conviction team was able to do these calculations, and this is what he's looking at. Mitigated would mean if he's apologizing, if he's deeply humble, and he does some type of social media statement, apologize to victims. That would be 6 months. That's not going to happen, and I'm going to show you why in a moment. If it would be the default sentencing where there's no aggravating factors and no mitigating factors, it would be 2 years, 6 months. Aggravated, which is definitely what's going on over here, 4 years and 3 months. And then aggravated max is 12 years. Now, how could it get aggravated max is if a victim comes forward and asks for maximum punishment, which is happening. We have confirmation that this is happening, and potentially there's a second victim coming forward. So we don't know in which cases, but that is happening right now.
I love that was a big part of the thing. When the Johnny Somali Korean rampage was at its peak, at its pomp, I remember that being a big part of the coverage. Legal Mindset, other YouTubers, people that lived out in Korea were making it very clear, or encouraging people to record and note down anything Johnny Somali may have done that was illegal, that was against the law, many times, and to make evidence of it, back up archives, download VODs and shit, so that when this day did finally come, they would have all the evidence needed, all the material to obviously send some of the stuff to the courts or chase up potential victims and convince them to file charges and shit. So people were really on point. People were really, you know, fucking diligent about documenting and cataloging every offense that Johnny Somali did. So this was probably always going to happen, but I remember that being a big part of the coverage when I was used to watch a lot of the stuff.
Right now, one way that Johnny Somali could really save himself is by being humble and apologizing. But unfortunately for him, he keeps posting nonsense like this. So he says, so let me get this straight. Korean boomers can wave the rising sun flag, call comfort women liars, and it's patriotism. But when I speak, it's terrorism. Well, Johnny, it's pretty simple. You're not allowed to protest in Korea because you are a foreign national. It's very clear that it is illegal for a foreign national to protest in Korea. So yes, they are allowed to express their free speech, but you're not over there because you are a guest in their country. But it gets a lot worse. Here this guy says, there is a way to help you smooth things over with the Korean people. Stop posting everything that is perceived as hurtful. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything. Laugh if you want, but flying on the radar in enemy territory attracts attention. And this is what Johnny had to say. He said, who said I want to smooth things over? They are cockroaches. He is calling the Korean people cockroaches. So with stuff like that, it's going to give you an aggravated sentencing. And if you weren't convinced yet that he's going to prison, there is a Korean lawyer that weighed in a little while back, but this article went under the radar. I didn't see it. Take a look at what he had to say. So it says Johnny Somali faces new charges in South Korea as legal expert warns of possible jail time. Now, this was a little while back, so he's facing even more charges now. And keep that in mind when you hear what the lawyer has to say. So senior attorney Kim Joo-hyung told Korea Herald that while deportation is likely, Ismail may first be required to serve jail time. Considering the multiple charges and their severity, it's unlikely he will receive a light penalty, Kim explained. South Korean authorities are cracking down on nuisance streamers, with many hoping Ismail's case sets a precedent for stricter regulations. His next court appearance is set for April 9th, and more charges may still emerge. So many more charges did emerge. Keep in mind, he's saying that he was going to go and do jail time, and this was in April when there was much fewer charges. Now, the possibility of him not going to jail is pretty much slim to none. It's just not going to happen. Even Ramsey himself kind of realizes that, yeah, he's going to do some jail time. Now, there's something else we need to talk about, and I want your opinion on this. The same source that sent me those leaked videos of Bong Bong and the police incident that you're going to see in the next couple days, he also sent me pretty much Johnny Somali's entire legal defense with the deepfake case. So this is evidence that Johnny Somali is going to use to prove that he's innocent in the deepfake case. At least he's going to try to. And I want your opinion on this. Do you guys think it would be beneficial if I show the evidence on a separate video? Because we already know he has it. I have screenshots proving that he has it and he will use this in court. So I don't think it can do much damage. But at the same time, I want to make sure that I do things right. I want to be cautious, and I certainly don't want to help him. So that is something to consider. Now, before we wrap up, I just want to show you a brief clip of the video I'm going to post this week. Basically, Hank and Johnny got assaulted, and Johnny didn't want to call the cops, but Hank, being the complete coward that he is, he ran to daddy government and called the police. Take a look at this.
I'd rather have a smaller community that with me. My community, the pirate gang, we a smaller community, but we are only this is my motherfuckers. I'm not going anywhere. Ban me off kick. I'm on YouTube. I don't need that KCIP. I got YouTube.
Could you imagine a stream with him in top 5? If he was actually free, could you imagine the chaos that would ensue if Johnny Somali and top 5 got on a stream together? Two guys from a same, similar region of Africa, right? East Africa, I'm assuming. I think Johnny Somali actually isn't even from Somalia. I think he's is it Eritrean? Maybe he's Eritrean, but I think he's not even from Somalia, which angers Somali people so much. His name is Johnny Somali. He's doing what he's doing, embarrassing people, embarrassing everyone, embarrassing himself, and he's not even from the country where his name comes from. But could you imagine the chaos that would ensue on a fucking top 5 and Johnny Somali fucking live stream? Honestly, it's probably a good thing that he's going through what he's going through in Korea, boy, because God almighty, that disturbance would be crazy. Big up Uche. Any charges pressed against him any charges pressed against Chin for eating the Korean 7-Eleven boiled egg? Oh my God, yeah. Tell me about it.
And shout out to all my YouTube members. Shout out to Wuhan gang.
This aged so badly because he's flexing about being on YouTube. Meanwhile, he can't even post on YouTube anymore because he's too terrified to make any live streams whatsoever. On top of that, his daddy Hank doesn't let him, probably confiscated his phones. So yeah, it's looking really sad for Johnny Somali, but this thing is going to last quite a while longer, so make sure you're subscribed. I have this video that's coming up. I have the video possibly about the evidence. We'll talk about if we do that. And I also have a video on Jack Doherty that's coming up. Trust me, he committed another crime and he thought he was slick. He thought he deleted all the evidence. But unfortunately for him, I screenshotted every single.
This guy, I like 50 minutes of shame, but the edging is just too much, man. Too much edging. 50 minutes of shame. Too much edging, sir. Big up Chris Mack. We about to start calling my man Johnny Kimchi is fucking hilarious. He's gonna need to serve some time just to get the message across. Just as a fucking message. Just to send a message to anybody else that may have any idea, may have any feeling, may have any desire to do the same shit that he did. A strong message needs to be sent. A strong message, So he's obviously deserving of some prison time, a lot of prison time, some would say. But they do need to make sure that they do send him down and convict him properly. Because if they don't, I think if they don't, you're going to see a big uptick in people still going to that country, still going to that part of the world and running amok. You already see in Japan. I feel like in Japan, people are taking a piss already. You see a bunch of IRL streamers flying over there to do IRL streams and get fucking noticed and cause, and be a nuisance, basically, for lack of a better term. But I feel like you don't see as much as in Korea. I think Korea have kind of, even though Johnny hasn't been convicted yet, it's just the fact that he's going through what he's going through with this lawsuit has definitely put some people off from going there. And obviously some of the other viral videos of the beatings and shit, I'm sure haven't helped with encouraging people. So let's hope the Korean courts see this through and actually put him behind bars, because it's needed, man. It's needed. Especially for some of us like myself who are fond of traveling, The last thing you need is this guy kind of giving us gringos, us foreigners, a bad name And that's what he was doing, unfortunately. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's do this one. Podcast cringe. Chris and STAVVY roast Bert Kreischer on 2 Bears 1K. I'm curious to watch this, by the way. Big up to Josie for linking me to this, by the way. Big up Josie. But this is a video from Podcast Cringe. Dropped a few days ago, 5 days ago. So apologies those of you who already watched it. But I haven't watched it yet as I was away. So I'm going to react to this now. Let's see Chris and STAVVY roast Bert Kreischer on 2 Bears 1K. And they've taken over for Bert and Tom, because Bert and Tom are both individually filming their films and shit. I think Bert's doing LT Grade, a film that he writ, I think, and produced or something. And I'm pretty sure Bert's doing one about his life called Bertie Boy, or I forgot what it's called. But they're both doing something to do with film. So they're going to be away doing that shit. So they got Chris, Stefano and STAVVY to cover for them, or Stavros, but I think they also mentioned it's going to be a rotating cast of guests, so maybe next week it'll be somebody else. So maybe it's not going to be Stavros and Chris, maybe it'll be somebody else, I'm not too sure, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Listen, guys, we're excited to do this, but we know what you know. We read the comments too. We're not going to save the show.
No,
the show's absolutely
This is like when
done.
a marriage is failing, so you adopt 2 fun children.
Look
What
at
do
that.
we got?
Bert's got even just right here, I can tell he's got 6 months left. I can tell that his arteries and veins hit.
He was looking good too, and he's gotten redder and redder these last few months.
He just
he
keeps
should
going.
be dead.
No matter
he should
what.
be dead without question.
Chris Stefano and Stavros Halkias have taken over 2 Bears 1K for the summer, while Tom and Bert are running away from their wives, cosplaying as comedians turned Hollywood actors. Even though I knew this was coming, I still wasn't prepared for the culture shock I'd experienced from watching this episode. I've become so accustomed to Tom and Bert's train wreck of a podcast, with the non-stop showboating and toxic narcissism from Bert, while Tom sits there eyeing off his $250,000 watch, counting down the minutes until he...
The fucking IV drips as they're talking, as they're recording. The fucking IV drips as they're recording. Like, get over yourselves. You're not fucking rock stars, man. You don't live that. You're not living life on the edge to that extent. You had a couple of drinks on the weekend, on the road. Like, grow up, man. Honestly, the IVs. Like, come on, man. Come on. Come on. Do yourself a favor. Give your head a wobble.
He gets to leave the building and hit the road in his 1 of 100 special douchebag edition Ferrari. I'd forgotten what it was like to watch a comedy podcast with actual comedians being funny and talking shit, and it looks like I wasn't the only one. First 2 Bears episode I've clicked on in years. The first 5 minutes has already surpassed the last 2 years of this show. Let's be honest, this is the duo that will save the show. Bert found a way to interrupt the episode even though he is officially not part of this episode. Amazing.
You know what's funny, by the way? The show is probably good because they're just trying to be funny. That's it. Instead of doing whatever Bert and Tom do, they're just trying to do what most comedy some comedy podcasts do, where they just try and be funny. Who would have guessed it? Just trying to be funny. That's it. Just trying to be funny. That's all it takes.
Of course, Bert phoned it in and left Chrissy and STAVVY a message. Could you imagine his anxiety levels knowing that there would be a gathering of his friends where he wouldn't be the main topic of conversation? The best part is, almost every instance of Bert hanging out with comedians involves him paying them somehow. Whether it's on his tour bus, buying them all drinks after the show at some random bar, where he farms fan engagement, or on his own podcast where they're covering for him over the summer, while he desperately inserts himself into yet another project to maintain relevance, since, by his own admission, he's basically run out of stand-up material after his daughters moved away to college. We've been following the slow-motion downfall of Flagrant ever since Andrew Schultz convinced himself that he had more to offer than recycled dick jokes. We're still witnessing Brendan Schaub milking every single drop from his scorpion brain. Joe Rogan is off slipping and sliding his way through one of the biggest...
Is that true? Is that a real picture? What? Where's that from? Joe sliding. What, vacation? Where's that from? I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. The first link. What the fuck? Hold on, let me see this. Hold on. Joe Rogan launched himself off an inflatable slide during a mega yacht vacation with wife Jessica Ditzel. Oh, is that her name, Jessica? Okay. Yeah, that's credit to Brian. Credit to Rogan, Brian, for that. By the way, keeping his life somewhat private in that respect. I didn't even know what his wife's name was. Big up him, man. Keeping that side of his life completely private. He doesn't really speak about his daughters. Like, he keeps that stuff completely private. I don't even know his daughters' names, to be fair. Fucking hell, that's good, man. Rogan and his rarely seen wife and kids are making most of their family vacation. Joe Rogan Experience podcast host 57 and wife Jessica 49 and 2 of their 3 daughters, Lola 16 and Rosie 4. Okay, I didn't know that's his wife daughter's names. I'm assuming the third daughter is the stepdaughter, right? That's the daughter that the woman had before their relationship, the mixed race girl. Were photographed having some fun abroad. The group got great use of their $50 million boat towering inflatable slide. They took turns jumping off, diving straight into the clear and Adriatic Sea off the coast of Croatia's Brac Island. Nice, man, nice. Can't be mad at that. Big up them. What's this? Rogan and his wife. Okay, big up the wife as well. She seems like the opposite of Brendan's wife. Brendan Schaub's wife is married to fucking Brendan Schaub, but she acts like a fucking Kardashian, right? So you got what? Where is she? Let's see. She's somewhere here. There she is, right? No, there she is. You got Brendan Schaub's wife, right? Who's a fucking nobody, right? Brendan Schaub's wife is a fucking nobody. She's married to a Z-list celebrity, right? And she acts like she's a big deal, right? She's all up here taking fucking silly photo shoots. She's a mom of 3, posting these clips on Instagram and shit, kind of insane. And she's obviously, you know, got her name on here, verified profile, public, all this sort of shit, right? Posting stuff on the stories, blah, 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 blah. But Rogan's wife, who's an actual celebrity, you'd imagine, by default of being Rogan's fucking wife, she has no social media presence that I know of. You know? I find that quite fascinating, to be fair. Oh my, hold on, is that her kid using a gun? Isn't that the youngest one as well? So I guess this is Brendan's new personality, right? I guess we've got Brendan's new personality, Brendan's new hobby has been found and discovered, which wasn't what I guessed. I did guess he was going to get into barbecue, be like a Traeger barbecue guy, but I guess now he's moved to Austin. We have this new interest budding, guns. He's going to be talking about guns now more. He talks about trucks. So I guess this is a new hobby. But the kids playing with guns, great. You know? Here she is posting stuff like she's some sort of celebrity, going on a boat with the kids and shit. You know? All over social media, right? She's all over social media. Let's see those tits again. Go on, show the tits off again. She had to bend the camera down a little bit, you know? She had to make sure to show us that, didn't she? Yeah? She had to make sure to show us that. She could not not let us see those tits, and that we had to see them. We had to see those tits. She had to make sure that fucking camera panned down ever so slightly. She had to make sure that camera panned down ever so slightly to see those fucking baps. Jesus Christ. So you've got her, right? You know, being social media hungry and shit, loving the attention, posting every fucking day on social, right? More posts again. There we go. More titty pics. What's the focus here? Her and her kid or the cleavage? What's the focus, you think? What do you think what do you think she wants us to focus on? What do you think she wants us to focus on? Her and her kid or the cleavage? What do you think is the most important thing for her right now? What do you think is the most important thing? So again, big up Rogan's wife for being 10 times more famous than she will ever be by default of being Rogan's wife, but not seemingly giving a fuck about social media. You know? It's actually pretty impressive and admirable. So this is the yacht they're on. I wonder if he owns it. Do you think he owns the yacht or is he chartering the yacht? What do you guys think? Do you think he owns this yacht or is this a yacht he's chartering for his vacation with his family? That's a massive slide on top of the yacht. I quite like that. I'm not gonna lie. That looks fucking fun. That looks really fucking fun. That's how you should use your money. To be again, not that I should be an arbiter of how people should spend. But what's the stuff on his ears? Has he got like ear protectors on or something, or those goggles? Rogan is such a funny. Yeah, I think those are goggles, isn't it? I shouldn't be. No one should tell anyone how to use their money, but this is how you should be using your money. You know, Ferraris and Lambos are fun, but being able to take your family away on a vacation like this and unwind and go on jet skis and live on a yacht for a bit and have meals prepared. Like, by the way, people in the stream chat, you know I'm not a big fan of fucking celebrity TV or reality TV. Not really the biggest fan of it. I fucking hate it for the most part. But in my opinion, the best reality TV show ever, in my opinion, ever, even better than Big Brother, Below Deck. Below Deck might be the best reality TV series of all time. And I'm not even a liker, I'm not even a lover of reality TV, and I recommend you, please watch Below Deck. It is a fascinating series. Fascinating. That whole world of, like, you know, being on a yacht, and honestly, it's so fucking good. And I hate reality TV. Hate Love Island, hate all that shit, hate it. But I can watch Black Below the Deck episode after episode after episode after episode after episode. Honestly, I recommend you watch it. It's so fucking good. Okay, let's see other pictures. Who's that? Octo is an ultra sleek and private featuring state of the art. I guess that's his wife there probably. Oh no, that's the wife. Octo is a ultra sleek and private feature state of the art amenities. Cool, good to see. Those are the kids there. Fucking big up the page 6 blur. Not caring a fuck about blurring his kid's face. Oh, look at one of his daughters. That might be the teenager, and she's legitimately looks like she's the same height as Rogan or taller. Yeah, one of his daughters looks like she might be the same height as him or taller. That's fucking hilarious. There's little Rogan there. I wonder if you can see the cameras. Do you think you can see the cameras? Are they taking pics of him from the coast, from the land, or on a boat as well? I wonder. And that's them. That's them coming off the boat, right? That's Rogan's wife with a friend, I'm assuming, coming off the boat. But yeah, well done to Rogan, man. Oh, that's one of the daughters, I think, right? Yeah, that looks like Rogan there. That's one of the daughters, isn't it? Yeah, that's one of the daughters. That looks a little bit. She's got Rogan's face there. That's one of the daughters. But yeah, big up Rogan for basically striking lottery, innit? Having kids that don't care about social media and having a wife that doesn't care about being a social media star. Could you imagine the amount of offers she's gotten from Real Housewives franchise? Could you imagine the amount of offers this woman has got from the Real Housewives franchise? Could you imagine? She must have gotten some big offers from Bravo and shit to be on those series. She's probably said no. So again, props to her. Props to her. Let's go back to the podcast cringe. Where is he? Oh yeah, where is he there?
Biggest political scandals of the 21st century, and now finally we're witnessing the third chapter of Tom
Tom Segura. Honestly, man. Honestly, the guy that used to do those fucking call-ins on your mum's house, right? What's that thing called? Strokes. That Strokes guy. The other guy, what's he called? Robert Paul Champagne. The contrast between that guy and this guy is crazy, isn't it? Director Tom Segura and peak era of YMH is completely different. He's trying to look at doing these black and white pictures, trying to take himself seriously. God almighty.
Tom Segura's memoir, How to Lose Friends and Use People. Getting Chrissy D and Stavros to replace them for 6 weeks over summer is the gift we needed and deserved.
I think we should first figure out who is Tom and who is Bert.
Oh, big up, Josie. Is that true? Rogan's wife is a producer. She doesn't want to be in front of the camera. That's awesome. It's good to hear. That's good to hear. Again, it's just refreshing because Brendan's wife is, again, like I said, she seems to be very attention. She seems to be a bit of an attention seeker, and she clearly wants to be well known or famous, at least in her own right. And yeah, you know, and she's married to fucking Brendan Schaub. So I find that fucking hilarious that she tries to act like she's way bigger than what she is when she's, you know, nobody really. But hey, I guess we'll have to try.
I think because my addictions will ultimately kill me, I'm Bert. And because you're a closeted homosexual with disdain for the working class, you're Tom.
I'm Tom. I agree with those assessments. However, actually, if you looked at our numbers side by side, I have like 300 cholesterol, blood pressure through the roof.
Are you serious?
I have my liver, for some reason, even though I don't really drink, is just expanding at a rate that doctors can't figure out. So
You're the anti-Bert. You look healthy, but your body is in shambles.
Yes, I'm a reverse Bert. I think on the exterior, I'm Tom. Interior, I'm Bert. And on the exterior, you're a Bert, but the interior, you're a Tom. I think this is going to be fun. I think this is going to be good. And I think that at the end of the summer, what you'll see is eventually a post of Bert and Tom saying, we're stepping away from Two Bears, One Cave.
Well,
and this didn't work with the guests either.
Because the advertisers have all left.
Yeah, they're like...
By the way, I don't think that's ever happening. I think there's too much free money to do that. I think they could phone it in, bank episodes, like, they get too many views. I don't think they'd ever step away from Two Bears, One Cave. It probably makes them too much money. I don't think so. Unless they're making so much money that the extra million they get a year from Two Bears, One Cave is not worth it. But knowing these comedians the way I do through doing these numerous amounts of streams, they love money. Like more than any other profession, I think, in the arts, quote unquote, I think comedians are way more money hungry than any. Maybe the only people who are getting close to being as money hungry and being very reluctant to turn down a gig, no matter how fucking dicey it may be, are DJs. They're the only people who come close. I don't, comedians are very, very keen on securing the bag. So I just don't see them willingly walking away from an easy podcast that they do. They go through the motions of that makes them a good amount of money. I just can't see it.
You're like, Stabby and DiStefano. What the hell?
That description of Tom Segura as a closeted homosexual with a disdain for the working class should be the tagline for his memoir. That's some crazy work right there from Stabvy. I love how all of Tom and Bert's buddies know why everybody hates them, and the best part is they don't even try and hide it. They know there's a currency in shitting on them, like we saw in the intro where Chrissy said they've read all the comments and know that there's no saving Two Bears One.
Yeah, because most comedians, I think, like most people, normal people, I think even Bert probably admitted it. Again, one of the good things about Bert, he likes to admit these type of things. But one of the best things about things, I think, most likely these comedians get a lot of pleasure out of like shitting on other people or looking at other people get shit on. So they're probably well aware of some of the negative comments that go around videos about their colleagues and other people. But when it comes to themselves, they probably stay away from it. But they're very attuned, very knowledgeable of what's going on with, people that they do comedy with, their fellow peers. They read the comments like everyone else does. They're in the Reddit like everyone else is. Like, why wouldn't you be? There's a whole fucking industry, subculture of people commenting on stand-up comedy podcasts. Like, these guys, yes, they're well known, but they're not that famous. There are people that obsess about these guys, like, maybe to me to a certain extent, and talk about this sort of shit on podcasts, on fucking live streams and YouTube comments, Instagram. We're all over. Why wouldn't you check it out? It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't be curious to hear what people are saying. So I think they all are aware. It's just very disingenuous. So they try and act like they don't understand. People don't like them. I think Bert's a good example of it. Tom was also sometimes. It's like they're so befuddled about why they rub people up the wrong way. It's like, come on, brother. You know exactly why. Maybe you're unwilling to recognize it or to accept it, but you know why people don't like it.
One Cave. It's basically become an open secret now that Tom and Bert's audience is made up mostly of hate watchers, with a few actual fans sprinkled in that still think Tom's joking when he shits on poor people and has a full-on public meltdown at the slightest inconvenience.
I'm one of those people, unfortunately. I'm one of those redacts that thought that the whole hating on the working class thing was a bit until the airport thing. That's when I was like, oh, this actually sounds like he's actually angry. This actually sounds real. This actually sounds like it's got a bit of malice, a little bit of meanness, a little bit of hate infused. This doesn't sound like jolly giggles and jokes and shit. This sounds like he actually hates regular working class people, regular civilians, clocking in, clocking out. He definitely hates them. I thought it was a bit for a long time, but that airport thing definitely changed it for me.
Witnessing their downfall has become a global sport. By the end of this decade, these guys will all be recurring characters in the Austin Hunger Games, with Shane Gillis as the host. By the way, speaking of the big man, if you want to see my breakdown and commentary of Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs, check out the link in the description to my Patreon. Shout out to all of you who already support me over there. But that's a show that would make some serious numbers. Imagine Tom, Bert, Schultz, Ari, Rogan, and Tony Hinchcliffe competing for their own survival against each other. Tom would sacrifice Bert to save himself, Rogan would jump on Ari's shoulders for better visibility, and Tony Hinchcliffe would offer his ass up to the winner. Honestly, Red Band, if you're watching, you should totally team up with Shane to produce the third biggest show in history.
Talk about Red Band. Did you guys see that picture of him? Did you guys see that? Where did I see that picture? Where did I see that picture of him from? Was it Kill Tony Reddit? Let's see if I can find it. Kill Tony Reddit. Oh my god, bro! There's a picture of him taking a selfie in the mirror with a suit on. Fucking hell! Yeah, there we go. This is the one. Jesus Christ! You seen this? Look at those fucking fingers. Look at those fucking sausage fingers. Look at those fingers. Look at that suit. Look at that face. Like the ill-fitting suit, the wrinkly. You can see. Look at the wrinkly undershirt. You can tell that undershirt, that shirt is wrinkly. No, it's not. Sorry, it's the lining of the suit. Actually, it's not even a shirt. It's a lining. He's not wearing a shirt underneath it. It's just a t-shirt. To be fair, any guy that wears like a suit without a button-up shirt and just a t-shirt, they usually, you know what I mean? They usually be on a 3-day bender. But look at the way he's holding his phone, even like just. Fucking hell, look at him. But on the same token, I would also imagine, right, as rough as he looks, as much as he kind of looks like he smells like of cigarettes and booze and shit, there's a part of me that feels like he'd be a good hang. He'd be super fun to hang out with. Of all the of all people connected to the, to the fucking Jerry, Bappaverse, Rogan verse type of world, I feel like he would be somebody that you would actually love to like bump into at a bar and have a fucking beer with, He has some cool stories to tell. Like he'd be really fun to hang out with. I've got a feeling, despite all his, visual hygienic shortcomings. But God, he looks like a mess, isn't it? He looks like he sleeps in his car. You wouldn't think this guy's like one of the creators or responsible basically for the JRE. Part of a very popular podcast now, or comedy series that Kill Tony. He's probably making good money, you'd think, right? He just looks like this. It's a very interesting aesthetic, like willingly looking like this when you've got the money to not look like this, right? You can take care of yourself. You can maybe shave. You can maybe buy a suit that fits you and isn't ill fit, just like, you probably got money to buy a tailored suit. Maybe get on Ozempic and shit, lose some flab just for the sake of it, fuck it. And he just looks, looks the way he does. Interesting fellow.
Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, so like I said earlier, there was no way Bert was going to pass up on an opportunity to insert himself into a conversation that nobody invited him to. Not only has he mastered the art of not being able to read a room, but he's just taken it to a whole new level by not being able to read a room in a different state. That should seriously be a crime. Crossing state lines to commit cringe.
Supposedly, Benson Spoon said that Bert had a video for us.
Oh,
look
what
at that.
We got?
Bert's got the fit. Even just right here, I can tell he's got 6 months left. I can tell that his arteries and veins hit.
He was looking good too, and he's gotten redder and redder these last few months. It's insane the adversity he puts his body through, and how much it perseveres.
Yes,
he is a medical marvel for real.
He just keeps
should
going.
Be dead.
No matter
he should
what.
be dead without question.
Way
and like, dude, I did.
On the subject of Bert being dead or should be dead, I've always said, and I'm going to maintain, and I'll down that hill, that I think Bert will end up outliving all of his comedy peers. I think he's one, that's how unfair life is. That's how weird life is. I think Bert is that classic story of the person that you know in your family who smoked 20 packs of cigarettes a day, didn't die of cancer, and lived until their old age, like, you know, maybe died in, you know, 90 plus years old. But I think Bert's gonna be the same type of person. Doesn't really take care of himself, drinks box wine while he's quote unquote running on a treadmill, baths in a swimming pool, drinks every fucking day, you know, drugs, all that stuff, right? Indulges, really fucking indulges himself. I think he's gonna be that type of person who's going to you probably end up outliving Rogan. Maybe Rogan's a bad example because he does steroids and shit, which might fuck up his health. But I think Bert will definitely end up outliving someone like Rogan, who's a, you know, a bit of a health nut and jumps onto all the bandwagon trends and all this malarkey and has all the gear and is into longevity and all this sort of shit and vitamins and shit. I reckon Bert will end up outliving Bert. I reckon Bert will end up outliving Joe Rogan.
Fully Loaded, when it was like him taking it easy. Right. And 1.5 days of attempting to keep up with Bert, and I literally needed like a week and a half off. I did mushrooms and floated down a lazy river and then had to do a show in front of an arena. Yeah. I don't even know what the I was thinking. Just the snacks. It almost killed me. And by the way, I was getting up every night on my tour. And I was like, oh, I can hang, you know, Fully Loaded. It's insane.
I think Mark Norman said the same thing. I think Bert also broke Mark Norman. I think Mark Norman did exactly the same thing. He thought he could hang with Bert. He's, you know, he's a bit of a known boozer, and, you know, he's got a whole podcast around drinking shit. He's got a whiskey brand with Sam Morril. He's a bit of a party boy. I think even Mark Norman had to admit that Bert's another level. Bert's another level. So I think he's that friend that, you know, you have that friend in your group where you go out drinking and they scare you. I think I used to be that friend, to be fair. A lot of people wouldn't want to come out of me the following weekend and shit, or would try and avoid me, or would try and make me feel bad for doing what I was doing because it kind of broke them the previous nights. But I think Bert's definitely that friend where you go out with him and then you quickly realize, oh shit, this guy's, you know, this guy's into this stuff way more than I am, you know? So yeah, he's definitely that kind of guy. He's definitely that kind of guy.
What he's capable of. But let's see.
He's got like, Neanderthal genes. All right, let's see.
Oh, Billy, is that true? Big up Jack Donny Jr. Bert killed Mark in Europe so much so that I think he missed a flight or bus. Yeah, I remember that story. I don't remember that part of it, but the general gist of it I do remember. He definitely broke Mark Norman. He opened Mark Norman's eyes. You know, he definitely was exposed to what a real party boy is like.
So the first thing STAVVY says when he sees Bert's face on a screen is, Bert's got 6 months left, he should be dead. Yet somehow you know Bert's sitting back in his trailer, drinking straight from a bottle of Porosos after a hard day of shooting a scene that'll probably get dropped in the edit anyway, texting his podcast producer saying, "It's perfect, they love me." I mean, fuck. You know when STAVVY said he needed a week and a half to recover from being on the road with Bert, that you're dealing with some seriously life-threatening habits here. The best part is it's probably all tax deductible. That's right, we're all indirectly subsidizing Bert's premature death. If that's not the most perfect irony you've ever heard, I don't know what is. What could possibly be a better use of taxpayer money? And how did they not realize that giving guys like Chrissy and STAVVY a video demanding they cover certain topics would backfire? Did he really think they were just going to let it play and follow his directions? They literally spent several minutes roasting him before the producer even pressed play on the video. And then once it started, they barely got a few seconds in before STAVVY told them to pause it so he could roast Bert some more.
Hey guys, it's Bert. I would love for you guys to talk about Indian people today.
Okay.
I've run into a bunch of Indian people on my trip.
Well, pause this for a second. He's ironically outsourcing Indian racism to us. He's like, why don't you guys try and say something that'll get your careers ruined
and
on
when
our
a guy
podcast?
when a guy like Bert says it, I don't know if he's talking about Native Americans or people from India.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
I'm, by the way, not doing that. 100% not just giving my thoughts on a race, carte blanche. But anyway, let's keep moving. What else we got, Josh?
Well, Indian people always f***ing rock. Indian women are the f***ing hottest women in the world, in my opinion. Okay. Indian men are always helpful. I've never had a group of Indian kids pull a prank on me.
Pause this again. Now he's kind of reverse psychology trying to get us to be racist. You know what I mean?
Leanne is off camera, like telling him what to say to back it up, back it in.
I mean, look at this. And when they see me, it's just smile. So any stories about Indian people, or any stats about Indian people, any interesting knowledge about Indian people, then...
do you think there's just like regular guys? Do you think there's regular guys in their 50s just talking into a camera like this? Like, this must be a very unique thing that Bert is into, that he enjoys. Most men don't really get kind of sick of their own voice, get sick of being in front of the camera, get sick of like posturing and being attention seeking and stuff, right? It's a little bit weird, uncouth. Do you think? But maybe I'm also thinking, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, you know, on Facebook and shit, there's a bunch of older dudes just like doing what Bert's doing, just pontificating and mumbling and ranting and whatever into a cam, you know, just talking to themselves. Maybe that's the thing. But I just find it odd how he enjoys doing this so much, like genuinely, you know, pacing around his room, you know, what you call it, I guess trying to mine for bits while he just talks about some nonsense and reactions, of course. Weird.
If you don't want to do that one, how about this? I would love for you guys to break down America's greatest holiday and then take it head to head with what you believe is the world's greatest holiday, whether it be Carnival in Brazil or the day they throw tomatoes or running of the bulls, all that shit. I hope you guys have. Oh, also, can you guys talk about Rolexes and luxury cars?
Yeah.
What luxury car you want to buy, what Rolex you want to buy, that's Tom's talking points. I hope you guys have a great episode. I love you guys to death. Thank you so much for doing this.
Look at that.
I love how they kind of know what their fans hate about the show, but they don't care about making the show fun for their fans, so they just keep on doing the thing that they know their fans hate, you know, talking about expensive watches, talking about expensive cars and shit. I don't think it has to do with the fact that they're expensive, just because it's boring, innit? I bet you it has nothing. I bet you it has absolutely nothing to do with them liking expensive things and more to do with just their fans not finding it funny or entertaining the way they do it or speak about it. I'm sure that's probably the reason why, but they don't give a fuck. They just still do it, you know. Fans be damned. Fans be damned.
Pause, by the way. Yeah. That's him realizing what a mistake he's made giving us this podcast.
Yeah.
Vote Zoran.
Yeah. That's why he was bringing up Indian people.
Yeah.
He was like, I saw Stavros talking about some Indian guy. Maybe he likes Indian people.
By the way, what is this? That's not your body.
That is not me.
That's my actual body, which they had no problem using. And then they went to your search history.
Yeah, they
found that.
Yeah, they literally, that's Stavvy's actually bought it. And then they picked some rip guy and they just gave me a bear head and a yarmulke. That's it.
Finally, someone called out Bert's obsession with race. He's that guy who will stop and chat to some random ethnic-looking person at the supermarket just to ask them where they're from and then proceed to tell them all about a trip he went on to that country and how amazing the food was. Don't forget, this is the guy
100%. Oh, wait. You guys are from Pakistan? You guys are from Pakistan? Oh my god. Oh, you guys are from India? I've been to the Shoom. I went to the Shoom. Yeah, definitely. 100%. 100% Bert's that type of dude who thinks he's fucking connecting with you because I don't know. Oh my god, you're from Africa. I ate fufu. It's like, what? Huh? Shut up.
Who has openly admitted that his fantasy is to get railed by a bunch of black dudes. This man has a wife and adult daughters, for fuck's sake. But could you imagine how much harder Chrissy and Stabby would have gone on Bert if he wasn't paying them? I love how they completely ignored Bert's attempt at throwing Tom under the bus by bringing up his infamous watch and supercar collection and decided to just shit on Bert instead. And here's something you've probably never heard me say before. As the podcast went on, things only got better. They would have recorded this 2 or 3 weeks ago when the whole Epstein Files saga was at its peak. You know, when DJT told everyone to shut the fuck up and enjoy the fireworks, and so when it came up, they straight away turned it on Tom and Bert, speculating how they would feel about the Epstein list controversy. And once again, they nailed it.
Dude, the guy Dan Bongino from the head of the deputy director of the FBI, he's another Ridgewood, Queens guy. We went to the same high school.
That makes so much sense. Those guys got so cucked. Now they have to pretend the Epstein list didn't happen.
I know. I saw that today.
Who do you think is more relieved, Bert or Tom, that the Epstein list is gone? I think Tom would do it to get into the Illuminati.
Yes.
And I think Bert could be peer pressured into it. Like, I don't think Bert would want to be a... They're like, oh... We thought you were cool, man. He'd be like, I'm cool. You know what I mean? Like, I think Tom would just be soberly having and being like, this will get me a 10-year deal at Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Like,
If I was like, hey, Bert, like, you know, if you just have some kid, it'll be a really good tour promo for Red Rocks. He'd do it. Yeah, because I think the mindset of those two guys are like Tom always believed this was going to be his life. He was always going to be famous. He was always going to be a multimillionaire.
I respect that.
Where Bert cannot believe this happened to him.
Yeah,
he can't believe he made it out of Tallahassee.
Which is awesome.
I don't think so. I think Bert always wanted to be famous and always was striving to be famous and has wanted to be famous his entire life and is happy he made it. But I don't think he's surprised and shocked that he made it. I think he thinks he put in enough hard work. He's talented. He's around all the right people. I don't think there's any part of Bert that's like humble or gracious or shocked or taken aback by his success. No. If anything, he wants more of it. He thinks he's deserving of way more than what he currently has. 100%. I don't think there's a I don't think there's a single part of Bert that's like, oh my god, this is no, not surprising. He wants all of this and more for sure.
Who are we kidding here? We all know that every single one of these guys would be at the front of the line ready to go if they were ever invited. I mean, fuck. Bobby Lee kept telling the Tijuana story to anyone who would listen for years until people finally started asking questions, so he had to make that cringe-ass public apology and convince everyone it was all made up. Tim Dillon has basically admitted that he'd be down for some Epstein action, and Joe Rogan recently said on his own podcast that it's a genius way to blackmail people. It reminds me of that old Norm Macdonald, Bill Cosby joke. Let's just say, the worst part isn't the hypocrisy. I've said this before, I think it's only a matter of time before allegations start coming out of the Austin comedy scene. I don't know who exactly or what the allegations will be, but there is no way that all those big ego comedy assassins are keeping it professional around all those vulnerable open micers.
I don't know. I think if you have to, this is an observation. Take my observation with a grain of salt, ignore me. Maybe we're looking at this as too wrong. Maybe we're looking at this too deeply. I think Andrew Callahan, right, the guy from Channel 5, I think his recent run-in with Joe, that story that was shared wide and far, about him being in the comedy mothership green room and Joe Rogan noticing who he was or asking what he did, journalists, and immediately chucking him out, I think speaks to the paranoia and caution that they deal with the green room and of outsiders being around them. I think when the great cancelling happened in LA, right, when Amy Kaufman, big up Amy Kaufman, when she fucking exposed Chris D'Elia, Brian Callen and everybody else and scared all these guys to run away to Austin in the first place, I think it woke them up. And I think they are probably still doing the same shit, but just doing it a little bit more undercover, doing it obviously with way more willing participants, but also being very careful. So I don't think we're gonna get a great big cancelling we did this in LA. I don't think so. This is just me giving them the benefit of the doubt because I think they're a lot smarter than that. And I just think they've been burned to an extent where I don't think they would be willing or they would be eager to throw away their career again, by not taking certain precautions. So do I think they've changed their behavior? No. Do I think they're more cautious? They're more, cautious about how they move? Yes. And they definitely run a tighter ship. That, like I said, that guy from Channel 5 he spoke about how he, again, I think he thinks he got chucked out of the green room because Joe doesn't like his channel. But I think he got chucked out of the green room because most likely Joe asked him, hey, what do you do? He said journalist, and Joe's like, nah, fuck journalist. So I think that's probably what happened. Yeah, exactly, Noodles, NDAs, exactly. So I don't think we're gonna get a Austin, Texas scene canceling. The only way I can see it happening, which is probably adjacent, is maybe with the Kill Tony guys, maybe, because that involves open micers. They're all a bit drunk. They're on the same level as the crazy fucking scene community. I can see that happening. Maybe that's in the future, but Rogan's crew, I don't think so.
And don't think for a second we've forgotten about this, Joe.
She's lucky she paid $100. I had girls sucking my dick and giving me coke from Chewy. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Fuck yeah, you gotta sit my dick to get up in the belly room. I'm making a call for you. That's the fucking gateway into coming to Hollywood. Everybody knows that.
How many girls did you have do that?
Oh, 20 of them. I had this little blonde open mic chick dog that used to come up to the Comedy Store with a 20 and just take me up to the belly room and suck my dick and go do her set. She was tremendous.
Wow.
She finally freaked out. When she got to Hollywood, bro, she was beautiful. And when she left, she had dirty, her nails were dirty. And then a year later, she wrote me a letter to the Comedy Store. You sucker, you broke me. I kept shooting sperm balls in her fucking ear ball. Every time she went down, vaya pa la pinga.
And now the guy laughing.
Honestly, crazy stories, crazy era. And big up Joey Diaz for running to New Jersey as soon as the whole cancelling went down. He didn't hang around in LA. He ran away as quickly as possible to fucking New Jersey, changed his ways, cancelled his podcast, you know, became a family man for a short period of time. Big up Joey Diaz. It worked.
Hysterically at Joey Diaz's Predator stories, owns his very own comedy club. Why the fuck would we listen to a word these guys have to say about Jeffrey Epstein? It's like they've forgotten the internet exists. Rogan's been begging Joey to move to Austin for years. The whole thing is a disaster waiting to happen. But let's get back to the new look Two Bears, One Cave, because I've got a few suggestions of my own.
Honestly, if you have you want us to talk about, if you have topics you want to do, if you have like, is there stuff you want us to, you know, should we look into, should we do a segment every episode where it's like, how would we improve Two Bears, One Cave? You know what I mean? Like, is there stuff you want us to do? Is there things that Bert and Tom have done that you want us to comment on? Do you hate this even more than the regular show? That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, this is already, Two Bears, One Cave views are always going down, and then you bring in Chris and Stavvy and they talk about berberine for an hour? Now I'm supposed to watch
berberine and Nazis?
Yeah, that's the show? What the?
I'm checking it. I don't care, man. Stavvy and Chris are usually great guests on the shows. I usually always tune in when they give us a guest. I'm definitely going to be checking this out. I need to watch this in full. This sounds like a really good laugh, especially the second one. This is probably the first to kind of get their bearings, kind of, get themselves comfortable. I think the show's definitely going to come into its own in the next few episodes. So looking forward to it. Actually, you know what? If they do step away from it, Tom and Bert, maybe this will be a good little duo, to have unexpected one, but this will probably be a good little duo under the YMH umbrella. But I'm definitely going to watch the whole full episode. It seems fun.
All right. Soft pitch. Here's what you should do. You know how the YMH podcast is mostly just Tom and Christina reacting to videos of weirdos, right? Well, that's exactly what you should do on Two Bears, One Cave for the next 6 weeks, except there's only one condition. All the videos you react to have to be of Tom and Bert. It'll be like a 6-week-long roast of Tom and Bert, and every week you can go harder and harder.
Nah. Let's relax. At the end of the day, these are still their friends in real life. We probably would love to see that as viewers, but these are still their colleagues and friends in real life. They're not going to go too far in that extent. I think the odd jab here and there throughout the show is going to be way funner than us sitting and watching them react to clips. I don't want that. Do you know what I mean? I want them to do their own show, bounce off each other, rip each other, or rip into each other, right? Stavros and Chris, that'll be funny as well, because they've got good they've got pretty good razzing ability, as DSP would say. Fuck DSP. But I would like to see some reaction show from them. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds a bit shit. I'm not gonna lie. Big up Podcast Cringe, but I don't like that idea in the slightest. I do not like that idea in the slightest. But I will be checking out this show going forward. It does look pretty decent. It does look pretty decent. Okay, big up Podcast Cringe. Let's move on. Which one else we didn't do here? Let's move on. Let's do Shane Gillis v. The View, and then we'll go back to a couple of Brendan, then we're gonna end it and then come back again tomorrow. Let's do Shane Gillis v. The View via Apologia Comedia. Big up Apologia Comedia. The title of the show is Shane Gillis v. The View. If you want to watch it yourself, you see the URL right there. That's the title. That's the channel. Check him out. Apologia Comedia is really good channel. Let's see Shane Gillis v. The View.
Straight guys were always funny.
Straight women, and I
not
think,
all
yeah.
of them. Yeah. The best audience. When I was a kid, they were always funny. They were always funny. But, you know, I guess white guys have changed.
We're talking about
What an
They say straight guys. What she say? Did she say
ambiguous phenomenon?
Straight guys or white guys? What the fuck was that about, huh?
We're always funny. You know, straight guys were always funny.
Straight guys? What type of critique is that? So now what? The only funny men that exist are gay guys, huh? What?
straight women, and I
not
think,
all
yeah.
of them. Yeah.
The best audience.
When I was a kid, they were always funny. They were always funny. But you know, I guess white guys have changed.
We're talking about
What an ambiguous phenomenon life is. To get hung up on, some fun jokes at the ESPYs. You're literally missing the point. We're having fun. Which brings me to the next point, dude. The View.
I wish I was watching The View.
I mean, we are the first line of defense against tyranny.
Yeah.
And all of this,
Yeah.
you can't squelch the comedians. Don't do it. It's a mistake because they will go after you. But one thing he did that I didn't like, and that was he said, I didn't write that joke.
Yeah.
Never do that. Johnny Carson was on the air for, I don't
Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke about I didn't write that honestly. Come on, man. God almighty. So willingly dense just to make... You don't need to be this dense to get your point across. You can say you didn't like the jokes because you didn't like the jokes. They offended you. They got on your nerves. They made you feel uncomfortable. But let's not start nitpicking over this nonsense. Come on.
know, 100 years. Never.
Yo, big up Ryan Harty in the chat. Wagwan, didn't see you there, GG. He got the rights back to All Gas No Breaks again for $100,000. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that clip as well. He's actually a pretty savvy business guy. I was surprised by that. Listening to him speak about how he got All Gas No Breaks back, what he aims to do with the channel, he sounds a lot more savvy when it comes to business and shit. By the way, what episode was that? What interview was that again, Ryan Harty? That one that he spoke about the business stuff? Because that was actually a good episode. He spoke. I was actually surprised by how clued in business wise and all that sort of shit he is. Which I shouldn't be surprised because he founded, some two decent channels, or two really good channels, not decent. And the content they put out is fucking great, especially the stuff they did with the LA riots recently. I really enjoyed some of that coverage. But I was taken aback by how kind of business savvy he kind of sounded when he was talking about the figures and all this sort of shit. Funny, interesting, smart dude.
But once did he say the writer wrote that bad joke that I just bombed with.
And if you watch,
that's bad form.
I wish I was watching The View so that I could understand comedy the way Joy Behar does. Hilarious comedian Joy Behar. What was that one joke she told that everyone likes? Never once, ever.
As Shane Gillis's career continues, the more it shares with Norm Macdonald's career. He got fired from SNL only to return years later and host it. He recently hosted the ESPYs like Norm and even slipped in a Norm joke. And now, like Norm, he's officially not liked by the women of The View, which might be the biggest compliment he's received his entire career. The morning after the ESPYs, The View reacted to some of Shane's jokes from the show, and to be honest, the jokes they reacted to weren't even that wild. But when the camera cuts back to them, it's like they just witnessed a war crime.
The ESPY Awards last night, hosted by comedian Shane Gillis, who got a mixed reaction from the...
To be fair, looking back at that clip, right? I need to do a reaction to it. Actually, I'll do the reaction on my Patreon, so keep an eye out for that. I'll put a Patreon reaction out later. But that was actually one of the best things about that set. It was the obvious... It kind of reminded me of the... what's his name again? It kind of reminded me of that guy from the Golden Globes. What's his fucking name? From The Office. That bit that he did. What made it funnier was how uncomfortable the room clearly was. And some of the panning shots to the crowd as he was telling his bits. That's what made that Shane Gillis ESPYs monologue so good. It was just how uncomfortable people in the room were. That's what made it. Exactly, Ricky Gervais, that's it. Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes or the Oscars, whatever that one that he did, that was fucking amazing. He ripped into everybody in the audience. That's what made it hit way harder. Big up Ryan Harty. It was a Vice interview. Okay, cool. I got bored after a couple of minutes. Okay, fair enough. I'll definitely check it out though. Oh, actually, I've got it here. It's 1 hour. Shit. 1 hour 44 minutes. Jesus. All right, cool. I'll definitely rewatch it and see if there's some bits worthy of getting clipped and reacting to. But I enjoyed the clips I saw on social anyway, at least.
Crowd, take a look.
Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. Nah, you don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime.
Come on, man. Look at the... Exactly. Thank God. Chewing gum in mouth as well. The whole shebang. Full teeth, chewing gum in mouth. Look at the smiles. Look at all the smiles. Even behind. Look at the smiles. Funny is funny, bro. Look at that woman behind. She doesn't find it funny whatsoever. A bookie. So good.
They do. They read The Very Horny Caterpillar. The little engine that could, but needed a pill first.
Look, she wants to laugh. She wants to laugh. She wants to laugh. Come on, man. She was raised in the what? She was raised in the what? The 80s, 90s, or whatever, right? Born, I think, in the 70s, but still raised around that era. She knows what edgy jokes are. She's been around some fucking filth. She knows she wants to laugh. She knows she wants to laugh. Whoopi knows she wants to laugh. Come on, Whoopi. Come on, Whoopi, man. Stop this performative shit. You could tell she wants to fucking burst laughing. Come on, Whoopi. Come on, girl. Come on, auntie. Come on, auntie.
Look at Whoopi.
You know, hosting an award show is a tough game.
It really is.
Yeah. And so I'll ask you think he read that room correctly?
No. No. He did. Basically, when you do an awards show, they're there to hear their name called. They are not there to laugh, number one. But, you know, stand-up comedy, I don't do it any... I mean, I don't know how much you're doing still, but I put my creativity into my plays now. Because it's one of the hardest...
I put my creativity into my plays. I'm a highbrow. I'm an artist. I'm a playwright. Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here. No one's watching a fucking Joe Behar fucking play. We don't give a fuck about this. What's this? Fucking frustrated wife or frustrated woman at work or what? What's this fucking trope she's gonna be talking about? Come on, get out of here, man. Get out of here. You're all the same. You're all in the muck. We're all muck. We're all slop content creators. Just get in the muck. Get yourself dirty. Get in your get elbow deep in the muck, girl.
Things that you do. I did it for 30 years. It's so hard. It's like a high wire act. And I always say it's like I'm on the stage naked, everybody else has clothes. That's how it feels. We are the first line of defense against tyranny. And all of that.
Okay, let's relax. By the way, I don't know if this lady's got a mocking face, but she's like, really? First line of defense against tyranny. If that's the case, we're all gonna be fucking subjugated, man. God help us if comedians are our fucking soldiers, are our cultural soldiers against fucking tyranny. God help us. We have no fucking hope if comedians are meant to be fighting in our honor, fighting for our freedom, fighting for our rights. Fuck off.
You can't squelch the comedians. Don't do it. It's a mistake because they will go after you. But one thing he did that I didn't like, and that was he said, I didn't write that joke. Never do that. Johnny Carson was on the air for, I don't know, 100 years. Never once did he say the writer wrote that bad joke that I just bombed with.
And if you watch...
That's bad form.
So yeah, according to Joy Behar, people don't go to award shows to laugh, which is weird because award shows are literally hosted by comedians all the time. Most people in the room aren't getting an award, and neither are the millions watching at home. That's why you get a comedian to host, to make the 3-hour commercial for Gatorade and Visa slightly less painful. And I don't know if Joy Behar and Joe Rogan's generation were all handed the same pamphlet, but I've heard Rogan say it a dozen times.
You know, in the comedy world, we say we're the last line of defense because this is where the woke meets the wall.
We are the first line of defense against tyranny.
It is interesting how they all parrot the same things at least, isn't it? It's fucking insane. Like, really? Do they really believe this, though? Do they really fucking believe this? Hope they don't.
Which is funny because Joy says you shouldn't squelch the comedians and then immediately picks apart everything that was wrong with Shane's set. I think he took it as a compliment, though.
What an ambiguous phenomenon life is. To get hung up on, you know, some fun jokes at the ESPYs, you're literally missing the point. We're having fun. Which brings me to the next point, dude. The View.
I wish I was watching The View. I know we're having fun right now.
I just wish John
I was
Hamm
watching The View so that I could understand comedy the way Joy Behar does. You know, hilarious comedian Joy Behar. What was that one joke she told that everyone likes? Never once ever. But no, I get it. They didn't like it. It wasn't for them. If they liked it, I would have been like, oh, that sucked.
Yeah, it's literally not.
You are Whoopi, dude.
It's literally not for the ladies of The View. Like, literally.
It's specifically designed for them to go, I didn't like it.
Yeah. It's crazy they never have like any kind of like, you know what, actually, I kind of saw the nuance in it. It's just like, you know what I mean?
Or any, that's a good point they make, or any understanding or acceptance that maybe it wasn't made for them, you know? Just be like, oh yeah, look, it wasn't for me, I fucking hated it. I turned off as soon as they started disrespecting, but maybe that was a point. Maybe it wasn't made for me. My daughters loved it, you know? My fucking daughter's boyfriend loved it, you know, that sort of stuff. Like, come on, bro, like, Jesus Christ. But hey, I guess when you're offended, when you're offended, you're offended. And to be fair to The View ladies, they did just echo or mirror the feelings of people in that room. I felt like people in that room, some of them were very uncomfortable with Shane Gillis. They felt very awkward. They didn't really want to laugh. They didn't like it at whatsoever. They didn't want to laugh, and in the fear that maybe their laughter will be seen as a approval of those type of jokes. You know, they were very, very scared and conscious about that sort of shit, which is dumb, to be honest.
They're here to not like things.
Yeah, but like, why though? You got to ask yourself.
No, but they love like Hamilton.
Hamilton sucks.
I will say, hold on, time out.
He is Whoopi.
Time out. I did cry. I cried at the end of Hamilton. I'll be honest.
Look,
I cried at the end of Hamilton. I did.
Fellas, if I saw
his son died, dude.
If I saw
his
Hamilton,
son died.
If I saw Hamilton live, I would love it.
Obviously, Shane wasn't too offended. If anything, he should be proud that his set wasn't The View's cup of tea. The fact that he hosted the ESPYs and they dedicated an entire segment just to ridicule him is hilarious. Being a fan of Matt and Shane's secret podcast makes it even funnier. 10 years ago, Shane was stealing canned beans from his parents and doing open mics. Now he's infiltrated Hollywood, suits up for a fancy ESPN event, and instead of playing nice for daytime TV sensibilities, he performed for his podcast listeners.
To be fair, I forgot as well, Apologia Comedias are known Shane Gillis, Matt and Shane, My Sugar Podcast stan. So he must have been super proud. I think all the Shane fans, all the Shane heads, all the, you know, Matt and Shane podcast fans, they were super proud that their boy did that. Because imagine if you're following someone like that, he ends up being the biggest comedian out there. He's making tons of money on Patreon. He's super famous. He's dating this really hot TikTok girl. It must be a pretty proud moment if you're a fan of his, old school fan, and he goes on that kind of platform and he does that type of set, you know? It's almost like he's speaking directly to the podcast fans still, you know, the niche fans. He's not even trying to appeal to the mass audience or to get, you know, whatever, or play it safe, EPC. He's still kind of calling back to like that old school, or that, you know, that group of people that were with him when he was saying those dicey, edgy things. It's pretty cool. Big up Shane for doing that. He didn't need to do that, but big up Shane for doing that.
What I felt about Shane, and every time I watch him, is I can feel his nerves. He has tics that say like, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, over and over. It's like in a speech.
Well, when
and then
bombing.
he keeps saying, well, the problem is though, still, if he then maybe redirected, because there were moments where you could give some genuine shout outs, like where you call out some of the amazing greats in that room without a joke.
Genuine shout outs. Like, shut up, man. If you want genuine shout outs, hire fucking, I don't know, hire somebody else that isn't a comedian. Genuine shout outs. Everyone knows when you get shouted out, it's a precursor to you getting ripped into. That's what makes it funny. You're getting shouted out, you're getting acknowledged, but you know you're going to get dissed in the end. That's what makes it fucking funny and entertaining for everybody involved. Genuine shout outs.
Following everyone. He had to be starstruck. I was starstruck looking at who was there.
I don't think Shane was starstruck or anything, but he did seem a little off. It felt like he was trying to blend what he thinks an award show host is supposed to do with his own act.
Yeah, keep doing that thing where I pretend I'm extremely nervous. I really wasn't that nervous.
Cool.
Same like SNL. Dude, I hit the hello right up top. hello.
Nah, man, it was for
the only thing that makes me nervous is doing like corny stuff. Yeah.
I think it worked though. I think that I don't believe him that he's pretending to be nervous. I think he is nervous, which makes sense on stage. I think even his SNL monologues also start off like that, a bit shaky. Like you can sense the rattling and the tightness in his throat as he's speaking, the pause. But I think that actually helps to disarm people. I think coming in ultra confident and cocky sometimes, if you're doing a stand-up spec, can maybe make people, you know, even if you know you're funny, can maybe make them have their backs up, you know, make them cross their arms and really want you to like make them laugh, like show me, you know what I mean? But I think the fact that he comes in and he's like a blumbering, like, oops, like, can't believe I'm here, fucking hell. This is surprise, like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of disarms people. It's a good fucking, even if he's playing up here and whatever, playing into it, I think it's a good approach. I don't think he should lose that. I think he should, even though he knows he's probably gonna be funny, he's gonna kill, which he definitely does, most used more than likely. I do like that kind of like, you know, that approach that he does, where he's a little bit nervous, and he kind of, if anything, he kind of wants the crowd to kind of, you know, guide him, hold his time. I don't know. I think it's a good thing. Don't lose that. I don't think it works for his act. I don't think he's that super, because he's not a super cocky guy. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think he needs to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna crush kind of dude. There's no point to do that.
Like that's when I get nervous. Like when I walk out there and you see the teleprompter and it's like, what? It's incredible to be around so many amazing athletes here. Like, I can't read that.
No.
Without being like,
dude, that's your blazing sword of truth.
People mistake it for just being totally inept, which they might. There's something. There's something there.
That's haters, bro.
Again, I think the ESPYs weren't really for the mainstream, they were for the dogs. If you weren't familiar with Shane going into it, he probably came off like a dork, which is understandable, seeing how he walked out and hit the mic with a hello.
Hello.
But if you've been watching the podcast, you know it was a shout out to Gardini.
New haircut, Gardini. You look like a young boy. Every time he walks into my house, he goes, hello.
Really?
Every day. Every time he comes in, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Sean.
One of the ladies from The View actually gave Shane props for his Epstein joke, which I agree was one of his best jokes of the night.
Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that.
But of course, Joy had to find a way to disagree. She said it was a bad joke because Shane was assuming everyone knew about Epstein.
I thought some of it was funny.
Yeah, so
I mean,
some of it was.
the Epstein joke, he said, you know, I guess it got deleted. Probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that. I thought that was funny, and he actually
you have to
fun
know
at Aaron Rodgers
the story
too.
in order to get that joke.
I think
I think everybody knows about the Epstein story.
Everybody never make that assumption. The audience doesn't read what you read.
I think on a national scale, it's pretty fair to assume most people have heard of the most infamous slaver of the 21st century. If you're hosting a show for the same network that aired the 30 for 30 on Aaron Hernandez, you can probably slip in a Jeffrey Epstein reference without losing the crowd.
Shane Gillis is kind of part of, I don't like using these terms like the manosphere, like comedy. Like he's in a crowd, a lot of MAGA guys follow him.
Is that a real word, manosphere?
I think it is, but I hate using it.
Yeah. What is it? See, this...
You forget how like regular people speak sometimes, isn't it? And just how detached from all this like manosphere, Trump. Like, come on, bro. Like, honestly, fucking hell, what a ditz.
White guys exist.
The people who follow him definitely knew that joke, and they're definitely mad about Epstein.
Okay.
Yeah.
Manosphere.
The manosphere.
Is that only white men?
No, but it is straight men. He has straight men humor.
Straight guys.
Yeah.
You know, straight guys.
What is straight guy humor? It's just humor, bro. Straight guy humor. So there's gay humor now. Now there's gay humor, there's woman humor. That just it should just be humor across the board. It shouldn't be based on your fucking sexual orientation. Like straight humor, like even black humor, white, like whatever. Are you funny or not? It's just a case of, are you funny, yes or no? Like most comedians should probably be aiming for that. They shouldn't be aiming to like, oh yeah, will I kill it with the straight guys? If you're a comedian, if you're thinking about killing it based on gender and shit, or sexual orientation, you're probably lost. You're probably already lost if that's your main MO. Oh yeah, let me be a Let me be a straight guy killer. What?
Guys were always funny.
A straight woman, and I
not
think,
all
yeah.
of them.
Yeah.
The best audience.
When I was a kid, they were always funny. They were always funny. But, you know, I guess white guys have changed.
It's funny how The View just lumps most male comedians into the manosphere, like it's some kind of secret society meeting in Joe Rogan's sauna. And then they sit there, genuinely confused, asking what happened to all the white funny guys. It was great hearing Matt and Shane talk about the whole ESPYs experience on the pod. One thing a lot of people, including Shane, noticed was just how genuinely happy Matt was for him.
I was so happy to get Brittany on there. So nice. And I will say this, and this is just, I want to say this publicly.
For sure.
When I saw the videos of you laughing, it meant the world to me.
4-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players.
Honestly, so fucking good. Could you imagine how bitter, how jealous, how hateful Brendan would sound if this roles were reversed? If the roles were reversed and Brendan was in the audience and Callum was on the stage killing it and he made some joke at Brendan's expense or at the expense of his wife or something, could you imagine how salty he would come? Could you imagine how salty he would be on the fucking pod the day after? Oh, by the way, that's Shane's girl, isn't it? I just realized that's Shane's girl next to them, right? That's Shane's girl sitting next to, yeah. Do you imagine? So it's quite nice to see two comedians who do a pod together who are also very congratulatory of each other, support each other, lift each other up. I quite like that. It's quite refreshing because we don't see it too often because I'm so used to watching bullshit content, you know? So it's quite good to see regular comedians, regular guys, friends, you know, be happy for each other. Like, generally be happy for each other. Big up Uche. I think we can all agree binary humor is the worst. Non-binary humor. I don't know if that even exists. Is there a person out there that does non-binary comedy? Just be funny, bro. Just be funny. Even those guys, the one I mentioned before that I saw the clip of on talking about stand-up and shit. Is it Giacomo Meri? I think it's from New York, GR something, and I think he has a couple of gay people on his streams or on his podcast and shit. I quite like him. There's one person that looks kind of trans, but again, they're just funny. I don't think they market themselves as we're like an LGBTQ comedy podcast. No, they're just all funny. I think that's the way to go about doing things. But Coiler, compare the view to Chin saying, I bet they want you to come in them. I'm definitely going to make that clip after I finish today. I'm definitely making that Chin segment a clip. Sorry for those of you who are going to be grossed out by it. I apologize. I have to get a good picture of Chin or looking like he's about to come. But I'm definitely going to make that a clip. But just be funny. Exactly. But Uche Brendan will be throwing hands, fisticuffs, that one Australian chick. Exactly, yeah. But yeah, love it.
That's crazy. You clap for that.
That's like genuinely support.
It was
like,
pure
how
joy.
nice is that to see your boy laughing like that? When you're like,
it was unbridled
damn,
joy.
he loves me. yes. For real though.
When we started doing the joke, I exited frame because I was holding my face. I was I can't keep it together. And when the whole room of people bought in to Brittany being a four-time WNBA champion.
So just like Shane is walking a similar career path to Norm, I think it's worth pointing out why The View hated Norm in the first place. It all goes back to that infamous segment where Norm kept saying the president was a killer. And you could see Barbara Walters just silently dying inside, which of course only made Norm go harder.
See, I think we should get the homicide out of the White House and get like a fresh start, because we don't want any more murderers.
I think we should just go on to the next question.
Oh.
Who are the murderers? Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Yeah, you know, we're not allowed to, you're not allowed to put out no accusations without.
That's a little too far.
That's the way it does work.
Let's just go on to the next question.
Yeah.
This is not my week. What can I tell you?
Oh, it's not mine either, and I'm being very nice, okay? Be a good boy. Now, Norm.
Do you never hear that?
No. Listen, we don't.
I like how they try to sun him. I remember this clip. I watched this clip so many times. I like how they try to sun him. Now, be a good boy. I like how they try to sun him, thinking they're going to rein him in. He just completely ignored it and kept going, kept doubling down. I fucking love it.
I don't want to get into this, and I don't want to hear it, and this is not the place to make those accusations, and you're supposed to be funny. Let's get on to the next question. So get with it.
There you go.
This is a live show.
Why? But you have been properly chastised by Barbara, so I'm now going to ask the next question.
I thought it was a matter of record.
Shut up. Shut up. Look,
Okay.
let me do this, okay?
I'll tell you what's a matter of record. You will not be invited back if you don't shut up. All right, now. Let's talk football.
All right, manslaughter.
So apparently after that, Barber refused to be on the show with Norm ever again, and later one of his appearances actually got canceled. Not because of politics, but because he made a joke on Howard Stern about people who like making grilled cheeses at night. But I think Norm got the last laugh. When he did come back, he issued an apology. But right before he said it, he casually popped his sunflower seed into his mouth and kept a perfectly straight face. He played it so well, I don't think most people even realized it was satire.
Reporters always ask you, like, what's offensive? Is anything over the line? And I personally think almost everything is over the line.
They like you to be edgy, and then when you are, you get hurt for it.
R.I.P. the great. R.I.P. to the fucking great, man. We didn't know what we had until he was gone. We didn't know what we had until he was gone, man. Gone too soon. R.I.P. Norm. R.I.P. fucking Norm.
Right. But you know, comedians.
But I will say the remark I made about people with Down syndrome was just a
insensitive.
terrible,
Yeah.
terrible,
And
terrible
stupid.
thing for me to say.
We agree.
Well, all of this is happening.
Yeah.
You know, and
That's all I got.
Even join you. Oh, that was good. That was fucking good. That was fucking good. Big up Norm. Big up fucking Norm. And big up Shane Gillis. And big up fucking Matt McCusker. Big up him as well. Quickly, I want to show you actually. This is the clip that I liked from that podcast, right? And I think you'd probably say this is probably a what's that thing called? I think you'd probably refer to this as a fucking what was I gonna say again? LGBTQ pod, but I think they're just funny, you know. I'll probably start listening to this or doing clips about this show, but I quite like this. I thought this clip was funny. This is that guy. What's his name? Gianmarco guy, right? I saw this clip and it actually made me laugh. So big up these people. I like this regarding Shane Gillis as well.
I think I want to date someone just like ridiculously out of my league.
You like the idea of people saying like, Grace is dating him?
I want people to be pissed off.
Uh-huh.
I want death threats. I want people to be like, you bitch, what? And then be like, well, she must be really funny. She must be really nice. That pussy must be good if she's staying with whatever. I want to be like a beacon of hope for young women. Because isn't Shane Gillis' girlfriend super hot?
Wait, so which way are you saying in that particular case?
I'm Shane Gillis. I think I want to date.
I'm sorry. Random nonsensical bit. But I thought that was fucking hilarious. Great fucking shit. Great fucking shit. Big up Gianmarco. Big up Gianmarco. So fucking good. But yeah, we're gonna leave it there for now. Thank you for joining in. Pleasure hanging out with you people. Make sure you like the stream before you leave. Subscribe to the channel also. I'll be back again tomorrow for another episode of the show, so stay in tune for that one. I'll be back again tomorrow for another episode of the show, so make sure you stay in tune for that one. But appreciate all of you. Smash the like button, hit subscribe. That'll be greatly appreciated. Before you leave, subscribe to the channel, like the channel, all that good shit. And I'll be back again tomorrow. We got a bunch of stuff to go through. We got all of this to go through on the streamable. We got episode number 1106 to go through, those clips, and then we've also got to react to episode 1007. So we've got quite a few things to go through tomorrow. So come back and join me then. That'd be greatly appreciated if you can. But for now, I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'm gonna love you and leave you. Oh bloody way! Shit, the camera's so clear. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate all of you. Again, apologies for the radio silence. I know I've been gone for a while, but again, like I said, I had shit to do, shit to look after. There's all stuff here. I had shit to look after, real life shit. So apologies for the delay, but I'm back now. Ready to go, raring to go. And I'll be back for the next 5 days or so, and then I'll be back again on the 5th, and we'll just restart the marathon shit again. You know how we do. Keep an eye out for everything else on my side of things. There'll be a new Patreon going out soon as well, so keep an eye out for that one. And everything else in between. I appreciate everyone. I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging in there, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Okay, like the stream before you leave though. Like the stream before you leave. Do me a favor, like the stream before you leave, and I'm gonna be adding timestamps right now after I finish recording or finish streaming. Peace out, people. Peace out. Peace.